Hello and welcome back to our channel. If you enjoy our content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. The Calm Before the Storm. I knew something was going to happen, I just didn't know what. Last night when I went to sleep, I had been feeling strange all day. You know those kinds of feelings you get when you know something is coming, you just don't know what, like a storm is about to hit, you can feel the pressure in the air. Well, it was like that, only I couldn't tell why. The sky was clear and everything seemed normal. So I went to bed thinking nothing of it. Only now I wake up and find myself looking at an unfamiliar ceiling and with a pounding headache. With a groan I sit up, not knowing where I was, but as my eyes adjusted to the light I found myself looking at things that didn't make sense. The room I was in had steel blue tiled floors with yellowish cream-colored walls. The ceiling was curved in an arc and was made of large brown tinted glass windows. I looked to what I was lying on and found myself lying on a tan-colored sofa. Looking around the room I could see different things. The room was filled with multiple different types of lab equipment, none of which I could tell what it does. With a groan I put my hand to my head, it was still pounding, but as I did my eyes widened as I looked at my hand. It was different, younger. Looking around for a reflective surface my eyes widened as I saw my reflection in one of the glass monitors. Before I had gone to sleep I was a 22-year-old male, standing at just over 6 foot, but what I saw in the reflection was something I hadn't seen in years, my younger self. I didn't look much older than 15 or 16 and I had to blink seeing my hair again. I had apparently retained my style from back then cause I had hair just down past the base of my neck, but it was held back by a hair band to keep it from going over my face, something I had used to do, before I had gotten it cut after I left high school for college. I had never let it grow that long again. I had kind of missed it. But none of this was making any sense. Looking around I couldn't figure out where I was. Looking to the large windows I quickly moved to them to see if I could spot any landmarks to figure out where I was, but my eyes widened when I got to them when I saw something I never in my life believed I'd ever seen. Before me was a wide open grass plain with trees and ponds dotted throughout, but it was what was in living there that shocked me, creatures that I had never imagined I'd see in my life, Pokémon. I had spent my childhood watching the anime and playing the multitude of games. I had loved it growing up, and outside this window, there were actual Pokémon. As far as I could see there were only those native to the Kanto region, nothing past Generation 1 of the series, but never did I imagine I'd see them. Looking down at my hands again it suddenly dawned on me, and looking back at the room which was obviously a lab I realized exactly where I was, Professor Oak's laboratory in Pallet Town. Somehow I had been transported to the Pokémon world, the Kanto region. I couldn't believe it. Moving back to the sofa I sat down as I tried to think. Okay, so I've been transported to the world of Pokémon, cool, nothing wrong with that. I know everything there is to know about Pokémon, or at least what I can remember. I kind of stopped following it after a certain point somewhere in Black and White. I had played the games but never really gotten into the series at that point. Now the question was, what was I going to do now? Why was I transported here, and more importantly, where was Professor Oak? He could walk in at any second and I don't know what the hell I'm going to say. Well, when in doubt go with the flow. I'm in this world so I may as well become a trainer. Hell, I could be a champion with my knowledge, but the problem was how exactly I would do that. Last I checked the age of becoming a trainer was 10. I was a bit old even for that, but hopefully that wouldn't matter. Now there was another problem. When exactly was I? Is this before, or after, Ash has started his journey? Is there even an Ash in this world, or is this like the animated series with red and blue? God, I hope not, that wasn't exactly the best series. It was alright but rushed as hell. I guess that I'll just have to wait and see about that point. Okay, so I'll become a trainer, if it's possible, and if this is a world with Ash I'll have to think on what exactly I'm going to do. If I take a starter Pokémon from here that might mess with the timeline and Ash might not get Pikachu, or I could, but that would mess with everything. No, I'll have to see about another starter. I'd rather not mess with things too much until I'm sure of things, but what am I going to say about my history? I can't exactly say I'm from another world, that would just be asking for trouble, and what about when people ask about my family and parents? No, it's best just to say I'm an orphan and that I never knew who my parents were. As for where I live, well, I could just say I traveled on my own and was making my way here to become a trainer. Not like anyone could call me a liar, but now the question is, if this is the anime canon, do I want to follow along or go off on my own? The anime was never very good in the early days and never made sense with the later stuff. So maybe I'll jump about a bit, no sense going through all the slow stuff. But as I finished thinking, I heard a door open from the balcony above me before a voice sounded, "Ah, good, you're awake, you had me worried there for a bit." Looking up, I tried to hide my shock seeing who it was, Professor Samuel Oak. He looked practically identical to the anime series. Looking to be in his late 40s, with graying hair, he wore a red short-sleeved polo shirt and light brown trousers with a white lab coat over open that went down to his knees. "Well, here goes nothing, excuse me, but where am I?" I asked, doing my best to act younger again. I couldn't exactly act like I was in my 20s. It would seem odd. Oak just smiled at me. "Well, my lad, you're in my research laboratory. I found you passed out on the path this morning when I went to take my morning walk. My name is Professor Samuel Oak, Pokémon professor and researcher." I blinked at that statement. So that's how I got here. I was passed out outside his lab and he brought me here. I rubbed my head sheepishly. "Ah, sorry about that, I guess I must have skipped breakfast this morning," I said, lying through my teeth and hoping he bought it. I was so anxious to get here to ask if it was possible to become a Pokémon trainer, it completely slipped my mind. I was a little worried 'cause I'm a bit over the starting age. Oak seemed to chuckle at that. "Ah, say no more, my boy. I know the feeling. I sometimes get so sucked up in my research I skip 2 or 3 meals before I finally get so hungry I end up devouring a meal fit for 5. He laughed before clearing his throat. "Now as for you becoming a Pokémon trainer, I don't see why we can't bend the rules a little. Exactly how old are you?" I chuckled. "Sorry, my name's Mason Storm, and I'm 16. Oak smiled. "Ah, that shouldn't be a problem then, Mason, you're only a year over the starting age. But if I may ask why you didn't come when you were 15 like all the others do?" I blinked. "So the starting age is 15 here, not 10. Well, it does make more sense. I never did think sending 10-year-old kids out to journey the world was very sensible. The thing is, Professor, I've been traveling alone since I was young. I'm an orphan and I never knew who my folks were. I've just been traveling from place to place as I grew up. I was trying to reach here before I grew over the age, but I was a little late. I only just turned 16 a few weeks ago." Oak seemed to frown upon hearing that. "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, my boy, but it at least sounds like you've lived an exciting life," he said, starting to smile a bit. "Now, how about we get you some breakfast before we get you sorted as a Pokémon trainer," he said, gesturing upstairs. "Your bag is up there. If you go on up, I'll be right up with some breakfast for you," he smiled kindly. I blinked. "My bag?" I thought before standing up. "Thank you, Professor," I returned in kind before I started up the stairs to the room. Opening the door, my eyes widened as I saw my backpack sitting on the sofa. I recognized it immediately. It was my Code 10 backpack that I had ordered a few months ago after seeing the promotion video online. Talk about a good piece of kit. I quickly made my way over to it and opened it, and my eyes widened as I looked inside. All my tech was inside: my iPad, iPod, hard drives and my MacBook Pro. I couldn't help but fist pump the air. I knew I had all my Pokémon stuff on my hard drives, so even if I didn't remember half the stuff, it would be on them. Plus I'd have all my music. Can't be without all that. Looking at the other stuff, I noted there was a spare change of clothes and a couple bottles of water and energy bars. Odd, I don't remember packing them in my bag, but they're good to have if I'm going to be traveling. I'll just have to make do until I can get some cash to buy some new kit, I thought as I quickly rolled my bag up. I didn't want anyone seeing this. It could make people ask questions. Real-world technology in the Pokémon world. Great like that won't attract attention. I'll just have to be careful with it and not let anyone see. The tech in this region isn't exactly top of the line, I finished thinking as I closed the bag up fully. at least I won't have to worry about my kit getting wet. The bag was fully waterproof, so even if I did end up getting soaked somehow the stuff would stay dry. Then the door opened and the professor came in carrying a serving tray with a box of cereal, a jar of milk, bowl and spoon. "Here we go, my lad," he said, setting the tray down. "Now why don't you go ahead and have something to eat, and I'll just fill out your information for your Pokédex, shouldn't take but a minute," he said before going over to the computer to the side of the room. I nodded and filled the bowl. It was some kind of corn-flake-like cereal. I didn't really mind, food was food. I just filled the bowl and added milk before I started eating. I spent the next 5 minutes answering questions as I ate my breakfast as the professor typed up my information before the professor spoke again. "All right, that should do it," he said before hitting a final button before I heard the machine beside the computer hum to life before a side slot on its front opened up and a tray came out with what I recognized as a Generation 1, Kanto region Pokédex. "There we are," he said, lifting the Pokédex and bringing it over to me just as I set my bowl down to reach out for it, taking the small device in my hand. "That Pokédex has all your information on it. You can use it for identification and to record or check any Pokémon you come across," the professor explained as I nodded and opened the Pokédex and see the front camera spin for a moment before the screen came on. A picture of me appeared on it before it shrinks on the screen and my details come up from my age, date of BRTH. It had my BRTH town listed as Palette, seeing as I said I didn't know where I was born, my height and weight, all my physical descriptions that matched the picture there was of me on the screen. Seeing everything was in order, I closed it up. "Alright then, now all that's left is for you to choose your starter Pokémon. You're in luck, I actually have a new batch of Pokémon fresh in. They were meant for a group of new trainers who should be starting their travels in about 6 weeks, but I see no harm in letting you have one if you want," the professor offered with a hopeful smile. I paused as I let that information sink in, so that probably means that Ash hasn't left Palette yet, and won't do for another 6 weeks, good. That means I have time. Actually, Professor, I was hoping you might have something different, not that I have anything against the 3 you're offering. It's just that if they already have people who'll be coming for them, I don't want to take that opportunity away from them. Oak smiled at me. "Ah, I see. Yes, I can understand that, and as it just so happens I do have something else. It's rather rare, you see, but this just might work. Come with me," he said, gesturing to a side room which I followed him into. As the professor opened the door and stepped through, I saw there on the table was a glass case and inside was a light blue egg with a white ring around it. I paused to look at it as the professor started explaining. "You see, I got this egg from a college of mine. He theorizes that Pokémon are born from eggs and that this is one such egg. If you would do me the favor of looking after this egg, I would let you have whatever Pokémon hatches out of it. After documenting it, of course, just to see a Pokémon hatch would be enough for me." I smiled and nodded as I looked at the egg. This would be perfect. A newly hatched Pokémon would be awesome to start with. I'd be able to train it from scratch. Speaking of training, I wonder if the other generation moves can be learned early. I don't really see why not, it would just take some working is all. The professor clapped his hands. "Oh, excellent, I was hoping you'd agree. Now I have a small observation hut that you can stay in, just on the other side of the river outside. I use it for observing the wild Pokémon sometimes, but I haven't had need of it in a while, but it has a heater, a bed and power. So it should do just fine for you until the egg hatches. You can stay there as long as you like until you're ready to go. Seeing as you've nowhere else to stay." I bowed to him in thanks, remembering that this world was modeled after Japanese culture. "Thank you, Professor." I heard the professor laugh before he spoke. "Think nothing of it, Mason, my boy. You're doing me a service, it's the least I can do. Now lift the case and follow me, I'll lead you to where you'll be staying." Quickly standing up, I moved to lift the case, careful of the egg inside, and moved to follow, picking up my bag as we left the room and headed out of the lab. After a brisk 15-minute walk down the road and across a small bride to the other side of the river. In a small lobby area next to the river was a small wooden cabin with what looked to be a water wheel generator attached to its side with a wheel in the water. It wasn't extremely large but big enough to house 2 or 3 people comfortably. "Here we are," the professor said as he opened the door, letting me see inside. There were two small single cots and both a stove and small iron furnace in the back connected to a water storage tank that looked to be fed into a small connected bathroom, so I'd have hot water for showers and such. There was also a small table and a couple of chairs and a fridge next to the stove. It could do with a good sweep and dusting, but otherwise it's just fine. I hope it's all right. I nodded. It great, thank you, Professor, I said as I walked over to the table to the side and set the egg case on it. That's good, why don't you get settled in? I'll be back in an hour or so with some groceries for you to keep yourself on. Any preferences? He asked smiling. I paused for a moment. Not really, though if you could get some nice tea that would be fine. Oak smiled. Will do my boy, see you in a while. He said before closing the door leaving me to it. I knelt down and looked at the small egg and smiled. I hope you hatch soon, I can't wait to meet you, this is going to be so exciting, I said before heading over to my bag and taking out my MacBook. Okay, so in the meanwhile I think a refresher course in all things Pokémon is necessary, I said as I opened up my videos folder and started to watch the first season of the series on half screen while I have my notepad up to take notes and list things to check later. Time skip, 4 days. It had been 4 days since I woke up in the Kanto region. Though not much has changed in those 4 days, if anything it's been stagnant as I wait for this egg to hatch. It's mid-morning right now and I'm sitting out on the porch of the Watcher's cabin with the egg out of its case on my lap as I wipe it down. I had seen clips of Brock doing this in the anime, so I figured that I should do it also in order to care for the egg while I wait. I was waiting for Professor Oak to come by. He'd been doing so regularly about 2 or 3 times a day to check in on me and the egg. I've even taken to preparing some of the tea each morning for us to share while he's here. Each day that passed, I was getting more and more anxious. I had already refreshed my knowledge of the first generation of the series after speed watching it all in 2 days, and I have begun to plan out some things, but I couldn't do anything else until I knew what my egg was going to hatch into. I was sure it was either going to be a generation 1 or 2. I was sure that the professor hadn't had any contact with the other regions yet. He hadn't mentioned them or even hinted at them in the first series, but yet seemed to know of Togepi in the anime, so that links in the second generation, or Johto region Pokémon, as that's where Togepi came from. Though how it ended up in Kanto is a mystery to me. I had narrowed down what it could possibly be because of the color of the egg's shell, but that still gave a few too many options, so I was left to wait and see. As I sat there rubbing the egg, I sighed. Never in my life did I ever think I'd find myself in this position, but then again, what kind of person would? I just have to make the most of it. But then just as I was thinking that, I felt the egg wiggle in my grip. I blinked looking at it as it did it again. Was this it? Then I heard the voice of Professor Oak calling. Good morning, Mason, I trust everything is going fine, he called as he came walking up the path to the clearing. I immediately looked to him. Professor, come quickly, the egg, it shook, I called as the egg shook again. The professor then quickly started over to me quickly just as the egg shook yet again, and he reached me just as it started to glow a bright white. Oh my, he exclaimed as we both covered our eyes to shield them from the rather bright light for the few seconds that it was, before it started to fade as the egg started to change shape. As the light faded completely, I knew exactly what it was that was now lying in my lap. It was blue, a shade darker than the egg had been, with a small white snout with 3-pronged white fins on either side of its head. It had a long blue serpent-like body covered in smooth blue skin and a white underbelly. It opened its big eyes to show its purple irises and blinked looking up at me. It was a Dratini. Amazing, simply astounding, Professor Oak said in a low voice, still in shock. So the egg was a Dratini egg. This proves that Pokémon do come from eggs, or at least Dratini dos. Simply remarkable. I smiled as I looked down at the small dragon sitting on my lap before speaking in a low, gentle voice. Hi there. The small dragon looked up at me with big eyes before it spoke. Dra, I smiled back. It's very nice to meet you, I'm Mason, Dra. Dratini, Dratini, the small dragon cried happily. I smiled as I reached and rubbed its head. Professor Oak laughed. Well, it seems as though you two are going to make good friends. It was rather lucky of you, Mason. Dratini is a rare Pokémon. I only know of a few trainers who have them or their evolved forms. They're quite powerful when they grow older, but I can't imagine Dratini being much use in battle till it's grown a bit. Maybe waiting a few weeks before you can start training would be best. I nodded in agreement. I agree, but for now I think a checkup is best to make sure it's healthy. Professor Oak nodded. Good thinking, my boy. Come on then, let's go inside, he said, gesturing to the door as I stood up holding Dratini as we made our way inside. Time skip, 3 weeks. It had been 2 weeks since Dratini had hatched, and I was laying on one of the cots in the Watcher's hut looking down at the sleeping dragon on my chest. In 3 weeks the little guy sure had grown a lot. After being born it was just under a meter in length and weighed a little under 1.5 kilograms. In 2 weeks it had grown drastically to just over 1.70 meters and doubled its weight. From the Pokédex app one had on my iPad that had my data on it, I could see that Dratini was near reaching the average measurements and weight for its species. It had also started to eat solid foods a couple of days ago and was now on a special blend of Pokechow that Professor Oak was supplying me with while I learned how to make it from scratch, a skill that I had decided to learn as it would come in handy for my travels. I knew it would be another 3 weeks before we would be setting out on our journey, and I knew that I would have to begin Dratini's training soon. I didn't want to be going out with a baby Pokémon that wouldn't be able to battle. To that extent I had taken to planning out a small exercise regimen for Dratini to try and strengthen him up somewhat, and prepare him for when I start him trying to learn some of his moves. One thing that I had been thinking about for the past 3 weeks was Dratini's moves, and Pokémon moves in general. Given that the TMs are something only implemented in the video games, I'm thinking about how moves are actually taught and how they transfer from generation to generation. Like the first-gen games and the fourth-gen games, move pools had grown considerably as well as multiple type changes. I kept thinking back to the few episodes there are in the anime, about how Pokémon were trained in certain ways to learn a move. Like people were trained to get better at things. It was clear to me that if the trainer had the right knowledge of moves and what Pokémon could learn them, then it would make it so much easier, and that was where I would be at an advantage with the entire database out in front of me on my MacBook. In Generation 1 Dratini only learned 7 moves total on its own, and then another 20 through TMs and HMs. While by the 4th generation that same move set was increased to 13, and then another 33. Looking at my screen I could see exactly what moves he could be taught, and I was already formulating a plan of how exactly I was going to train the little guy as well as what moves I was going to teach him to give him the widest skills possible. Looking down to Dratini I stroked his head with a smirk. Dratini, when I get through training you, you're going to be a powerhouse. Time skip, 18 days later. I couldn't keep the grin off my face as I and Dratini lay outside in the clearing next to the river across from the Watcher's hut. We had just finished with our evening training session and things were going great. After 2 full weeks of regular exercise, Dratini was looking much stronger and I had decided it was time to try to see what moves Dratini already knew. I wasn't surprised when Dratini showed that it knew Rap, Leer, and Thunder Wave. Those were pretty basic moves. I had started Dratini on the 4th generation move sets the day after, and for the past 4 days, we had been training hard to get the dragon-type moves Twister and Dragon Rage into his move pool. Twister had been going well, Dratini had been excited to learn and seemed to grasp it by the 2nd day of training. Dragon Rage, on the other hand, wasn't going so well. Not surprising given how powerful the move was, but I know with more training the little guy would be able to get it down with ease. For now, though, we had been focusing on making Twister more powerful so that we wouldn't be at a disadvantage in battle. Things were starting to get exciting. It had only been the other day when Professor Oak had came by to visit with a surprise for me. A set of 5 Pokeballs. It was only 3 days until my journey began, so he had decided to give them to me a little earlier so that I would have them before I set off. I had all 5 plus Dratini's Pokeball attached to my belt. It felt so surreal to have them there, but I guess even after nearly 6 weeks in this world I still wasn't used to things. My mind wandered as I sat up and looked out over the river as I thought of the life I had been living before this one. It seemed so boring. 5 years in higher education courses to learn computing and the ins and outs of graphic design and motion design, only to get out and find it next to impossible to get myself employed due to my lack of industry experience. I shook my head. Who would have thought that this would have happened to me? Dra, Dratini's voice broke me from my thoughts as I felt him nudge my elbow with his head and I smirked. Sorry buddy, just lost in thought. I assured the little guy as I reached down and rubbed his head with a smirk before looking back out at the water surface. Won't be much longer, 3 days and we'll be heading out to begin our journey, we're going to blow them all away, I grinned. Dra. Dratini voiced in what I guessed was agreement. I'm still working on getting a read for the little guy's expressions and tones. We just continued to sit there and look out over the water, the strong currents flowing gently tonight as the sun shimmered off its surface. It was rather peaceful. But as we continued to watch, something seemed to make the water move against the current, in a ripple-like movement, as if something was coming up. And sure enough, something did. With a small splash something broke the water's surface, a small blue ball with 2 eyes and a swirling circle on its front. I had to blink for several moments before I recognized what I was looking at, a Poliwag. Dra. Dratini said in curiosity. I smirked. Looks like we're about to have our first battle a little earlier than expected, Dratini, I said as I stood up, watching the Poliwag closely, not wanting it to get away. You head that Poliwag, you're going to be our first opponent before our journey even begins, so how about it? I declared to it, with a grin. The small tadpole Pokémon eyed me and Dratini for a moment before a hard look crossed its rather cute face, an odd expression for such a cute Pokémon to have, before it literally shot out of the water and landed on the shore. Polly, it said, which I took for an acceptance to my challenge. Alright, I grinned and looked to Dratini. Ready to go, buddy? Dra. Was my partner's response as the small dragon Pokémon moved out in front of me to face his first opponent. That's the spirit, let's show this guy how hard we've been training. I said with a grin, as I was already mentally going over Poliwag's move sets in my mind. As I was, the Poliwag decided to take the first attack and launched a spray of bubbles at Dratini and me. I smirked. Blow those bubbles away with Twister. I commanded and watched as Dratini raised its head up and let out a cry as energy began to flow out of it, as a light blue aura seemed to cover it. Seconds later the wind seemed to pick up and swirl, instantly popping the bubbles that were coming towards us and carrying on, catching the small Poliwag and throwing it sideways and into a tree just down the shore. I smirked. Nice one, Dratini, now get in there with Rap, I ordered while the smaller Pokémon was down and trying to get up. Dratini gave a nod and rushed the small tadpole Pokémon and wrapped its length around it and began to squeeze as Poliwag let out a cry. I could see that this fight wasn't going to last much longer. Alright, wrap this up with Thunder Wave. I called, knowing that while it wasn't an attacking move, I understood that even in this situation it would cause damage to a water-type Pokémon like Poliwag. Hearing my command, Dratini let out a cry before electricity began to spark out from its body and hit the trapped Poliwag in its bind. Poliwag let out a cry as it was shocked and Dratini released it from its grasp, just for it to fall over, its eyes swirling as it sparked from the attack. Now was my chance. I reached for my belt and pulled off one of my free Pokeballs and sized it up as I took a second to aim. It was harder than it looked. I threw the ball at the downed Pokemon. My aim was true and it hit its mark and opened up. Poliwag was SCKED inside with a red stream of light, and the Pokeball hit the ground and began to jiggle. 1, 2, 3, and then the light went out. I stood there watching for 5 seconds more before a huge grin came to my face and I jumped for joy. We did it. Chapter 2. Cute Girls, Idiots and Clowns. The last 3 days before he started his journey had flown by. Mason had been riding the high of his catching Poliwag, and the look on the professor's face after he had come by later that evening had been priceless. He had been taking the past 3 days to get to know his newest Pokémon as well as see what the little guy could do. He had found that Poliwag only had 3 moves: Bubble, Hypnosis and Double Slap. Needless to say, he had spent the second day training Poliwag until it had, at the very least, Water Gun in its move set. Bubble was good, but it just wasn't fast enough for Mason's standards, and he had plans to replace it with Bubble Beam as soon as he could. But for now, he had gotten in all the training that he could and was now packing away his things to start off on his journey. A huge grin on his face, he felt like a little kid at Christmas. The professor had come by very early that morning and had woken him up to invite him to the lab, as the other trainers-to-be would be coming by to collect their Pokémon. He had very politely declined the offer. While he knew he'd eventually be joining up with Ash's little group at some point, he didn't want to start off with him from the very beginning of things. He wanted to make his own way first. And so it was that half an hour later Mason had left the Watcher's cabin behind and was following the river with a smile on his face. His bag with his gear on his back, his Pokeballs on his belt, 2 occupied ones on his right side and his 4 empty ones on his left. He already had plans for them in the future, as he realized that when he got a full team it would become annoying to tell them apart. He had recalled an episode later in the series with Richie and his Pokeballs, how he had elemental stickers on them. He figured he'd keep an eye out for something similar. The last thing he wanted to do in a battle was send out the wrong Pokémon. That would just be embarrassing. He was well pleased with how things were starting off so far. He had had 2 Pokémon in his team and was already thinking of other Pokémon to catch to create a balanced team. He had thought of specializing in one specific type, but immediately binned the idea. He wasn't about to limit himself like that. He was also glad that one of his other worries had been solved that very morning by Professor Oak when he came by. The kindly professor had given him 3,000 Pokedollars to start his journey with. That solved his cash problem, at least for now. He didn't see any signs of how trainers earned money in the anime series but suspected it was like the games where he'd have to pay out if he lost a battle. He'd have to remember to come up with a plan on how to get more cash, but for now, he'd settle for challenging any trainer he could find when he stopped at Pokémon centers to refresh his funds. Right at this minute however, he was keeping his eyes peeled for a certain someone as he followed the river. He knew if this world was exactly like the anime then he'd be coming across her very soon. While he didn't want to cross paths with Ash at the very start, he had no problems with crossing paths with other canon characters, especially of the female variety, and with how the ages were apparently different in this world he was looking forward to meeting her. Okay, yes, he admitted to himself that he was a pervert on some level. He was a hot-blooded male who enjoyed the intellectual company of appealing women. But he was not as bad as Brock, and anyone who compared him to that lover boy, he would lay them out flat for the insinuation. His long wait finally bore fruit as he came over a small hill and looked down to the shore of the river and spotted long orange hair by the river that made him pause for a moment as he took in the sight that was Misty Waterflower. She was definitely older, her orange hair that was short in the anime was grown out to just past her shoulders, and from what Mason could make out, she was wearing more sensible clothing in this world. A light blue, short-sleeved, t-shirt and knee-length jean shorts, that were just form-fitting enough to show the reasonable curves of her feminine figure. All in all, Mason wasn't disappointed. With a smile, Mason began to make his way down to the shoreline as he watched Misty at the water's edge, her fishing rod in hand as she waited for a bite on the other end, that was cast out into the river. "Morning," Mason greeted as he came down. "Nice day for fishing, isn't it? Anything biting?" he said, trying to start up a conversation. Misty glanced over her shoulder to him and after a moment gave him a smile. "It is," she said before sighing at his question. "Sadly no, I've been out here for an hour and haven't got one bite yet." Mason nodded sympathetically at her plight. He had never really been one for fishing, in his world or in the Pokémon games, only ever doing it in the game to get the Pokémon he needed for his Pokédex. Phoeba had ruined it for him in the 3rd generation. "Are you a water Pokémon trainer?" Mason asked as he tried to continue the conversation as he glanced to a tree across from them and saw her bike leaning against it. It won't be there for much longer, once Ash comes by and nicks it after being an idiot, he thought to himself. Misty smiled and nodded. "Yeah, I am. Name's Misty." "Are you a trainer?" she asked as she looked back to him and noticed the Pokeballs on his belt. Mason smirked and nodded. "Yeah, just started my journey today. I'm Mason Storm, and I'm aiming to become a MSTR Pokemon trainer. Already have 2 Pokemon in my team," he smirked. Misty smirked. "Awfully big goals to become a Pokemon MSTR, don't you think?" she said, clearly amused at his dream. Mason shook his head. "I don't want to become a Pokemon MSTR, he corrected her. "I said MSTR trainer, like how some people want to become MSTRs of a specific type of Pokemon. I want to learn all about the Pokemon that I catch and train them to be the strongest they can be." he explained, before grinning. If along the way I become a Pokémon champion or two, I wouldn't say no. It would only be natural with how strong my Pokémon would become with me training them. Misty giggled at his statement. I see. Well, since you told me your dream, I'll tell you mine, she said as she stood up. Mine is to become a MSTR water Pokémon trainer, to see all the water Pokémon in the world, and to make a team of the strongest and most appealing ones, she said, her eyes shimmering with passion as she spoke. Mason smiled. That sounds like a wonderful dream. I actually have a water Pokémon in my team at the moment. I just caught him a couple of days ago. Would you like to see them? He asked. Misty's eyes seemed to light up more hearing that. Of course, she said at the offer instantly. Mason smiled and nodded as he took off the 2 Pokeballs from his belt and tossed them to the water. Come on out, you two, he called as the ball opened and the forms of both Poliwag and Dratini appeared on top of the water facing them. Oh my gosh, they're so cute, Misty cooed as she saw them, having retracted her rod and put it to the side before she knelt at the water surface. Your Poliwag is so adorable, and even though it's not a water Pokémon, Dratini is so cute. How did you get one? Mason smiled. It's a long story. Dratini has been my partner for a while now, and the two of us are best buds. Isn't that right, Dratini? Mason asked his partner, getting a DRA, in response, making Misty coo some more at the cute dragon Pokémon. Oh, Misty cooed before standing up smiling. They both look really well trained. I can tell you've been doing a good job with them. Mason nodded. Thanks, I do try, but it's a team effort. He smiled back, looking at his 2 Pokémon in the water. Well, I can certainly see that you're not all just talk like some trainers are when they start off. Misty smiled, seeing how he looked at his Pokémon. I can actually see you making your dream a reality if you're this good right now. Mason smirked. Thanks, and I'm sure we'll both achieve our dreams. I can tell you're as passionate about your Pokémon as I am about mine. I bet you'll be a great water Pokémon trainer. Misty's cheeks blushed at his compliment. You really think so? She asked, flustered a little at the confidence he had in her. He had only just met her. Mason smirked. Of course, though I don't think any of them will be able to beat their trainer in the beauty department, he told her with a grin, making Misty's blush darken further. But their conversation was sadly cut short before she could reply. When a loud noise followed by a loud splash came from the river, making both trainers and Pokémon look over at the noise. What was that? Misty asked in shock, her eyes wide. Mason's eyes scanned the water as well as he realized what it was as he mentally sighed. Here we go. A couple of moments passed before they saw a head of black hair with a red cap emerge from the middle of the river and start swimming to shore. What the hell? Misty asked as they watched him swim over with one arm while carrying a Pikachu in the other. Ash made it to the shore, but he didn't stop long. Run, he yelled as he began to do just that himself and proceeded to run past them before spotting Misty's bike. Hey! Misty yelled as he put his Pikachu in the front basket. That's my bike, what do you think you're doing? Sorry, I'll get it back to you later. Ash yelled back as he began to run the bike up to the path and then took off. What the hell? Misty yelled, outraged as she watched Ash ride off on her bike. Mason, on the other hand, was looking up at the other side of the river where Ash had fallen in, his eyes wide. Ah, Misty. I think we have bigger problems, he said before pointing towards the large flock of angry Spearow flying towards them. Ha! Misty screamed in shock before Mason grabbed her and pulled them both into the river to avoid the angry flock of angry bird Pokémon. From under the water they watched for several seconds as shadows of the flock passed overhead and continued their pursuit of Ash and Pikachu before they eventually came up gasping for air. Thanks for that, Misty said after a moment, half annoyed at the sudden trip into the river and half grateful for his quick thinking, not wanting to have a close encounter with a flock of angry Spearow. Don't mention, look out, Mason began to say before suching tacks mid-sentence as he pulled Misty out of the way as a lone Spearow swooped in and tried to attack them. Hey, don't attack us, that idiot went that way. Misty yelled at the bird Pokémon as she pointed in the direction Ash had gone. I don't think it's going to listen, Mason said as he kept himself afloat next to her, but if it's a battle it wants, Dratini, use Twister, he called out. Dratini came up from where it had been in the river and nodded its head before raising it up as once more it began its attack. The winds whipping up as Dradny let out a cry as the waters began to WHP around, stirred by the winds as the attack continued. Spearow tried to fly through the winds, but it was slowly being pushed back even further towards out above the body of the river where Poliwag popped up. Seeing the opportunity, Mason took it. Poliwag, use water gun, he called, and the small tadpole Pokémon nodded, and it took a breath before releasing a powerful stream of water at the bird Pokémon, catching it off guard as it fought the winds. The water hit with a crash and sent the flying-type Pokémon skyward and back towards the shoreline before it crashed into the ground, its eyes swirling from the attack combo. Mason and Misty swam towards the shoreline, and the second they were back on dry land, Mason wasted no time as he pulled one of the empty Pokeballs from his belt. Well, I needed a flying type, waste not want not, he thought before tossing the Pokeball at the downed Pokémon. Just like it had 3 days before, the Pokeball SCKED in the downed Pokémon and began to shake, once, twice, 3 times before its light went out, and Mason grinned. That was that. Taking every advantage, HM. Misty said as she covered her chest with her hands, her t-shirt drenched after their impromptu swim in the river, before she turned and started to walk over to her bag, which she had thankfully not left on her bike. Would you mind turning away? Realizing what she was asking, he nodded and did so as she took a towel from her bag and began to take her shirt off and dry herself down before redressing, this time in a slightly orange shirt with a yellow stripe down the left side of it. Thanks, she said, blushing slightly. You can turn around now. Mason did so and rubbed the back of his head. So, what now? He asked as Misty bent down to pick up her fishing rod, unintentionally giving Mason a bit of a show as her wet shorts clung to her arse now like a second skin. Arceus, help me. Now, Misty said as she stood up and folded the rod down to put away in her bag. I track that prat down, give him a piece of my mind and get my bike back. Mason smirked as he recalled both Poliwag and Dradny to their Pokeballs. Mind if I join you? We were having a nice conversation. I'd like to continue it when you get your bike back, he said, grinning. Sure, you can hold that idiot while I'm beating the CRP out of him. Misty grinned evilly before she started to make her way up to the road with Mason following up behind her, rather enjoying the view her still wet jeans were providing him. Scene break. It was after a long grueling walk later that Mason was of the firm belief that if Misty actually asked him to hold Ash while she proceeded to beat the CRP out of him, he would have no problems doing just that. He was soaking wet and had only just managed to get a little dry when the lightning storm had hit, and then he was all wet all over again, and it was getting very uncomfortable walking all the way to Viridian City in completely wet clothing. Yes, he could pull out the change of clothes he had in his bag. He would have no problem changing clothes out in the open even with Misty about, but the fact was if he did he'd have nowhere to put his wet clothing. He sure as hell wasn't going to put them into his backpack, not with all his tech in there. So he had settled for walking in wet clothes, and vowed to change, and get a second bag, at his earliest convenience. Lucky they had managed to take cover a couple of minutes after the storm had started underneath a tree to avoid most of the rain, and set off after Ash again after it had passed. It was roughly 20 minutes after that they had come across Misty's bike in the middle of the road, much to her horror. Look at what that BSTRD's done to my bike. It was charred to a crisp. The RBB of the front and back wheels were melted, and both wheels were badly bent. The entire frame looked as if it had been scorched with a flamethrower. Mason had to wince. It looked much worse than what the anime made it out to be. I saved up for months to pay for that. I even got 2 jobs to pay for it, Misty said as she knelt down, mourned the loss of her bike before she jumped to her feet as her eyes blazed. He's going to pay for this. Mason could only sweat drop and nodded his head, feeling pity for Ash now as once more they set off again, as they carried the bike between them, resuming the chase for Ash. Scene break. It was starting to get dark when they finally reached the Viridian City Pokémon Center, still carrying the bike between them as they walked into the center. You, Misty yelled as they walked in, and she spotted Ash across the floor of the center and left Mason behind her as she carried the bike with her. Look what you did to my bike, you BSTRD, she yelled, bodily lifting the bike overhead and brought it crashing down on Ash. Mason could only stand there blinking. He certainly didn't remember that from the anime, but then again they are older, so he guessed this was all related to that. And some small part of him couldn't help but smirk watching as Ash got flattened under the bike. What do you have to say for yourself, you prat? Just look at what you did to my bike. Do you know how long I had to save up for that? Misty continued to rant at Ash as he groaned from under the bike. Mason just reached them as Ash finally managed to get out from under the bike and rub his head where the bike had made contact with him. I'm sorry, alright, it was an emergency. I don't want your excuses, you're going to pay to replace my bike that you destroyed. Misty yelled. It was an accident, Ash said as he looked down, his hat shading his eyes. I had to get Pikachu to. He began to say, only to clench his fists. The fire slowly started to go out of Misty's eyes as her anger melted away for the moment, realizing that something bad had happened and recalled seeing him carrying the injured Pikachu before. Mason sighed and shook his head and started to walk away to find a room to change in and someplace to hang his clothes up to dry. He was still soaking wet, and he knew from the anime what was going to happen next, and he didn't want to be walking around in wet clothes for a battle. Time skip. After finding a room and changing out of his clothes and hung them up to dry. Now dressed in a dark blue shirt and black cargo briefs, he returned to the waiting main floor of the Pokémon Center to find both Ash and Misty waiting still. Still no word, he asked as he walked over to them. Ash didn't look up, but Misty did and shook her head. Mason found that odd. In the anime, it was right after Misty arrived that Pikachu had been brought out of the treatment room. But it was at that precise moment that the light at the top of the treatment room door went off with a ping, making them all look as the doors opened and Nurse Joy and Chansey came out pushing a stretcher with Pikachu on it hooked up to what looked like a small generator of some kind. The three of them went over quickly to see the small Pokémon. Pikachu, Ash said worried as he looked down at his partner. Pikachu was in no state to reply. It had a number of scratches all over its body and looked pretty banged up. Mason couldn't help but wince seeing the state it was in and felt a small amount of anger well up inside his chest when he remembered how Pikachu got into this state. Protecting Ash from the Spearow after he had been the one to provoke them by throwing a rock at them, idiot. Your Pikachu will be alright, Ash, it just needs to rest now. It's good that you got it here so fast, Nurse Joy told him. The procedure went well, now it just needs time in the recovery room. Ash seemed to relax at that. That's great, he said before looking to Misty. Listen, I'm sorry about your bike, but I'm going to need time to. He began to say before Misty cut him off. No way, I fell for that last time. She yelled at him, the fire back in her eyes. But you should go and be with your Pikachu now. We can square up later, but don't think I'm forgetting about this, Ash Ketchum. And it was the moment after she said that the speakers in the center came to life and the voice of Officer Jenny played off them. Your attention, please. Our Viridian City radar detectors have detected an aircraft belonging to a gang of Pokémon thieves. If you have a Pokémon in your possession, exercise extreme caution. Mason frowned. That was a bit long-winded of her, but then again the Jennies in the first series aren't exactly the sharpest tools in the shed, he thought to himself as moments after the announcements ended the skylight broke as two Pokeballs dropped in from above, releasing Ekans and coughing into the center, and Fok King began filling the room with a thick, foul-smelling smoke. Mason covered his nose and mouth with the neck of his shirt as he could see figures through the smoke. What the, who are they? He heard Ash ask aloud. Team Rocket, Mason answered as he looked at the figures through the smoke. Oh, did you hear that? Someone knows who we are, Jesse, a male voice that Mason knew was James sounded through the smoke. I knew we were famous, James, Jesse's voice sounded as the smoke began to fade. If by famous you mean infamous, then yes, Mason said with a scowl, noticing the others look to him. They're a notorious group of Pokémon thieves that normally single out trainers with strong, powerful or rare Pokémon in their possession and then gang up on them and steal them. I heard all about your little group when I was traveling. What are you doing here? There's nothing but weak and injured Pokémon in this center. Seems like a poor choice of a target if you ask me. Oh, someone sure knows a lot, Jesse commented with a smirk, and it's true, normally such a place would be too low of a target for us, but you never know when you'll find a diamond in through all the trash. You're not getting Pikachu, Ash said from the side as he moved to block them from getting near his injured Pikachu. How cute, a boy and his rat, Jessie said as she looked to Ash and rolled her eyes. We don't want your electric rat boy. James smirked. Didn't you hear your friend kid? we only go after rare and powerful Pokémon, and your Pikachu is neither. Ash clenched his fists at his sides as he glared at the pair. You two are really starting to bug me. Jessie smirked. How cute, did you hear that, James? James chuckled. Indeed, the boy is bugged. Meowth, Meowth said as he jumped down from the skylight, then let's squash him. Coughing attack, Ekans go, the pair instantly commanded. At that, Coughing moved in to attack, spraying more of the putrid-smelling smoke as it did so. Nurse Joy, Misty, and Ash made a run for it, pushing Pikachu's gurney with them as they ran for it from the attacking Pokémon. Mason followed, barely ducking as Ekans launched over his head. DMN it, Mason mentally cursed, I can't even get a chance to grab my Pokeballs, he thought to himself as he followed the others in a temporary retreat. Next time no talking, I'll just kick their butts. Mason followed the others and got into the Pokeball storage room just in time as the doors closed and locked behind him. He took a moment to catch his breath, mentally cursing himself. He'd been walking all day, suddenly having to run like that had left him breathing hard. DMN it, that's it, from not on any time I have my Pokemon training I'll be doing the same. I can't be called a Pokemon trainer if I'm not fit enough to keep up with my Pokemon. Just then the lights went out as he looked up, and remembered this scene in the anime. They've cut the power, he stated with a frown. Bet it was that Ekans must have bitten through the power lines. That's okay, Joy said as she headed towards the computer, because we've got our own Pika power source. From a glass window into a side room, Mason could make out the sparks of electricity begin to light up the room and show a circular treadmill generator with 9 Pikachu running around on it, the electricity coming from them. He had to admit it was clever, just as the lights started to come back on. Nurse Joy was busy typing away and starting up the Pokeball transfer machine and began to transfer all the Pokemon in the center. Mason turned to the door. He knew what was going to happen and he pulled a Pokeball from his belt. Dratini, come on out, he called as he tossed the ball, and the small dragon appeared in front of him facing the door as well, just as smoke began to slip through the cracks. Then Coughing and Ekans burst through the door in a joint attack. Followed by Jessie and James. The pair stopped however when they saw Mason standing with Dratini ready to meet them, and both smirked. Well, what do we have here? Jessie smirked as she eyed Dratini. Looks like we found the diamond in the trash. Hand over the Dratini, brat, that's just the kind of Pokemon we're looking for, James demanded. Mason smirked, not happening. You two would have a better chance at catching your own than getting my partner from me. Don't be so sure of that, Meowth said from between the two human members of Team Rocket. Go get that. Dratini, Ekans, Coughing, you two, they ordered their Pokemon. Mason smirked as the two Pokemon came at Dratini. Dratini, Thunder Wave, he called. And Dratini obeyed, instantly letting out a static burst of electricity from its body, catching the two poison Pokemon off guard and paralyzing them both. With those two dealt with for now, Mason looked back to Ash. Go, get your Pikachu out of here, I'll deal with these idiots, he said, hoping that things would play out like in the anime. While he wanted to beat these clowns himself, he knew that it would be better for him, in the long run, to get their attention onto Pikachu instead of Dratini. That way he wouldn't have to worry about them giving him grief if he ever went off to travel on his own. Ash nodded his head and began to push Pikachu's gurney towards the other exit from the room. Lucky for Mason, Team Rocket took that as a challenge. Forget Dratini for now, after that, brat, Ekans, you as well, Coughing, the idiots ordered, not noticing Mason's triumphant smirk as he watched them give chase. Wanting to see the show, however, Mason ran forward and picked up Dratini and ran after them. Misty noticed him leave and ran after him. Hey, wait. They reached the doorway into the entrance hall of the center just in time to hear the loud explosion and see the bright flash of it. Mason mentally cursed as he turned to pull Misty close to him and down with Dratini between them as he covered them as the smoke cloud and shock wave came towards them in a loud boom. It took 30 long seconds for the smoke to clear and the rubble to settle after the explosion before Mason began to get up and offered a hand to a blushing Misty. Thanks, she thanked him as he helped her up, and they began to venture out into the ruined entrance hall that was only rubble now. Mason whistled as they reached Ash and Pikachu, who now looked as strong as ever. DMN, he said, surveying the damage. that Pikachu of yours packs quite the punch, doesn't he?" he said as he looked around and smirked. "If that didn't focus their attention solely on Pikachu, I don't know what will," he mentally thought, before looking over towards where the room was that he had left his clothes dry, and his jaw dropped as all he saw was ruins as well. "Well, looks like I'm going clothes shopping as soon as I reach Pewter City, 'cause I doubt I'll have time tomorrow," he though while extremely grateful that he had kept his bag with him and hadn't left it in his room, though he would have to make sure and check his stuff inside it later to make sure nothing was damaged. Time skip. It was the next morning as Mason got up from his bed, stretching and letting out a loud yawn as he got to his feet. The three of them had been able to sleep in the undestroyed rooms in the Pokémon Center, after the events of last night. Quickly pulling on his clothes and grabbing his backpack, he went down to get some breakfast in the cafeteria, which lucky enough had been at the opposite end of the corridor from the entrance hall and hadn't been damaged in the explosion the night before. Reaching a table, Mason sat down and began to dish out some of the Pokémon food that he had for his team, putting his bag to the side when he was done. He was extremely thankful when he checked through it last night. None of his gear was damaged in the slightest. Mason calls out Dratini, Poliwag and Spearow for breakfast, having made sure to get all three checkups with Nurse Joy an hour before he went to bed, and now all three were back to full health and ready for anything. It was then that Misty came into the cafeteria yawning as she spotted Mason. "Morning," she said as she came over and sat down at the table with a smile. "Sleep well?" she asked. "Heck yeah," he replied with a grin. It was so good to sleep in a real bed for a chance. And he meant it. Multiple weeks in the Watcher's cabin, sleeping in an old cot had left him dying for a real bed again. "I slept like the dead last night." Misty giggled hearing him and shook her head. "Yeah, Pokémon centers are great." Mason nodded at that as he mentally noted that any chance he got he would be staying in one when he could screw camping out. He'd take a comfy bed, soft pillows and warm covers any day of the week. That what when Ash walked in still half asleep, his eyes still half closed like the Walking Dead, letting out a loud yawn and a sleepy morning. Mason's Spearow seemed to twitch when it heard Ash's voice, and quicker than Mason or Misty could track, the tiny bird shot into the air and right at Ash and began to peck at Ash's head. "Ow, hey! Cut it out!" Ash cried, now very much awake after the multiple pecks to his head. Before he recognized the Spearow, "Hey, I recognize you, you're that Spearow I threw a rock at yesterday," he began to say before covering his mouth realizing what he was saying. And like that Misty was up off her seat and glaring at him. "So that's it. That's what started that whole mess. That's what led to my bike being destroyed," she yelled as she began to march toward him, her fists balled at her sides, and before Ash could even say anything she whacked him over the head and laid him out flat on the ground groaning, "You idiot." Mason sighed as Spearow flew back over to him and landed on his shoulder, and he watched him with a smirk. "Of all the Spearow I could have caught, it just had to be the one that Ash tried to catch. What are the odds on that?" he thought to himself and shook his head with a small smirk. "Hey, come on now, it's time to eat, not argue. You can pummel him for his stupidity when we're on the road to Pewter City." That seemed to get Ash's attention. "Say what?" he asked confused. Only to get another fist to the top of his head courtesy of Misty. "You don't think I'm going to let you go and run off, do you? You still owe me a new bike for the one you destroyed." "Ow." Ash hummed, rubbing his head as a large lump began to form on it. Mason just smirked. "That will never get old," he thought to himself and sat back as he took up the menu and began to look through it, deciding what to have for breakfast. I think I'll have pancakes, with a side of bacon." Chapter 3. A sharp encounter, and hard training. It was a couple hours after breakfast when the three of them were finally entering the thick of Viridian Forest, after having a good night's rest and filling breakfast that morning. As they were walking, Mason was scribbling down things inside a small notebook that he had bought at a shop on the way out of Viridian City as he began to make future plans on things that needed doing. There was just so much to do at the start of a journey that he was having a hard time keeping it all in his head and remembering it all. So typing it up on his MacBook or writing it down helped keep him straight, and since he couldn't very well walk around in public with his MacBook out, he was settling for the little notebook instead. Misty was acting twitchy as they walked through the forest, her eyes darting all over the place as her entomophobia, fear of insects, began to show itself. Mason wasn't going to say anything about it. He didn't like insects either, though he thought the only bug Pokémon he would be creeped out by would be the Spinarak line. He hated spiders. As they continued walking, Ash eventually noticed Mason with his book in constant writing and arched an eyebrow. "What are you writing?" "You've been doing it the entire walk," he asked and commented as he tried to glance into the book. Mason gave him a side glance before looking back to his book. "Currently I am planning out the various training regiments that I'm going to be starting my Pokémon on when we reach the next city," he said as he added another scribble to the book. "With Spearow now in my team, I'm thinking that I'll be able to utilize him and train both him and Poliwag together to improve Poliwag's attack and accuracy while simultaneously training Spearow's speed and dodging," he explained as he added more to his notes. "Wow, that's impressive, Mason. You've really put a lot of thought into your Pokémon's training," Misty commented as she looked over his shoulder at his notes and blinked, seeing how detailed they were, naming attacks and training strategies, moves and others that could come from them along with the factors involved in learning them. "A lot of thought." Mason nodded as he finished making his notes and slipped the book into his back pocket. "Of course, if I want my Pokémon to become as strong as they can be, I need to think long and hard about their training and how to get the most out of it for them." "And what will you be having Dratini do?" Ash asked, sounding rather bored about it. Mason shrugged. "For now Dratini's training is coming along well. We're focusing on making Twister more powerful for now while he's still getting the hang of Dragon Rage, but once he has a good grasp of that we'll be moving on to other Dragon-type moves to give him more power," he explained. Ash looked at him strangely when he said, "How do you teach your Pokémon moves? Don't they just learn then naturally?" he asked, confused. Mason shook his head. "Yes, it happens, but to me just sitting around and waiting for my Pokémon to pick up moves through standard training sounds like a complete waste of time. When you could just as easily do a bit of research about the move you want your Pokémon to learn and then come up with a training regimen for them to learn it. After that it's time to buckle down and train hard to get the results you're aiming for." Misty giggled at Ash's dumbstruck look. "That much is obvious that any trainer should know that much. If you want your Pokémon to be stronger you have to train them." Ash seemed to scowl at Misty's comment before looking back to Mason. "How do you know so much about Pokémon? I thought you said back at the Pokémon Center that you only just started your traveling like me," he asked, annoyed that he was getting shown up. Mason gave as an "Are you dense?" look as he arched an eyebrow. "I read about them, I studied for weeks before I set off, I made sure to know everything I could before I was to leave on my journey, because only an idiot leaves without preparing themselves," he stated, and it was true. He'd read plenty on his MacBook, and watched plenty of Pokémon, so he considered himself very prepared. "I learned each Pokémon's strengths and weaknesses, their attacks and more, so that I would know exactly how to train each of them if I ever got one of them on my team. How else am I going to achieve my dream if I don't learn all I can to make my Pokémon as strong as they can be?" Ash seemed taken back for a second by that statement and how Mason said it. I never thought about it like that. I just thought to be a Pokémon MSTR all you have to do is catch a lot of strong Pokémon and win a lot of battles." Mason sighed. He had been hoping that Ash would be a little wiser than his anime counterpart, given how old he was. But it appeared that instead of getting a dumbass kid Ash, Mason had to deal with a dumbass teenager Ash instead. "And pray tell, how did you intend to catch those strong Pokémon or win those battles if your Pokémon aren't strong in the first place and you put zero effort into actually training them to make them stronger?" he asked, hoping that something he was saying was getting through to him. "To be a good trainer you need to be knowledgeable about Pokémon typings, so that you know what Pokémon work well with one another in teams. And being knowledgeable enough about those Pokémon to train them to be their best and keep improving. Because no matter how strong you may think you are or how good you may be, there will always be someone out there who is stronger and better than you." Misty nodded her head in agreement with Mason's words before she paused as a shiver went down her spine, as she paused in her step, making both boys pause in theirs and look back to her, to see her look behind them at a small caterpie who was sitting watching them. Misty gave a shriek and rushed to behind Mason. "Keep it away," she said, shivering in disgust. "Ah, cool, it's a caterpie, it's one of the bug Pokémon," Ash said as he turned to face the caterpie and took a Pokeball from his belt and looked seriously at the small green Pokémon before rearing back his arm. "Go Pokeball," he called as he threw the ball at it. Mason watched rather dispassionately as the ball made contact and Scaked the small Pokémon inside and the light on its front going out quickly. He knew it was going to happen, so he didn't really get much thrill out of watching a catch like that. Guess that's what happens when you already know what's going to happen in advance, he thought to himself. It was one of the reasons he knew he would be breaking off from them a lot just to get to enjoy some of his own adventures. Ash quickly picked up the Pokeball and began to celebrate. "I did it, I caught a cater pie," he said, doing a little dance with the Pokeball in hand. Misty shivered again behind Mason. "Why on earth would you be excited about catching a gross bug?" she asked in disdain. Mason sighed at her fear and shook his head. "Misty, you should really be more accepting of all types of Pokémon. You do realize that there are Pokémon in the world with dual typings, right? What are you going to do if you come across a water and bug-type Pokémon?" he asked her over his shoulder. That made her pause for thought. "Well, she said, not sure how to respond to that at all and was starting to feel a little bad. Mason just shook his head. "Food for thought," he said as he turned and began to walk away from the path. Both Ash and Misty saw him walk away and blinked. "Hey, where are you going?" Ash called out to him. Mason just waved over his shoulder. "Going exploring by myself. This forest is teeming with bug Pokémon, one of them will probably make a good addition for my team as well. And if we stick together we just end up fighting over who'll get to catch the next one, and I'd rather not let a Pokémon get away while I'm kicking your butt." He smirked as he heard Ash's muffled yells after him as he walked on. "I'll meet up with you both in Pewter City," was the last thing he called back before he disappeared into the forest to begin his hunt. Scene break. It was half an hour later and Mason was still moving through the thick bush line and dense forest in his search for his next catch. He'd encountered some Pokémon already but nothing with any real potential, and he was beginning to lose hope as he came out into a clearing where the grass was up to his hips. He sighed. He had been hoping that he'd be able to find something strong here for his team. He remembered the samurai trainer from the anime having a pincer and decided that the chances were good that he'd caught it in this forest. So he had theorized that there was more than just the weak Pokémon like the Caterpie and Weedle evolution lines in this forest to catch, that it wasn't just like the video games. Walking out into the middle of the area he was trying to think what to do now. Since his search was bearing little fruit. "I could send Spearow out and have him do an aerial search and see if I can find anything that way," he thought to himself, coming up with a plan of attack. But just as he did he heard the rustling of grass off to his right. Movement caught his eye and he instantly threw himself into a roll just as the top 2 inches of grass where he'd been standing was sheared off by a sharp cutting attack. Turning and coming up to his feet fast from his dodge. Mason came face to face with the culprit of the attack and a grin split his face from ear to ear when he saw what it was. "Bingo," he thought to himself as he looked at the very angry-looking Scyther who was glaring at him as it ran its bladed arms off one another. "Well, aren't you an angry fella?" Mason smirked as he pulled his Pokédex from his back pocket and held it up to record the Mantis Pokémon's data. Scyther, the Mantis Pokémon. Its claws are sharp as swords, and it is a powerful flyer. This Pokémon is rarely seen by humans and almost never captured. Dexter recited off in its robotic voice, making Mason grin. "Is that a fact?" Mason said, taking the reading as a challenge. "Well, we'll just have to see about that last part," he said as he closed the Pokédex and slipped it back into his pocket as he kept an eye on the territorial Scyther as he reached for Dratini's Pokeball. From what he could guess this clearing was likely its territory and he must have set it off by walking in uninvited. Lucky him. "So you want to fight, do you? Well, we'll give you one then," Mason said as he tossed the Pokémon between them and Dratini appeared in a flash of light as the ball recoiled back to Mason as he caught it, ready for a battle. Dratini gave a rather cute yell of "DRA" in confirmation as Mason smirked. Scyther seemed to take that as a challenge and picked itself up off the ground with its wings and sped at the pair of them, blades at the ready. Instantly Mason's mind went into strategizing mode as he began to come up with a plan. "It's too fast, Dratini won't be able to dodge it in time, gotta stall it," he thought to himself before calling out, "Dratini, use Leer." Dratini did just that as it began to leer at the rapidly approaching Scyther as its eyes began to glow red as it did so. The action gave Scyther pause for a moment during its attack and Mason saw his opening. dodge now Dratini and use Thunder Wave, he called knowing that if they were going to have a chance at winning then needed to gain a speed advantage. Dratini did just that as he lowered its body when Scyther's attack resumed and its blades just missed the top of Dratini's head as the small dragon began to spark before letting out the electrical wave from its body, catching Scyther in its pulse. Scyther grunted as it felt the electrical attack and Mason smirked. It wouldn't do much damage ways but Mason knew it would feel something, with it having a secondary flying typing. With his opponent now paralyzed and open for an attack, Mason saw his opportunity and went for the kill, Twister. Scyther took the attack point blank, being so close to Dratini when the attack was launched and was caught full frontal by the powerful winds and was thrown bodily backwards before slamming back first into a tree, before falling to a knee, its body sparking from the paralysis. Mason didn't waste a second as he reached for his belt and had a full-sized pokeball in his hand the next second and had his arm up to throw the half-second after that before the red and white sphere was hurtling through the air right after. His aim was true and it hit Scyther right on the top of its head, being too paralyzed to defend. It was Sekked inside and the ball fell to the ground and into the tall grass. Mason paused and waited for a 5 count, he couldn't tell if the catch had been successful or not, the tall grass kept him from seeing the pokeball, but as 5 seconds reached 10 and then 20, his grin began to make its way back onto his face as he began to approach the area the ball had fallen in. And sure enough, there in the tall grass, the pokeball sat, still and calm, the light on its front out. He'd done it again. Kneeling down, Mason lifted the pokeball with a grin as he looked over to Dratini. "Nice job, buddy, we just got ourselves a new teammate," he grinned. "Darray!" Dratini cried happily as Mason pointed his pokeball towards him and returned him to it in a beam of red light. Attaching both pokeballs to his belt again, Mason gave a pleased sigh before rubbing the back of his head. "Well, now that that's done, I suppose I'd better be getting out of here and make my way to Pewter City. It's going to be a long walk," he thought to himself as he began to press on and deeper into the forest. If I recall the timeline of the anime, Ash should be running into Weedle or Pidgeotto right about now before his run-in with the samurai, he thought to himself as he walked, and I noted that Ash mentioned in his gym battle with Brock that Ash said he'd been a trainer for 2 weeks, so it took them roughly 10 days to get through Viridian Forest. Mason halted in his steps when he thought that and groaned. "I don't want to be in this forest for 10 hours, let alone 10 days, he ummed at the thought of having to camp outside for that long. He knew he would have to do lots of camping on his journey, but after spending a night in the comfy bed back at the Viridian Pokémon Center, he was really not looking forward to camping out. He didn't even have a tent or a sleeping bag to use, he hadn't had time to buy them yet. Resigned to his fate, he resumed his walk and continued onwards, pushing the thought of the long week of sleeping on the ground to the back of his mind. It would only depress him if he thought about it any more. Time skip. For long hours of walking later, Mason was blinking as he stared out at the wide open plains in front of him, with the long winding road that had a sign pointing down it with Pewter City written on it in clear bold letters. "What the hell?" Mason said, clearly baffled as he looked back at the forest he had just made his way through. "How did I get through that so quickly?" he wondered aloud. Ash and Misty spent at least 10 days in there in the anime, he thought to himself as he recalled it all and tried to think of an explanation before it hit him, and he smacked his forehead with the palm of his hand. "Are you telling me Ash mucked around in there all that time completely lost, and when he could have made it out in less than half a day?" he mentally groaned. That settled it for him, Ash was an idiot. Shaking his head, he started walking down the road heading in the direction of Pewter City. "Looks like I'm going to be waiting a while in Pewter City for those two to catch up with me. Boy, am I glad that I didn't stick with them now, I'd have been in there for ages. Now I should hopefully reach Pewter City in no time and get my training plan for my team started, buy all the gear I'll be needing, and to top it all off, get to sleep in a nice warm bed again tonight," he thought to himself as he slipped his iPod and headphones out of his backpack to put on some tunes to walk to. Life was good. Time skip. It was just starting to get dark as Mason arrived at the Pewter City Pokémon Center and sighed with relief. The walk had been a very long one, and he had decided to add looking for a pair of comfortable padded walking boots to his to-buy list when he went out the next day to do some shopping. Once he was inside, he made his way over to the seating area to sit down to rest his feet for a few minutes. One thing that people never think about when they think that being a Pokémon trainer, all the traveling is killer on your feet, now I see why Misty was so upset about Ash destroying her bike. Mason thought to himself as he planned to soak his feet after getting something to eat. After 10 or so minutes he rose from his seat and walked up to the front desk where the Pewter City nurse Joy greeted him. "Hello, how can I help you, young man?" she greeted him with a pleasant smile. Mason smiled back as he took Scyther's pokeball off his belt. "Could you please, treat my Scyther's injuries? I just caught him on the way here, the battle was short but a little rough," he told her as he handed her the pokeball. Taking the pokeball she nodded understandingly. "Of course, I'll see to him right away." "Thank you," Mason said and turned. He was about to go and look for the cafeteria to get some dinner, but paused when he noticed the telephones and frowned before shrugging. Might as well, he thought to himself as he walked over to them and began to dial up Professor Oak's lab, having memorized the number during his stay at the Watcher's cabin. After a couple of moments, the screen flashed and the kindly professor appeared on the screen. "Oh, hello Mason, I wasn't expecting a call from you," he said, sounding happily surprised. Mason smirked. "Yeah, sorry Professor, I planned to call you back in Viridian City, but some things happened." "Long story." Oak chuckled. "No need to apologize, my lad, I'm sure you have your reasons. And Viridian you say, did you by chance run into a boy about your age, by the name of Ash there?" Mason nodded. "Yeah, I did, I ended up following him all the way to Viridian City. After he ended up getting chased by a flock of angry Spearow." "Oh my! What did he do, to get in such a mess?" Oak asked, sounding concerned. Mason shook his head. Apparently he was having trouble getting his Pikachu to obey him, so thought it would be a bright idea to try to catch a Pokémon by hand and threw a rock at a Spearow, and things snowballed from there. "Oh no," Oak groaned, "why does that sound exactly like something that boy would do?" he sighed. Mason smirked. He then proceeded to be chased by the flock that came to the aid of their fellow Spearow and got chased right into the river. Climbing out he made his escape by borrowing the bike of a girl I was having a pleasant conversation with by the shoreline, the flock still hot on his tail. The girl, Misty, and I had to jump into the river to avoid becoming targets of the flock ourselves. Oak was groaning louder and louder as the story continues. "Merciful heavens, that boy can't help but cause trouble. Can he? Did your friend get her bike back?" Mason shook his head. "That's why we were originally following him, but halfway to Viridian, we found her bike in the middle of the road. It looked like it had been scorched, it was damaged beyond all hope of repair. Needless to say, Misty was sad. I ended up helping her carry her ruined bike all the way to Viridian City and the Pokémon Center there, and then she proceeded to use it as a club and smack Ash over the head with it." Mason smirked. "And now she refuses to leave him alone until he's paid her back in full by replacing her bike. Last I saw them they were both in Viridian Forest heading here." Oak groaned but chuckled when he heard about how Ash had gotten himself some unwanted travel companions. "I see, well perhaps that will teach him to be a bit more responsible," he said amused. "Now what about you Mason, how has your journey been coming? It sounds like you've reached Pewter City, very quickly too I might add," he said sounding impressed. Mason nodded. "Yeah, I just got in about 10 minutes ago. It was a shorter trip than I thought. I expected to spend one night in the forest at least, but I got through it within 5 hours, he explained. Very impressive indeed. Most trainers heading through there get sidetracked with all the Pokémon in the forest and can spend days just looking for new Pokémon to catch. Oak smiled before frowning. "I hope you aren't missing out on catching any new Pokémon by going so fast." Mason shook his head. "No Professor, I've got 4 Pokémon on my team already. I caught one of the Spearow from the flock that was chasing Ash, and then I went out on my own in Viridian Forest and caught myself a Scyther to add to my team." Oak's eyes seemed to grow wider as he heard that. "Very impressive, and a Scyther you say? I didn't think there were any Pokémon like that in Viridian Forest. I had heard tales of some odd pincer but never a Scyther." "It's very impressive that you caught one, they're notoriously difficult to catch." Mason nodded. "Yeah, the battle was quick but still challenging. Scyther really had some speed, but Dratini's training showed a quick paralysis and we had the upper hand. Scyther is currently being treated right now, so I'll be checking on him tomorrow and starting my team's training early in the morning before I sign up for the Indigo League and then go out and do a bit of shopping for some gear." Oh, taking the gym challenges are you? Oak asked before smiling. Well, I'm sure that you'll do just fine, you seem to have everything well in hand, more so than Ash anyway. I swear that boy worries me sometimes. It's a miracle his mother doesn't have as many gray hairs than I do by how much trouble he gets into, he sighed. Well, I don't keep you any longer, he added after a moment. I'm sure you must be hungry and tired after your travels. I'll let you get something to eat before you go to bed. Thanks, Professor, I'll make sure to call you after I've gotten my first badge from the gym here in Pewter. I'll be sticking around at least until Ash and Misty catch up before I move on, he told him with a nod of his head. Good luck my lad, and with that, the call ended. Mason sighed as he hung up the receiver and stood up. Yep, dinner and bed sound like a good idea to me, he thought as he turned and started to head off to look for the cafeteria to get started on just that. Time skip. Like Mason had said, it was early the next morning when he woke up. While he wanted to enjoy sleeping in the comfortable bed some more, he knew he needed to make a start on his team's training. Brock was no pushover and he wanted to get as much training done as he could before he would be confident enough to make his challenge. After retrieving his scyther from Nurse Joy at the main desk, he went to the cafeteria and put out the food for all of his Pokémon before he called them all out. Spearow and Poliwag looked to be a little shocked by the appearance of the newest addition to their group, but Mason unsmirked. Alright everyone, this is Scyther, he joined our little group yesterday, make him feel welcome, okay? Scyther seemed to eye him and the other Pokémon wearily as it began to eat. Mason just put it down to being the new guy and not really knowing the others yet. He was sure after a couple of training sessions things would smooth themselves out. Make sure to eat well, once breakfast is over we'll be starting training, we have a gym challenge to prepare for, Mason told them as he sat down at the table and began to eat his own breakfast. Though the glint in Scyther's eyes when training was mentioned didn't go unnoticed by him and he hid his smirk. Oh, you'll fit in well on this team, he thought to himself as he ate. As soon as their food was all finished, Mason led them all out to the back area of the Pokémon Center, where there was a battlefield set up as well as a training area that was free to use for all trainers. Perfect, Mason smirked as he looked over the clear area. There was room enough here to 2 full teams to train at once, plenty of room for his team of 4 to train. Alright, listen up, I spent yesterday and last night thinking long and hard on various training methods for each of you, and how to improve yourselves, Mason stated as he looked over his team. Poliwag, Spearow, you two will be training together. Spearow, you will be doing aerial maneuvers in the sky, while Poliwag will be using you as a target for his water gun. This exercise will be to help improve your speed and evasiveness, while also working to improve Poliwag's power, range and accuracy, he explained, getting nods from both the small bird and tadpole Pokémon. Good, now get to work, he ordered, and both started over to an area of the training area to begin. Mason turned his attention to Dratini. Dratini, you'll be working on your own today. I want you to spend today working on getting Dragon Rage down, he said before pointing to the far end of the training field where a large wall of sheet metal was set up with red targets painted on it. I want you to continue the exercises we were practicing back at the cabin. Gathering your energy into a single point and fire it at those targets. Okay, he said, getting a nod and an enthusiastic DRA in response from the small dragon. Okay, go get started then, he said, and watched as his partner slithered off down to the targets to begin practicing. Mason then turned his attention to Scyther, who was looking very impatient and not impressed at being left for last. Mason smirked. I haven't forgotten about you, Scyther. We're going to be working on something very special for you, he explained as he gestured for the large mantis to follow him over to 2 large thick wooden poles that were sticking out of the ground, that looked to be for Pokémon to punch or to use as targets for attacks. From what I saw yesterday in our battle, you are fast as well as strong, but from what I saw you are limited to only physical slashing attacks. What I want you to focus on in your training will be to pull your energy into your blades as you swing, and try to force it out in blades of wind to attack with. Think you can handle that? Mason asked, figuring a challenge would be best for the bug Pokémon, who was obviously confident in his strength. Scyther nodded its head and ran its blades together as he approached the thick poles and began to slash at them as it began its exercise, a look of concentration on his face. Mason nodded and glanced over to his other Pokémon, seeing them all hard at work as they carried out the exercises he'd given them, and smirked. Perfect, hopefully, Dratini will be able to get Dragon Rage down in a couple more days. And with the training, I've given Poliwag and Spearow they should get stronger. I need Spearow to learn Aerial Ace and Poliwag to learn Hydro Pump to give them both an edge in battles. He thought to himself about the end goals of the training regiments he'd planned out for them, before glancing back to Scyther who was still clashing his blades against the metal poles, and hopefully his Scyther can learn Razor Wind, the likes of Air Slash, Night Slash and X-Scissor shouldn't be far away. He already has False Swipe down which will be useful if I need to catch other Pokémon. But he needs to increase his attack and get some long-range moves in order to keep him out of the thick of it. Both his defense and special defense are lacking, he's a fast-moving glass sword. We'll have to work on that too, he thought to himself before he turned and started to walk over to another area of the training ground that was clearly set up for the trainers to join their Pokémon in training. Time to work up a sweat, he thought to himself as he took off his shirt and shoes and began to get to work on his own physical conditioning. Time skip. It was only after a solid 4 hours of training that Mason finally called the training session to an end and recalled all of his team to their Pokeballs to let them rest before going inside to get himself a drink. The training session had been very beneficial as far as he was concerned. Dratini had finally managed to start to get Dragon Rage down. It was still weak and wouldn't be useful in battle for some time yet, but it showed great promise. Poliwag and Sparrow's training was showing great strides as well. Spearow was definitely a speed demon in the sky. He hadn't been hit once by Poliwag's attacks and Mason suspected that it wouldn't be long before it picked up Aerial Ace on its own. While Poliwag's water gun was coming a long way, it was looking a lot stronger, but he still suspected it would be a while before he would be able to use Hydro Pump. Scyther was also showing promise by the end of the 4 hours, that was clear from the thick thunks that he had slashed out of the wooden poles he'd been practicing on. Mason could tell that the Mantis Pokémon was determined to rise to his challenge and was taking to his training with passion, something that the other Pokémon on his team were respecting and that same respect was being returned. After getting a bottle of water from the vending machines, Mason returned to his room to take a quick shower and to plan what he was going to do next. He could see that his team's training was coming along well and that he suspected within a few more days Dratini would be strong enough to take on Brock's rock Pokémon himself. But he wasn't about to be that arrogant. He wasn't about to bank on one of his Pokémon winning it all for him because he plainly didn't know what strategy Brock would use. He knew Brock had 2 Pokémon on his team, his Geodude and Onix, but he didn't want to play Dratini right from the start because for all he knew Brock would start with Onix from the get-go and his Dragon Range trump card would be worthless. He also didn't want to put all his money on Poliwag either. Using Brock's one weakness against him seemed like a cheap move to him and he didn't want to insult him like that. The man may have been an absolute perverted dog, but he was still a DMN good trainer and he wasn't going to pull a cheap punch like that. Sure, if he actually lost the first time he'd come back the next day and give no quarter and use everything he had the second time, but as it stood now, he didn't plan on using Poliwag in his first gym battle. With thoughts of his future battle put to the side, Mason took out his notebook again and began to think of just what things he would need to get while he was out. Now that he was finally in a city on his own with cash to burn, he needed to get himself properly kitted out for life on the road and so began making a list. Sleeping bag, single tent, walking shoes, a couple of shirts and briefs, training clothes, a jacket and other clothes, a bag to carry all this. He began to mentally list as he continued to write down all of the things. After half an hour Mason had his list made up and he hoped that he had enough money to cover it all. He was very glad that it wasn't like the games where he'd have to fork out an endless stream of cash to keep stock on Pokeballs for catching Pokemon, seeing as the ball didn't break after a failed capture and could be used again. Though he had made a note in his book to check future cities to see about getting other Pokeballs than just the regular kind. With his list made up, Mason left his room and headed out into the city to begin searching the shops to get together his things and see everything this city had to offer. Now that he had time and privacy to get his sheet together, he wasn't about to waste it. Chapter 4. Cracking Rock with Strategy. It was several days after his arrival in Pewter City that Mason finally stood outside the Pewter City Gym. It was an intimidating sight. The large stone structure with the iron frame, a very impressive sight. It actually looked like the exterior of the building had been carved from solid stone. It had been a sight he had been looking forward to seeing finally, since he had arrived in the city a week ago and went out shopping for his new gear. Speaking of which he was now wearing. He had stuck with his black cargo briefs and replaced his trainers with some comfortable, padded, steel-toed hiking boots. He had also bought a number of vest shirts in different colors and was now wearing a plain white one underneath his new steel gray jacket. It went down to his hips and had a flared collar to protect his neck from the wind, and to complete his look he had even gotten a pair of fingerless black gloves for his hands. All in all, he thought he was looking very much like a badass. Though the expenses that day had left him somewhat lacking in the money department. Shaving off 2/3 of the money that he had, but he had gotten everything he needed out of the list, so it was money well spent. He hadn't seen any stickers for his Pokeballs, and none of the shops sold any of the other kinds of Pokeballs, but that didn't surprise him. He suspected that he'd have to go to a much larger city to get any of those. Mason looked up at the large structure one last time before he started forward towards the doors, confident that he and his team had put in enough training to win their upcoming battle. They had worked hard for the past week straight, training twice a day, for 8 hours total each day to really gain some results. And now it was time to put their training to the test. He put his hands on the doors and pushed them open as he walked into the dark interior of the gym. Even though it was dark inside, Mason was able to squint his eyes slightly and make out the white markings on the floor, for where the challenging trainer was meant to stand. Mason knew the layout of the gym's main floor and knew that just ahead was where the rock battlefield was brought out. He was not about to pull an Ash and look like a complete idiot having to run back to avoid the sliding field. No thank you. Mason smirked as he took his position before he called out in a professional voice, "My name is Mason Storm. I'm a trainer from Pallet Town, and I am here to challenge the Pewter City gym leader, Brock, for the Boulder Badge." Almost instantly the lights at the far end of the room flickered on and Mason could see Brock sitting cross-legged on a small platform. He could see that he looked exactly like he did in the anime. Tan skin and slightly narrow eyes, with a head of spiky black hair. An orange shirt and brown cargo briefs with a green vest jacket over the top. He looked to be about 18, so a couple of years older than most new trainers he would face here. "I am Brock of the Pewter City Gym, and I accept your challenge," he said as he jumped down from the platform. "Is this your first gym battle?" Mason nodded his head. "It is, but I've already taken the time to read the rules and regulations to expect for them." "What's the match set up here?" Brock gave a smirk and nodded before he snapped his fingers and the walls at the side of the room opened up as more lights flickered on and the rock field began to come together. "We'll each use 2 Pokémon, and only you are permitted to substitute Pokémon in this match." Brock explained as the field came together. "It's a pleasant surprise to face a challenger who actually reads up on the matches beforehand. It lets me know you're here to take this battle seriously," he said with a smirk. "Most trainers barge in here and make their challenges like some idiot not knowing the full extent of what to expect." Mason sighed. "Yeah, I know someone just like that, brash and doesn't think with his head half the time. He'll be in for a hard wake-up call one of these days," Mason said as the field finished forming. "Shall we get started then?" he asked as he grinned. Brock nodded with a grin of his own and tossed his Pokeball out into the rocky battlefield. "Go Geodude." Mason smirked and pulled his Pokédex out to do his reading on it as he flipped it open and pointed the camera towards it. Geodude, the rock Pokémon. Geodude has incredibly high defensive power, making it virtually resistant to any physical attacks. Mason nodded as he put his Pokédex away and took the 4th ball from his belt. "A strong start, let's see if I can match it," he said as he sized up his Pokeball and tossed it out. "Scyther, ready for battle." Scyther appeared out of its ball, its blades crossed in front of it before slashing the air, letting out a cry of "Scyther," apparently ready for a fight. Brock smirked from his side of the field in approval. "Your Scyther looks very well trained, Mason, but you do realize you're at a type disadvantage from the start of this, and that's going to cost you." Geodude, use Tackle. Mason smirked. "That's what you think, Scyther, use Agility to dodge." As Geodude went in for its attack, Scyther blurred and disappeared before it reappeared again across the battlefield. Geodude went to attack again, only for the same thing to happen as Scyther kept ahead of it as they danced around the rocky battlefield. Scyther's advanced speed appearing to be too much for Geodude to keep up with. "Keep it up, Geodude, try to pin it down," Brock commanded, getting just as frustrated with all the misses. "Perfect, I was right, rock Pokémon are heavy and thus slow-moving, Scyther has the advantage here," Mason thought to himself as he smirked. "Keep dodging, Scyther, get ahead of it and use Swords Dance," he commanded. Scyther disappeared once again as Geodude went for an attack and appeared far away this time as it crossed its blades and slashed the air, as it cried out a powerful cry. Brock's eyes widened a fraction. "Geodude, stop attacking and use Defense Curl, they're going to attack." Mason smirked as he let the move go unchallenged. He knew it would do next to no good. The training he'd put Scyther through over the past 5 days had been hard but extremely worth it. Its defenses may have been lacking but his speed and power were as high as he could get them in that time. Now with Swords Dance used once, there was no chance. "False Swipe," Mason ordered after watching the Defense Curl finish. Scyther nodded and blurred once again before appearing behind Geodude, its bladed arms by its side as it took 5 steps away from the small rock Pokémon. Geodude behind it shook for a moment before it fell to the ground with a thud on Scyther's 5th step, barely still conscious as it tried to pick itself up off the ground, failing to do so after the powerful attack. Brock's eyes widened again and he held out his Pokeball. "Geodude, return," he called as he returned Geodude in a stream of red light. "Why did you do that? Having your Pokémon use an attack that doesn't ever make the enemy Pokémon faint?" Brock asked, watching Mason carefully. "Because I didn't want to cause your Pokémon any more pain than necessary. This is a gym battle, not war," Mason replied. While it was true that he could have easily ordered Scyther to attack with a more powerful attack, he didn't see the need. He knew Brock's personality wouldn't allow his Pokémon to continue a battle if there was no hope and would only serve to injure his Pokémon further. He truly cared for his Pokémon. Brock nodded in respect. "I can see you are a good trainer, Mason. Caring towards Pokémon other than your own, you'll go far," he said as he took his next Pokeball off his belt, "but you first have to get by my next Pokémon, and that will be no easy task." "Go Onix," he called as he tossed his next Pokeball high and it opened mid-air and the large rock snake took to the battlefield with an intimidating roar. Mason looked up at the large rock snake with a smirk before he held out his Pokeball. "Scyther, return," he said as he called Scyther back in a red stream of light. Brock arched an eyebrow at the actions. "Why are you suching out? Scyther didn't take any damage in that last match." Mason nodded. "He didn't, but I don't want to leave my partner out of this match. You're sending out your best, so I'm doing the same," he said as he pulled the first Pokeball from his belt and called out, "Dratini, ready for battle." Brock's eyes actually widened fully at the sight of the small dragon Pokémon appearing on the battlefield. "A Dratini? That's a rather rare Pokémon you have there, and I can tell it's just as well trained as your Scyther. You train your Pokémon well." Mason smirked. "Thanks, but you may not be complimenting me when you lose," he said teasingly. Brock chuckled. "We'll see about that, Onix, don't give it a chance, use Rock Throw." "Irea!" Onix bellowed as it used its large body to rip rocks from the battlefield and threw them at the smaller Pokémon. "Dratini, show them your Twister," Mason ordered confidently. Dratini instantly threw back its head as the energy began to pour out of it, showing the extent of its past 5 days' training. The winds picked up instantly. A wind the strength of a small hurricane swirled around Dratini as the large rocks came at it, only to be caught by the wind and tossed in other directions. One even shattering and being torn to pieces on impact. Brock looked on amazed at the power the small dragon was showing while Mason smirked. Dratini had been pushing himself harder and harder every day to get stronger, and it was clearly showing. "Dratini, end this with Dragon Rage," Mason called out as the winds began to die down. Dratini wasted no time. As the winds began to settle, it already had its energy gathered in its mouth and with a loud cry let out a large purple ball of flames and sent it hurtling at high speed towards the large rock snake. Onix couldn't get out of the way in time and took the fireball right to the chin and was sent back before crashing to the ground from the impact of the attack, causing a small dust cloud to rise up from the landing. Mason smirked. There had been a reason that he had wanted Dratini to learn that move before he took on this gym. In the games, Dragon Rage caused a set amount of damage, which would negate Onyx's insanely high defense. One hit should have been more than enough to end this, and if not, Dratini was more than capable to dish out more, and he still had Scyther fresh if he needed him. Mason was more than confident in his battle strategy and the training he had put his team through to prepare them for this. But it was clear the second the dust settled that more wasn't needed. As Onyx lay still with its eyes closed, the battle was over. Regaining his bearings from his shock, Brock raised his Pokeball and returned his Pokémon to its ball with a sigh before smirking as he looked over at Mason and began to clap. As he did so, the field began to retract, clearing a path for him to walk over to him. "Very well done," Brock praised as he approached. "I definitely didn't expect that. You've trained your Pokémon very well indeed, and it's clear that they respond to you well," he said as he reached him and took out a badge from the top pocket of his vest jacket. "You've more than earned this," he said, presenting Mason with the Boulder badge. Mason took it with a smile and nodded his head to Brock. "Thank you, that was a great battle." Brock smiled. "I should be the one saying that to you. I haven't had a battle that was that one-sided in a long time." "Thanks, we've been training all week in preparation for it. I figured you'd be tough with all the trainers you have to battle." "You didn't disappoint," Mason smirked. "Thanks, but I really wasn't that great, especially considering we never even landed a hit. You really utilized your Pokémon's moves well to keep them from getting hurt," Brock commented. Mason nodded. "Yeah, it's a trick that I picked up from watching some other trainers," he commented, and it was true. He'd been watching a lot of battles from later in the anime series, and there was so much more to it all than what could be done in the video games. Attacking moves could be used as shields or deflection moves if used right. Dratini's Twister was just one of them. They just had to be strong enough to deflect stronger attacks. And this was just the start of the strategies that Mason had spent the last number of weeks working on. Well, it definitely worked. "I was right before. You will definitely go far. Good luck on your journey, Mason," Brock said as he held out his hand. Mason took it with a nod before he turned and walked out of the gym, a smile on his face. 1 down, 7 to go, he thought to himself as he left. Scene break. As Mason entered the Pewter City Pokémon Center again, he reached into the inner pocket of his coat and took out the metallic badge case that he had purchased while he was out the first day and placed the Boulder badge inside it. He had thought about pinning them to the inside of his jacket like Ash had done in the first season of the anime, but had decided against it. It looked a little unprofessional in his opinion. Putting the case away, he walked over to the phones, remembering the promise that he had made the professor to call him after he had won his first badge and intended to keep that promise. It was only a couple of seconds before the professor's face was on the screen after he had sat down. "Hello my lad, how are things going? Have you challenged the Pewter Gym yet?" Oak asked with a smile. "I just got back from the battle, Professor," Mason said as he took out the badge case and opened it to show the badge inside. "I won without any trouble at all." "Splendid, I knew you'd do well. I take it that means your training has been progressing well?" Oak asked with a large smile. Mason nodded as he slipped the badge case away again. "It is." Dratini finally managed to get Dragon Rage down, on the 4th day of training. Scyther was able to learn Razor Wind on the same day. Poliwag's water gun strength is getting stronger by the day. It won't be long until it learns Hydro Pump, I hope. And Spearow has learned a new move that we're calling Aerial Ace. Oak's eyes seemed to bulge when he heard the last part. "A new move, you say? Can you describe it to me?" he asked, sounding like a kid at Christmas. Mason nodded. "It's a high-speed aerial attack that has yet to miss. Spearow moves at high speed and gathers energy around him that seems to let him cut through the air much faster and with force as he attacks, sort of like an airborne quick attack," he explained. It would seem that his hypothesis was correct. Later generation moves weren't known about in the earlier series, so if he was going to use them he'd have to pass them off as new moves that he'd developed in training. Oak seemed to get more excited the more he heard. "That sounds incredible my lad. A new move like that is something that rarely comes along. This just proves that there is still so much about Pokémon that we don't know. Absolutely astounding." Mason smirked. "I'm sure that we'll discover more as time goes on. the more we train the more we'll find out. Indeed, my lad. Oak nodded sagely. Now tell me, has Ash and Misty managed to catch up with you yet? It's been a week now. Mason shook his head. Not yet, Professor, but I'll be giving it 3 more days before I move on to the next city. Since I challenged the gym early, I don't want to waste too much time before I head to Cerulean City next. Oak nodded. Yes, that is understandable. You can't let others slow you down when you are ready to move on, he said in agreement. It's commendable that you've already waited as long as you have. Sacrificing your valuable traveling time as you are. Mason nodded before glancing over to the door as it opened as a group of trainers came in, and he smirked. It won't be much of a sacrifice, Professor. The beds in the center are comfortable, and these next 3 days will provide me time to challenge the local trainers to battles to see about gaining some money back after buying my supplies. Plus I have some more planning to do, so it won't go to waste, he smirked. Oak laughed. I see, never one to waste an opportunity, a good mindset to have. Well, I won't keep you from your endeavors. I'll talk to you again soon, my lad. Mason nodded. Thanks, Professor. I'll keep you updated on any new moves that I and my team discover during training. Much appreciated, my lad. Thank you, Oak said before they ended the call. Hanging up the receiver, Mason stood up and eyed the backs of the local trainers, as they gathered in the lounge area, like a predator eyeing up his prey. Oh yes, he wasn't about to let any opportunity go to waste. Time skip. It was later in the evening as Mason relaxed in his room in the Pokémon Center. It had been a very productive day. There had been 8 battles, all rather short, but nonetheless profitable. He'd made his challenge to all of them openly, betting half of his remaining cash in each battle as long as they could match his wager. What had proceeded after that was an all-out beatdown. As one after another, each of them had lost to his team as he proceeded to demolish them. They hadn't even proven to be slightly challenging, and now his money problems were sorted as he had over 5,000 Poké in cash to keep him in the green for when he traveled to Cerulean City. He was even considering buying himself a bike in the next city if they weren't too expensive, but something was telling him that they were. But right now he had other things on his mind. Glancing over, he looked at Spearo's Pokeball on the bedside table, next to the rest of his Pokeballs. He frowned. He hadn't exactly thought about it much. But he had realized during his training just some of the things he might have changed from the canon series by catching that Spearow. It was meant to play a part later in the series, and now that would change. Mason didn't exactly care about changing the canon. He was content to just roll with it and explore the world that he had been dropped in and to have fun. To live the dream that many probably had when they watched the series. But now he was wondering what other things he would end up changing from canon by just his presence here. Hell, just the different ages of the characters could change things. He knew all about the butterfly effect and how just the smallest of changes could cause huge dramatic changes down the line, and now he was wondering if he should actively play a role in changing things or if he should just roll with the punches and continue on as he was doing. He truthfully didn't know the answer to that. At first he had wanted to try to keep things the same, like when he hadn't taken one of the starters as his own, but now if he was honest with himself, he didn't really care all that much. So what if he changed some small things here and there? If it caused a mess later on, then he'd just have to clean it up. If something was meant to happen, then it would still happen, the world would sort itself out. Though he did have his mind set on trying to mature Ash some. Honestly, he had finished rewatching the first season during his stay at the Watcher's hut, and he found himself wanting to scream. Out of all the badges in the first region, Ash had only properly earned about half of them, the rest he had gotten out of luck or sympathy. It was no wonder his Charizard didn't listen to him when it mattered the most in the semi-finals of the Pokémon League. It was meant to be his ace in the hole, his strongest Pokémon, but with only 4 legitimate badges. There was no way it would listen to him, especially after he considered how it had treated it right after evolving. Ash was a clueless nitwit, and Mason planned to give him a hard lesson to get him on track and make him realize that if he wanted to be a proper trainer he'd have to put in some work. He was half tempted to go ahead of Ash when that happened and save Charmander himself and get him on his team. But he nixed that idea immediately. Charizard played too much of an integral part of Ash's team in the early generations, and later on, taking it for himself could really mess things up. Plus he wanted Ash as his rival. After all, an actual proper challenge would have been nice. Taking Charizard from him would completely toss that out the window. True, he could go after Gary, and probably still would, but he knew Gary flaked out to become a professor like his grandfather later down the line. And there was no way he was going to wait until he got to Sinnoh for Paul to become his rival. That was 10 whole seasons away. Screw that sheet. Mason smirked. Having Ash as his rival would be interesting later on when he actually started to take things seriously. But for now, he was getting ahead of himself. He still had 7 more gym badges here in Kanto to collect, and then there would be the whole Indigo League to face. So those would be his goals for the time being. 1. Make Ash take his job as a trainer seriously so that he would have some good competition in the future. 2. Collect all next 7 Kanto gym badges and enter the Indigo League. 3. Mop the floor with all the competition and top the league. And while doing all that, he would enjoy his travels, build and train his team into badasses, and generally enjoying life as a trainer on the road. Rinse, lather, repeat for the next number of leagues. Yep, that sounded like a good plan to him. Time skip. It was 3 days later when Mason was just coming out of his room and walking to the main entrance hall of the Pokémon Center. He had finished his training for the morning and was planning to spend the next couple hours relaxing. He knew that Ash and Misty were more than likely going to arrive later that day. So it was a bit of a shock when he walked out to find them both standing just inside the door in front of the poster that was advertising the Indigo Pokémon League. "Can you do that, Ash?" Mason heard Misty teasing him, doubting he had what it took. "Of course I can, you just watch." Ash rebuffed, annoyed at her tone. Mason arched an eyebrow. Apparently, 10 days in the forest hadn't done their attitudes much good. They were both still arguing like children. Ha ha ha. A dry chuckle from a man walking over to the pair, and Mason glanced to the man he instantly knew was Flint, Brock's deadbeat of a father who failed as a trainer and didn't have the ball to come home and admit it. "Don't tell me you actually plan on facing Brock." "Funny joke, kid." Mason smirked as he walked over. "Yeah, real funny. He could beat him all right, maybe in a few years," he said, announcing himself. "What took you so long? I've been waiting here 10 days for you two to find your way out of that forest." "Mason?" Misty said, shocked as she looked at him, not recognizing him at first. "Is that you?" she asked, looking at him in his new clothes. Mason smirked. "Yep, finally got a chance to do some clothes shopping. You like?" "I'll say, you really clean up good." Misty complimented him before Ash butted in. "And just what is that supposed to mean? A few years? If he's so tough, why don't you face him then?" Ash challenged him, his fists clenched by his side. Mason just smirked as he fished his badge case out of his inside pocket. "I did," he said as he opened it, showing the single badge inside it. "I challenged him and won 3 days ago. I've been waiting around for you two to catch up before I moved on," he explained. Flint seemed to gawk seeing the badge. "Impressive. Not many trainers who are from around these parts can beat Brock. You must be a pretty good trainer," he commented. Mason nodded as he slipped his badge case away. "I am," he said before looking over to Ash. "I trained, and strategized, for 7 days straight until I was confident enough that my team could handle a gym battle." "Oh wow, you must have been training pretty hard if you were able to challenge and win inside a week," Misty praised, clearly impressed. Mason nodded. "Twice a day, for 4 hours each session. My team has improved a lot in a week," he smirked. "I played to my Pokémon strengths, improving their best qualities, and learned some new moves that won it for us," he said before looking to Ash. "If you plan to face Brock, I suggest that you train as you are now. He'll mop the floor with you without even trying," he said before turning to walk towards the door, hoping that that would be enough to light a fire under Ash's, but to get him to take things seriously. Time skip. When Mason returned from his little stroll around the city to relax, he found both Ash and Misty in the cafeteria having lunch, but neither had spotted him come in. "I can't believe that, Flint," and Mason, "thinking that I can't win a battle," Ash growled as he ate his rice. "But Mason does have a point, Ash. Gym leaders are much tougher than your average trainer. They face multiple battles a day. They have to be strong to challenge people who want their badges." Misty countered before taking a drink. Just look at how hard Mason had to train before he finally challenges for the badge. It sounds like he put in a lot of work before he finally thought himself ready. But that's him, he's been here all this time, while I've been out in the forest. I bet he hasn't even faced one other trainer other than that gym leader. I'm way tougher than him, Ash stated. I could win in that gym no problem. I mean, come on, we both became trainers on the exact same day, he can't be better than me. Mason's fists were clenched by his side, he'd heard enough. Is that a fact? Mason stated as he announced himself. You think you're better than me? Then tell me this, how many books on Pokémon have you read? How many hours did you spend studying the Pokémon you were going to train? How many hours have you spent in intense training with your Pokémon since you got them? And I don't mean just making them train, I mean actually getting into exercising yourself. How many battles have you won? Pokémon you have caught? Because I can bet that I've got done more in every part of that than you. Ash stood up. For your information, I didn't read any books, I watched documentaries on the television, he said as he puffed up his chest, and I've won my fair share of battles. I defeated a samurai trainer in the forest, you just weren't there to see it. Misty burst out giggling when the samurai battle was mentioned. You may have won the first round on pure luck, but then you two idiots pitted Metapod against Metapod, and that battle had no real winner. It went on for hours. Ash grumbled at that before glaring at Mason. And as for Pokémon, I now have 3, just as many as you have, so you can't be a better trainer than me. Mason glared at him. Actually, I now have 4 Pokémon, I caught one on the way out of the forest. And all of them are better trained than yours. Evident by my single gym badge to your none, he stated firmly. Did you use Poliwag in the battle with Brock? Misty asked curiously. Mason shook his head. I didn't. I wanted to win without a type advantage, and I did. Misty whistled impressed. Well, that settles it, she said before turning to Ash. He's a much better trainer than you are. No, he's not. Ash snapped as he slammed his hands on the table. I was able to evolve my Caterpie into a Butterfree in 2 days. I bet none of his Pokémon are as strong as mine. I'm the better trainer. Mason sighed. There's one simple way to settle this matter to determine who the better trainer is, he said before pointing his finger at Ash. I challenge you to a Pokémon battle, 3-on-3, since that's all you have, and to make things interesting, I say we make a wager on the battle. That after-out battle, the loser has to pay for the next 3 meals all 3 of us have, he challenged, knowing there was no way Ash would turn down the chance to battle or the added incentive of 3 free meals out of it. Besides, it would only help his pocketbook. Misty smirked. Fine by me, I get free meals, either way, she chirped happily, pleased that Mason had included her in their little bet. You're on. Ash said as he stepped out from behind the table. Good, let's go. Mason said as he turned and began to lead Ash the front of the Pokémon Center with Misty following them both. Oh, he was looking forward to this. Chapter 5. Beat down and traveling. Mason led Ash out to the front of the Pokémon Center where there was a large open space. Ash stopped several meters away from the front of the door and Mason continued forward, putting a fair bit of distance between them before he turned and gave Ash a hard glare showing he was taking this seriously, something that Ash tried to return. Misty walked over to the side, giving them a lot of space for their battle. Don't be too hard on him, Mason, Misty called, looking forward to seeing this battle. That was when passers-by started to take notice and many stopped to watch the battle that was about to begin. The trainers that Mason had beaten 3 days before happened to be passing by as well and stopped to watch. Yo, you don't want to battle this guy, he'll mop the floor with you, one of them called to Ash. Just give up now, or you're gonna get creamed, another added, making Ash clench his teeth in anger at how everyone was telling him he was going to lose. Mason just smirked at the scene but knew that Ash wasn't going to back down, not with both his pride and free meals on the line. Shut up, I can beat him, was Ash's retort as he reached for his Pokeball from his belt. The trainers just shrugged. Oh well, we tried to warn him, his funeral, they muttered to themselves as Ash tossed his Pokeball into the air. The Pokeball opened wide and Pidgeotto flew out, taking to the air and doing a loop before coming around and flapping its wings, sending up a slight gust of wind that caught the bottom of Mason's coat, causing it to flap as he stood there smirking. "I see you got a good catch in the forest, Ash. That Pidgeotto looks impressive," he said as he took his third Pokeball from his belt and sized it up, "but looks aren't important in Pokémon battles," he said before tossing his own ball into the air. "Spearow, ready for battle," he called as the ball opened and Spearow soared out of the ball and took to the skies with much more speed than Pidgeotto. "It doesn't matter, we'll still win this. Pidgeotto is way stronger than your Spearow, show them Pidgeotto, use Whirlwind," Ash called out as Pidgeotto began to WHP up a strong wind as it beat its wings hard towards Mason and Spearow. Mason sighed, "Spearow, dodge it, go straight up and get above Pidgeotto," he commanded as Spearow obeyed and shot up with speed, avoiding the winds like they weren't even there, and shot high into the sky above Pidgeotto. "What the?" Ash said, eyes wide, barely able to follow Spearow's movements as he looked up. "What speed?" Misty commented from the sidelines in awe. Mason chuckled, "Spearow, show them what a real flying type move can do, aerial ace, on repeat." Mason called out the command, knowing this would end it before it got started. It was a combo that they had been practicing as one of his strategies. While the rules of a Pokémon battle said that trainers have to take a turn about giving out commands, there's nothing to say that the moves can't be repeated. Sure, it came with its risks, but Mason was confident that at this moment that Spearow was in the clear. As soon as the command was given, Spearow's eyes glinted as it eyed Pidgeotto and took off into a nosedive and shot down with high speed as its energy gathered around it and it shot past the larger bird Pokémon. Its attack hitting its mark before Spearow turned sharply in midair and attacked again, and again and again, as the bombardment of attacks repeated over and over, the repeating attacks hitting their mark each time. It was only after the fifth shot that Pidgeotto finally fainted before falling to the ground, its eyes swirling as its wings lay out by its side spread eagle. "Pidgeotto!" Ash called, unable to comprehend what he had just seen. Spearow had been so fast, Pidgeotto couldn't do anything against the smaller bird Pokémon. "Unbelievable," Misty said, her eyes wide as she watched from the sidelines. Spearow flew to Mason after its attack finished, who had his arm stretched out for Spearow to land on as he brought the small bird Pokémon in to gently slide its feathers. "Good job, Spearow, very well done," he praised the small bird, who seemed to preen under his praise. Mason's eyes went to Ash as he returned, "Pidgeotto, that is what intense speed and maneuvering training can do, Ash. From what I can tell, you caught that Pokémon already evolved. You have no idea of its capabilities or overall experience. That's the trouble with catching already evolved Pokémon. It may seem like a great idea, but if you don't learn what the Pokémon's capabilities are before you use it in battle, you won't be able to command it to the best of its abilities," Mason said as he brought up Spearow's Pokeball and returned the small bird to its ball. Ash was gritting his teeth in anger as he put Pidgeotto's ball away. "We'll show you, go Butterfree," he called as he took another ball from his belt and tossed it into the air as it opened and the rather appealing butterfly Pokémon came out. Mason sighed as he returned Spearow's Pokeball to his belt and took up the fourth ball. "Have it your way then, you'll just have to learn the hard way," he said before tossing the other ball out. "Scyther, ready for battle." As Scyther appeared from its ball with its blades at the ready, the gathered crowd began to gasp and mutter at the sight of the rare and strong-looking Pokémon. Ash pointed his finger. "When did you get that?" Amazement and confusion in his voice as he looked in awe at the mantis Pokémon. Mason smirked. "On my way out of the Viridian forest, when I was out looking for a bug Pokémon to add to my team, found him in a clearing, or rather he found me," Mason said with a grin. "He's actually one of the two I used in my battle at the Pewter gym, won his fight without even a scratch on him." "You're about to see the difference between out-training methods, Ash." Ash growled. "Yeah, we are. Go Butterfree, put that thing to sleep with sleep powder," he ordered as Butterfree took off towards Scyther as the shimmering green dust began to fall from its wings. "As if we'd allow such a simple and direct attack," Mason said with annoyance in his tone. "Scyther up into the air and avoid the powder." Scyther obeyed and in a second its wings were out as it flew up into the air, shot behind Butterfree with speed. "What?" Ash said in shock, clearly not understanding how outclassed his Pokémon was. "It's fast too," Misty said from the side of the area as she and the crowd watched on. Scyther, end this with false swipe. Mason ordered and Scyther complied. Its bladed arms a blur as it moved with speed as it shot past the delicate butterfly Pokémon and landed on the ground. Butterfree stilled in the air as Scyther landed before soundlessly falling to the ground as it was greatly damaged from the attack, but regardless of that it slowly started to get up struggling to do so. Ash smirked, "Ha, it's not that strong, Butterfree can still go on," he said stupidly only to get glares from some of the trainers and other watching on, as Misty facepalmed. "Ash you idiot, false swipe is a move that will never make a Pokémon faint in battle, Mason used it so as not to cause Butterfree any real damage." Misty yelled at the clueless idiot. "Wah, who?" Ash stated confused before looking to Mason as he recalled his Scyther. "Of course I don't want to cause your Pokémon any real damage, Ash, this isn't meant to hurt them," Mason stated coldly, "it's meant as a wake-up call for you, their trainer, to get your head out of your butt and start acting like a real trainer." "I am a real trainer." Ash responded angrily. "Bullshit." Mason snapped, "No you're not, you're just a kid acting like a trainer. You claim that you want to be a Pokémon MSTR but you don't want to put the work in. You claim to be the better of the two of us, but yet look at how I'm trouncing your sorry but all through this battle. You need a reality check, and I'm going to be the one to give it to you, even if that means I have to thrash you in this match so bad that it hurts to watch," he stated as he reached to his belt and unclipped his first ball and sized it up. "Now come on, this is a match of 3, let's finish this." With that Mason tossed his ball out between them with a call of, "Dratini, ready for battle," as the ball opened and his small dragon partner took the field with a cry of, "Dratini." The crowd hummed and had, at the sight of the rare dragon Pokémon as Ash clenched his fists in anger. "Fine then, Pikachu let's go," he called as Pikachu ran out to face Dratini. Mason hardened his gaze as he looked at the matchup, inside he was conflicted on how to proceed. He wanted to smack Ash around the head and make him grow up already to take things seriously, but obviously, the other team was too thick-headed to get the message. He didn't want to go all out against Pikachu. He had enjoyed watching the small Pokémon and Ash travel as a kid but he knew he would have to if he wanted any chance at getting through to Ash. "Pikachu, use Thunder Shock," Ash ordered seeing that Mason wasn't taking the first attack. Mason remained silent and simply watched as Pikachu released the electrical attack on Dratini who didn't move at the attack hit him square on. The crowd gasped and Ash grinned when he finally landed an attack but that grin faded as the attack stopped to reveal Dratini looking completely unharmed. "What?" Mason scowled, "Do you honestly think that an attack of that strength is even going to phase my Dratini after the amount of training we've put in?" Mason stated firmly, "I haven't just been having my Pokémon train by themselves. Every hour in our training sessions I have them take a 5-minute break before sparring with each other, swapping sparring partners every 10 minutes to help them build up their battle experience. They train with each other and grow stronger evenly. Your Pikachu's attack in comparison to any of my Pokémon's attacks is nothing," Mason stated coldly, "and you're about to see that strength right now. Dratini, use Twister, launch Pikachu straight up." Dratini nodded before once more letting out a cry as its eyes began to glow and the winds whipped around it and shot at Pikachu in full force, catching the small yellow Pokémon and tossing it skyward on Dratini's command. "Wah, Pikachu," Ash said as he watched his partner get tossed into the air. "And now we end this, Dragon Rage," Mason commanded, his tone as cold as steel. Hearing that Ash's eyes widened, "Pikachu, try to counter it with Thunder Shock," he called up desperately. Dratini's eyes stopped glowing as it gathered the energy in its mouth as the purple flames grew. Pikachu started charging electricity as it began falling and they both released their attacks at the same time, but the difference in power was clear for all to see. The Dragon Rage shot skyward and met the electrical current and was barely phased as it continued to its target. Both Ash and Pikachu's eyes were wide as it made contact. Pikachu let out a cry as the impact of the attack caused a small explosion in mid-air, covering Pikachu in smoke. The crowd let out a gasp at the power of the attack before Pikachu broke through the cloud of smoke as it began to fall again. "Pikachu!" Ash yelled as he ran forward to catch his partner in his arms before he hit the ground. Misty, worried, also ran over to check on Pikachu and Ash as the small electrical Pokémon was knocked out in his arms. Mason let out a sigh as he slowly walked forward and knelt by Dratini and gently stroked its head. "Sorry you had to be that rough with him, buddy, but Ash needed this wake-up call. He needs to take being a trainer seriously if he's going to get better." Dratini looked up to Mason and gave a nod and a little "dra" as he nudged his hand with his head. Mason smirked. "Thanks, buddy," he said before he took out his Pokeball and returned his partner to it before standing up and walking over to Ash, Misty, and Pikachu. Ash was cradling Pikachu in his arms, worry evident on his face. Misty was looking concerned also, and Mason couldn't help but feel bad. "Here," he said as he reached into one of the pockets on his briefs and took out a super potion. "This should help," he said as he gently began applying the super potion to Pikachu. It was only a couple of sprays, but it was almost instantly that Pikachu began to recover, and once the bottle was empty, Pikachu was looking as good as new. "Ah, Pikachu," Ash said as he hugged his partner. Misty smiled at the scene before looking to Mason. "That was nice of you," she said with a warm smile. Mason nodded. "Of course," he said before looking to Ash. "I meant what I said before, this battle wasn't out of malice, no matter how rough I was being with your Pokémon. It was meant as a wake-up call for you, Ash. I did it to get my point across to you. We'll both be taking on the League Challenge. That means we'll be battling against trainers with a lot more experience than us. We're talking hundreds if not thousands of battles under their belts, who specialize in their types of Pokémon. If you want any chance of winning those badges, properly," Mason mentally added, "then you are going to have to train and work for them. You'll need to study, plan and train. You can't just wing it and hope for the best, otherwise you're just going to get your butt handed to you, a lot worse than what I just gave you, and your Pokémon will be the ones paying for your stupidity and laziness. They won't hold back like I just did," he stated. Ash only just nodded as he looked down, his hat shading his eyes as he listened to Mason's words. Misty looked between them and smiled a little sadly as she saw how Ash was taking this all in and gave him a nudge. "I hope you've learned a valuable lesson here, Ash. Mason's only trying to help you." After a moment Ash looked up and Mason could see the fire in his eyes as he nodded. "Yeah, thanks Mason, that was a good battle. I think I'm going to train more from now on to become as strong as you are, and plan before going into a battle. If I just go in without a plan, my Pokémon will just get hurt." Mason smirked and nodded, happy that Ash was at least starting to show some proper determination, though he wasn't sure how long that would last for. "Good, and hopefully you learned one more thing from this," he said with a grin as he slapped Ash on the shoulder. "Not to make stupid bets. You now owe me and Misty our next 3 meals, I hope you can afford it," he said cheerfully as Ash face planted on the ground and Misty giggled. Apparently, in the heat of the battle, Ash had forgotten about the bet they had made. Time skip. It was the next day that both Mason and Ash stood next to each other smiling as they watched their Pokémon train together out in the training area the Pokémon Center had for trainers to use. Mason had taken some time the evening after their battle to come up with a training plan for Ash's Pokémon to work on along with another that they could work on alongside his own so they could all benefit. Spearow and Pidgeotto were having mid-air combat practice dodging the others' attacks in between doing laps to build their speed and stamina. Spearow had the upper hand, but Pidgeotto wasn't slacking and was doing everything it could to keep up with the smaller bird as they flew high above, Spearow's smaller form allowing it to turn faster as they followed a specific course that Mason had set out beforehand. Butterfree was training with Poliwag, and they were training just as Poliwag and Spearow had been training in the days before Mason had challenged the gym, with Butterfree dodging Poliwag's water guns, though Mason could tell that Poliwag was holding back a lot given how slowly he was firing his attacks to give Butterfree a chance to dodge them. Scyther, Dratini, and Pikachu were all over at the target area, each training to increase the power of their attacks, Dratini with Dragon Rage, Pikachu with Thundershock and Scyther with Vacuum Wave, the attacks pounding away at the heavy-duty sheet metal as they kept at it. And that wasn't all Mason had planned. He had planned out an obstacle course for Pikachu to help with his speed, and a flying exercise sets for both Butterfree and Pidgeotto to help them both for when they needed to change it up. Ash was grinning. "This is awesome, keep it up guys," he called to his Pokémon, At first he had been reluctant to join Mason in his training, but after he had explained everything out and how each exercise would help his Pokémon improve, he had decided to go along with it, the crushing defeat he had suffered through the day before still fresh in his mind. Mason smirked before he walked over to a bag that he had brought out and lifted a pair of something out of it. "Hey Ash, think fast," he called and tossed them to him. Ash turned when his name was called and caught what was tossed at him before looking down confused at the pair of boxing gloves in his hands. "What are these?" he began to ask before he gave a yelp and ducked as Mason threw a right hook towards him, wearing a pair of gloves of his own. "You didn't think it was only the Pokémon that trained during training, did you? If you want to command your Pokémon's respect, you have to show them that you are with them through everything, that includes training," Mason said as Ash hurried to get the gloves on. "When they are improving themselves, so are you," he added before throwing another punch that Ash dodged again as he fumbled with his gloves and Mason capitalized. Time skip. Ash groaned as he held a bag of ice to his jaw as he gave Mason a death glare across the table from him as the other boy took a drink from a bottle of water. Misty giggled. "You sure did a number on him," she said before smirking to Ash. "Bet you're glad that those gloves were padded," she teased only to get a death glare of her own in response. Mason smirked as he stopped drinking. It was a good first day's training. Ash just needs to work on his guard a bit more and stop being so predictable with where he's dodging to, he smirked. "You didn't have to hit so hard," Ash said with a wince from his jaw, his ears still ringing. "No pain, no gain," Mason just commented back before taking another sip of water. "I expect you to keep this training up on your own, tomorrow after I leave." "You're leaving already?" Misty asked, a little disappointment seeping through in her tone. Mason nodded. "Yeah, I've only been hanging around to wait on you too. I was going to leave yesterday, but then I decided to stick around and help Ash get started. Now that that's done, I need to be hitting the road. I'll be leaving first thing tomorrow morning, bound for Cerulean City and a battle with the 3 sensational sisters," he said, knowing that would get Misty's attention. And it did. Misty seemed to stiffen slightly at the mention of the sisters, but Ash completely missed it and asked, "Who are they?" Mason smirked as he relaxed back in his seat. "The sensational sisters are the gym leaders in Cerulean City. They are meant to be water Pokémon specialists, or at least that's what I've heard," he explained. "I don't know how one gym can have 3 gym leaders, but I'll be looking forward to finding out when I battle them." "Do you have to go so soon?" "We only just caught back up with you," Misty asked, trying to ignore the talk about her sisters. Mason shook his head. "I've spent enough time here, I need to be moving on. If I want to keep getting stronger, I can't stay stagnant for too long," he said with a sigh. "But don't worry, I'll hang about Cerulean City for a few days and give you 2 a chance to catch up, but don't expect me to wait forever. I'll just have to train hard and beat this Brock quickly, then won't I?" Ash said with a grin, only to wince again from the pain in his jaw. Mason smirked. "Don't go challenging him too soon, you still need more training," he warned honestly. He knew Ash was nowhere near ready for beating Brock yet. Misty smirked. "Don't worry, I'll make sure he sticks to his training, he won't slack off with me around." Mason sighed and nodded. "Good, but make sure to pace yourself, Ash. Remember, it's not a race, and you never know, I could get swept at the next gym and need to take another week to train before I can beat the sisters. So take as long as you need, don't go putting your Pokémon in a tight spot just because you tried to rush things." Ash just nodded and Mason got up from the table. "Well, I'm going to go take a shower now, I'll catch you 2 around," he said before standing up and leaving them to their business as he went to his room. Time skip. It was early the next morning as Mason left his room, his tech bag on his back and a medium-sized gym bag slung over his right shoulder, as Dratini lay across his left nestled against his neck, a position the small dragon had begun taking over the past couple of days whenever it was out of its Pokeball and not doing anything else. Mason didn't see anything wrong with it and so had decided to let Dratini stay out for when he was traveling on his own to give him company while on the road. As he approached the front door of the Pokémon Center ready to take his leave, he paused as he heard footsteps behind him and turned to see Misty coming out of the corridor where the bedrooms were. "I just came to see you off," Misty said as she stood with one of the center's dressing gowns pulled closed over what looked to be a loose t-shirt and pajama shorts that showed off her lovely legs that Mason had to keep himself from looking at. "Chances are it will be a while before we catch up, Ash needs a lot of work." Mason smirked. true, but with you making sure that he's putting some effort into things it may go a lot quicker, he said with a smile. I'll be sure to tell your sisters that you said hello. That made Misty tense and swallow. What do you mean, sisters? She asked as she looked a little worried. Mason gave her a friendly smile. I'm not as slow as Ash is Misty, I figured it out. There aren't many trainers around these parts that specialize in just one type of Pokémon, he explained, plus I've heard all about the 4 Waterflower sisters. I'm assuming that's why you left your hometown to journey alone. To get out of your older sister's shadows? Misty seemed to frown before she sighed. Yes, growing up, everyone always talked about how appealing my sisters were, how skilled they were and how talented they were. I could never compete with them. I was the youngest, always thought of last, if at all. I would never be as appealing as them or ever match up to them in skill, she said, her voice shaking a little as she talked about her sisters. That's not true, Mason said back in retort, his voice hard with certainty. He had never liked how Misty had always been treated like a side act in comparison to her airhead sisters. In truth, he wanted to spend as short a time in Cerulean City as possible. He detested bimbos like them. It was true they may have been good-looking, but that was only skin deep as far as he was concerned. I may have never met your sisters, but I have met you. I don't care how appealing or skilled they may be, as far as I'm concerned you're 10 times better in every way that they could ever be. Misty looked at Mason in shock before turning her head away in an attempt to hide a blush that spread across her cheeks at how he spoke about her. Why, you think so? Mason nodded with a smile. I know so. Don't doubt yourself, Misty, you're better than that, he said, getting a cry of "Dra" from Dradney on his shoulder in agreement. Misty nodded, still blushing. Thanks, Mason, that means a lot, she said, not daring to look at him, never having anyone talk about her like that before. Mason smirked. I'm only speaking the truth, he said before turning. Anyway, I'll see you and Ash in Cerulean City. I expect to see big improvements in him by the time you two catch up, he said as the doors opened. Misty smirked as she looked at him walk away. Don't worry, I'll WHP that slacker into shape, she said. As a fire burned in her eyes. Mason chuckled as he continued walking. I pity him already, he called back as the doors of the center closed. Misty stood there looking at the doors for a few moments more, her smile still on her lips as Mason's words still rung in her ears. He had such confidence in her, such faith. She wouldn't let him down. Turning, she walked back toward the bedrooms as the smile she had settled into something more soft and content as she went back to get a couple more hours of sleep before beginning Ash's torture. Training session. Scene break. After leaving the center, it took Mason another 4 hours before he finally found the next stop on his journey. Mt. Moon. It wasn't as big as Mason had expected it to be from the anime. Then again, he didn't know what to expect. The mountain was nothing more than an oversized hill, definitely not mountain material. Sure, it was covered in trees and had steep ridges that would make it next to impossible to cross over without the right kind of training and gear, but it wasn't all that big. He had found the entrance to the cave rather easily enough. With the path leading up to it through the trees, it wasn't that difficult to spot after finally reaching the area. As he approached the cave entrance, he sighed with relief. He wasn't seeing any Pokémon in distress or any signs of lights inside the cave system. He knew that in the anime, by the time that Ash, Brock and Misty came around this part of their journey, that Team Rocket had found the cave and had begun their whole operation to find the rare and valuable moonstones inside the cave, stringing lights up all over the inside of the cave and causing all sorts of trouble for the Pokémon inside. Mason had to sigh, grateful that he wouldn't have to deal with those idiots himself, and even more grateful that it appeared that he wouldn't be meeting that weirdo scientist Seymour. The representation of him in the anime annoyed him, so he was pretty sure he didn't want to meet his real-life counterpart. Looking into the cave once more, he saw that it was pretty dark inside. It was a good thing he wasn't really afraid of the dark or of confined spaces, otherwise, this was going to be annoying. Kneeling, he slung his second bag off his shoulder and took out a flashlight, grateful that he had gotten it ahead of time before coming here, and flicked it on as he began to make his way into and through the cave system of Mt. Moon. As Mason walked, he began to think to himself, wondering if he had done the right thing back at the center by beating Ash like that. Had he been right to do so? Yes, the idiot needed his head pulled out of his butt and given a dose of reality. But Mason was more concerned about what the possible repercussions of that battle could be. He'd only just thought about it the last evening before he went to sleep. If Ash really did take his advice and train properly, while that may have been good for him right then, it could cause problems later. If he was able to beat Brock on his first try, then Brock wouldn't be likely to join up with Ash on his journey, and if that was the case then Ash was really screwed. Brock was the brains of that trio. Perverted perhaps. But still. Mason let out a sigh. He could worry about that later. If the universe wanted Brock to travel with Ash and later to achieve his dreams, then it would still happen some way or another. He couldn't be worrying about that now. Right now I have more important things to worry about. Mason thought to himself as he stopped, as he aimed his light ahead, showing the path that split into 3 directions. Like how the hell to navigate this cave? Time skip. It was another 14 hours later that Mason finally came stumbling out of the other side of Mt. Moon and fell to his knees as he held his hands up towards the sun. Freedom, he cried overdramatically. Never again will he decide to critique a place before going into it. That place was hell. Every tunnel looked the same. He suspected he had even backtracked several times. He was just grateful that his flashlight didn't die on him, otherwise he would have been screwed. After basking in the sun for 5 minutes, Mason slowly got to his feet with a relieved sigh as he looked up at the sun again that he could see was slowly beginning to set, and rubbed the back of his head. That took a lot longer than I thought it would, he said to Dratini as she small dragon nodded in agreement. Come on, we need to get a move on. We might still be able to make it to the Cerulean Pokémon Center before nightfall, he said as he began to walk down the path from the cave that connected to a road lower down. Just because he had a sleeping bag and a tent now didn't mean he wanted to use them unless he had to. As he reached the road, he noticed a sign that said, Cerulean City, with an arrow pointing down the road and below it a familiar piece of graffiti that Mason remembered from the anime. Gary was here. Ash is a loser. Mason recited aloud, reading out the written words, and smirked before shaking his head. Gary hit the nail on the head with that comment, Mason thought to himself as he shook his head. If Ash remained true to the canon, then odds are good that he'd have given up on his training, challenged Brock, and lost already. And was likely with Flint right now at that old water mill outside of the city, giving Pikachu a power boost so that he could hurt Onyx. Which Mason still called bullshit on. It still really set him off that Ash got half of his gym badges in the anime just handed to him for moral lessons or other bullshit reasons. But then again, the show was for kids back then. Looking back to the sign, Mason smirked to himself before reaching into one of his pockets and took out a marker of his own. May at least leave Ash a message of my own, he thought to himself as he wrote. So was Mason. Hurry up, Ashley, don't be a slowpoke now. He grinned to himself as he put the marker away. That should give Ash the proper motivation to get moving, don't you think? Dratini gave a small cry of "DRA" from his shoulder in agreement as they began to walk toward the city in the distance. As they did so, Mason's smile turned to a frown as he looked at the city in the distance, one particular thought on his mind. Misty's sisters. If they are anything like they are in the anime, they're going to be complete airheads, more concerned with their looks and their little water show of theirs rather than the actual battling portion of their gym, and actually just be giving their gym's badges away to any trainer with a Pokémon who makes a challenge, Mason thought with a scowl. He didn't like that not one bit. How they were even allowed to keep their gym license was beyond him. He was pretty sure that if the league got wind of their actions, then they'd be fired as gym leaders for a stunt like that, second gym or not. As they walked, Mason tried to think of what he could do. If they were sorry excuses for gym leaders like he expected, then he'd have to hold off on actually challenging the gym, at least until Misty got there so he could say he had earned his badge. Just taking a badge didn't sit right with him, not in the slightest. Looks like we'll have a lot more time to train than I thought, Mason thought to himself. He was going to have to think of some way to keep himself occupied as well as training while he was waiting for Ash. At that thought he paused in his steps before grinning. He knew just how to pass the time. With any luck, he should only have to wait a couple of days, if his guess about Ash dumping training was right. Though that would also mean that he'd end up traveling with him and Misty after beating the Cerulean Gym, at least for a while. He didn't have a problem with that. it wouldn't take long for him to break off on his own again. He knew Ash would have trouble down the line while he could just move off on his own again. With his plan now in mind, Mason picked up his pace and started to head towards the city with renewed vigor. He had a phone call to make. Chapter 6. A Real Battle, Welcome to the World. It was the next day that Mason awoke with a loud yawn and a stretch as he climbed out of one of the comfortable beds in the Cerulean City Pokémon Center. He had made it there the evening prior with no problems and had managed a full dinner before going to bed, thanking his lucky stars that he had made it out of the cave as fast as he had and hadn't had to camp out. After a quick shower and a change of clothing, Mason saw himself down to the cafeteria of the Pokémon Center, and after dishing out his team's breakfast he sat down to a healthy breakfast himself, along with a large mug of dark coffee to help wake himself up. He was just finishing his breakfast and pouring himself a second cup when the doors to the cafeteria opened and a familiar-sounding voice filled the air, laced with arrogance. "So are you the guy my grandpa told me about? You don't look so tough." Flashback. The streetlights were just coming on in Cerulean City as Mason finally made it to the Pokémon Center, relieved to finally be there after such a long walk. Making his way inside, Mason made his way over to the phone and made his call back to Pallet Town and Professor Oak's lab, as the old professor appeared on the screen once more. "Ah, Mason my lad, I didn't expect to be hearing from you for a few more days. Is something wrong?" the old professor asked. Mason shook his head. "No, nothing's wrong, Professor, just calling to keep you up to date and to ask a favor if it's possible. I've only just reached Cerulean City after leaving Pewter just this morning. Ash and Misty caught back up with me, and after setting Ash straight and finally getting him to start training properly, I decided it was time to move on," he informed him. "My, you're making good headway, aren't you? Already at Cerulean, you say," Oak said, sounding rather impressed. "It's good to hear that Ash finally caught up with you. I was beginning to worry about that boy, but how did you manage to get him to train? His mother and I tried when he was younger to try to get him to study more, but that boy always seemed to prefer watching battles than reading any of the books we gave him." Mason shook his head. "I had to make him see that things weren't going to be as easy as he hoped. I faced him in a Pokémon battle and beat him badly. I think that might have done the trick to get him to take things seriously from now on, but I'm not holding my breath. If he makes it here before the week is out, then I'll know he didn't stick to proper training." Oak seemed to nod solemnly, hearing how Mason tried to get through to Ash. "I appreciate the effort, lad, but I fear that Ash may be too stubborn for his own good." "That may not be the last time you have to do that," he sighed before changing the subject. "Now, you mentioned you needed to ask me a favor. How can I help, my lad?" Mason nodded in agreement, as he feared the same but decided to leave it to the future to worry about Ash. He wasn't there right now, and so wasn't his top priority. "On the way here to Cerulean I came across a sign that had a signature on it and a message for Ash. I was wondering if you knew who Gary would be." Oak groaned. "I do. He's my grandson. He has a bit of an attitude problem sometimes." "What did the message say?" he said, asking that last with a little bit of worry. "Gary was here. Ash is a loser." Mason recited with a small smirk as Oak groaned and shook his head on the other end of the line. "Anyway, my favor was that I was hoping you could tell me where exactly Gary was now. I've been itching for a good battle to keep my skills sharp for the gym, that is if Gary isn't all talk." Oak seemed to get pensive at that as he thought for a moment. "Let me see, the last I heard from him, he was leaving Viridian City after getting his third badge there," he said, thinking. "If you are sure, I have his number and I could call him for you to arrange for him to make a stop in Cerulean to battle you. I'm sure he wouldn't turn down the challenge." Mason's eyes seemed to spark with excitement at the idea of facing a trainer who had already beaten the gym after this. "That would be great, Professor. If you could tell him to come on by the Pokémon Center in Cerulean, that would be great." Flashback end. And sure enough, when Mason looked up from his second coffee, there standing in the door was Gary Oak, a confident, almost smug smile on his face as he and Mason's eyes met as they seemed to weigh each other up. After a moment a smile just like Gary's came to Mason's face. "That would be me. I take it you're Gary Oak then?" he asked just for politeness as he stood up from his seat, coffee cup in hand. The one and only, Gary responded. My gramps called me and told me a promising trainer was looking to challenge me and that it would be worth my time to accept, he said before glancing over to Mason's Pokémon who were finishing their food. I can see he was right, that's a really diverse team you have there, they look well trained, and some really rare Pokémon, a Scyther and a Dratini. Where'd you get them? Mason smirked as he walked around the table and began to approach Gary. Thanks. Scyther I caught in Viridian Forest on my way to Pewter, and Dratini is my starter. I hatched him from an egg that your grandfather gave me, he explained. TCH. Gary clicked his teeth. I should have known the old man was holding back on me like that, a rare Pokémon like that tucked away and not even a word to me, he muttered shaking his head. So you ready to battle or what? I'm a busy guy. Mason smirked. You impatient to lose, he said back cockily. Gary smirked. Hardly, more like impatient to show you what a real trainer can do. You said you came from Pewter, right? You probably only have 1 or 2 badges, while I have 3. This match will be a piece of cake. Mason smirked before downing his cup of coffee in one go and putting it on a table next to them. Badges don't mean shit, skill does, and from what I've seen so far of you you're all hot air. Quit your boasting and let's battle. Time skip. It was 10 minutes after that, Mason found himself standing across the battlefield from Gary as the two prepared for the start of their battle. Both clearly CK'd for the battle to come. Whoa, Gary, he's our man, if he can't do it no one can, chanted Gary's little posse of girls over to the left of the battlefields who had come to watch the battle. Internally Mason was conflicted, he didn't know whether to approve, hate or envy Gary for the fact that he traveled around with over 5 appealing women, all of who were drop-dead gorgeous. And without gawking at them he could see they were clearly older than him and Gary. He just couldn't work it out, why they followed him. Sure, Mason knew from what he had seen of Gary in the anime that he was skilled and he had some swagger, but really. Mason sighed and pushed it to the back of his mind, deciding that it wasn't something he'd ever understanding as he pushed his coat out of the way to reveal the 4 Pokeballs on his belt. Ready when you are, Gary, Mason called as he got ready for things to start. Gary smirked, having me call out my Pokemon first so you can choose a type advantage. Clever, you'll need all the advantages you can get, he said as he took his own ball from his belt and tossed it out onto the field. Nidorino, let's go. Sure enough, the ball burst open and in a flash of light the Poison Point Pokemon appeared on the battlefield, its head lowered as it began to scrape at the ground with its feet. It was thick and pointy spikes ran down the length of its back with smaller ones all over its violet hide and looked to be quite strong. Mason looked the Pokemon over, smiling as he did so. I can see that I'm not the only one who has trained his Pokemon well, you don't disappoint, he said as he pulled the 4th ball from his belt and tossed it. Scyther, ready for battle. Just like Gary's ball, Mason's burst open and Scyther appeared on the field as it crossed its bladed arms, slashing at the air in a ready stance as both Pokemon eyed each other across the field, sizing the other up. Gary smirked, starting off with Scyther. Not a bad choice, looks like this will be a challenge after all, he said before he threw his hand out. Nidorino, start things off with a horn attack, he ordered. Upon hearing the order, Nidorino immediately began charging, its head lowered with its horn out. Dodge it, Scyther, don't let it get close, use Vacuum Wave. Mason ordered in retaliation. Scyther moved, just barely dodging Nidorino's sharp horn and made to slash at the air in the direction of the Poison Point Pokemon as the air seemed to ripple and a rippling slash of air was sent at Nidorino from behind. Nidorino, jump and use Poison Sting. Gary ordered, and a second before the attack landed Nidorino was in the air, narrowly avoiding the attack from behind as it turned in midair and shot out a spray of poison needles from its mouth. Sheet. Mason cursed under his breath, use Razor Wind to deflect them and counter. Mason ordered hurriedly, thinking on the spot. Scyther obeyed and began slashing at the air with its bladed arms as it began whipping the wind into a frenzy, lashing out at the poison missiles as they came closer, knocking them off course and missing. After a moment several blades of air broke from the wind and shot at Nidorino, who was righting itself to attack. Dodge them, Nidorino, and use Double Kick. Gary ordered, giving all his attention to the battle. Nidorino moved with surprising speed as it weaved in and out as the blades came at it, each barely missing by a thread as Nidorino closed in on Scyther before it jumped up and threw itself into its kicks. The wind around Scyther was only just calming down and Mason wasn't able to issue any orders until it did and the attacks went through. Scyther was only just able to bring its bladed arms up to block the kicks with their flat sides as each kick landed, pushing it back. As Scyther came to a halt, it slashed the air again, looking ready for battle once more before it seemed to flinch and drop to a knee, its expression grim. Scyther. Mason called out, worried as he looked at his Pokémon, wondering what the matter was. The kicks didn't look to have done that much damage. But then he saw it, the sicky purple marks on Scyther's blades, and he mentally cursed himself. I'm so stupid. Nidorino's special ability, its poison point. Gary smirked. Looks like your Scyther got a little bit too close to my Nidorino when he took those kicks. Looks like this first battle is mine. Nidorino used focus energy and then wrapped this up with another horn attack. Nidorino let out a cry as its body began to glow a bright purple as its eyes sharpened before it took charge at Scyther, once more closing the distance fast, its horn primed to strike. Scyther, Mason called, thinking fast. Use agility to dodge it, and then use X-Scissor. Even in its poison state, Scyther was still able to move, and hearing Mason's command wasn't about to give up as Nidorino closed in, and a second before its attack landed it blurred out of the way, reappearing just to Nidorino's left as its bladed arms glowed brightly as they cut through the air and caught Nidorino point blank across its side and sent the quadruped Pokémon across the battlefield and crashing to a halt, its eyes spinning from the powerful attack. What the? Gary said in shock, his eyes wide, seeing his Pokémon taken out by a single attack, a complete turnaround from what things had been looking like moments before. His girls seemed to agree with them as they all looked crestfallen that Gary's first Pokémon had lost. Mason let out a sigh of relief that had been too close. It had been a good thing that Scyther's physical attacks had only gotten stronger in their training to learn ranged type moves. They needed a lot of power to be able to attack at range. It had been a gamble. They had only been able to use X-Scissor once before in training, and it was proving difficult for Scyther to get it down, but Mason knew that it would have to have been that or nothing to finish the battle then and there. And I think I know why. Scyther, I think you have the swarm ability, to make your bug-type moves more powerful when you've taken damage, Mason thought to himself as he raised Scyther's ball. Good job, Scyther, come on back and take a good rest. I'll take you to Nurse Joy to get healed right after this match is over, he said as he returned the Mantis Pokémon to its ball. What the hell was that move you used, X-Scissor? I've never heard of it before, Gary asked as he recalled his down Nidorino at the same time. That's likely because it's a move that Scyther has been in the stages of developing. It's just one of the moves that I've discovered with my team. Didn't your Gramps tell you? He seemed fairly excited when I told him about it the first time, Mason stated. A new move? Gary said, completely shocked. No, he didn't. I guess I can see now why he thinks you're hot stuff, and I gotta say that I'm starting to agree with him. That Scyther was something else to be able to move like that while poisoned. You've sure trained it well. Mason smirked. Thanks. Ready for the next round? He asked as he took a Pokeball off his belt. Gary grinned. You know it, you've got me curious now, he said as he took the ball off his belt and tossed it. Let's go, grow lithe, he called as the ball burst open and in a flash of light the small canine Pokémon appeared on the field, giving a bark of challenge towards Mason. Mason smirked. A grow lithe, nice, let's see how you handle this then, he called as he tossed his Pokeball up into the air. Spearow, ready for battle, he called as the ball burst open and Spearow soared out of it with a cry as it spread its wings and turned midair and came flying back down towards the battlefield. Mason grinned. I like your thinking. Let's start this off with an aerial ace, he yelled as Spearow shot down with high speed, its energy gathering around it as it did so. Before Gary even had a chance to call out for Growlithe to dodge, Spearow shot by the canine and caught it in its side and launched it several feet across the stadium. Growlithe, you okay? Gary called, worried. Growlithe got up, shaking its head, and barked in response, making Gary nod back before looking to Mason. I suppose that's another of the new moves you discovered. Mason smirked and nodded. Yep, and it's too fast to dodge. Think you can keep up? He called as Spearow let out a cry of challenge from above. Growlithe growled back at the challenge and Gary smirked. Don't you worry, we can handle it. Show 'em, Growlithe. Use flamethrower. Bring that bird down, he ordered as the girls cheered him on. Growlithe howled. Flames gathered in its mouth and it let out a stream of flames from its mouth skyward towards Spearow. Mason smirked. "Spearow, use agility to dodge and then set up a double team," he called out as flames raced towards the small bird. Spearow cried before it blurred out of the path of the flames at high speed and soared around the arena as it let out another cry as a dozen other doubles of Spearow appeared in the air as well, circling overhead. "Nice try, but it'll take more than that to get us." Growlithe. "Use Fire Blast, scorch them all," Gary ordered. "Full power." Growlithe gave another howl as it gathered a large ball of flames in its mouth before letting them loose skyward in a large star-shaped blast that spread out as it rose higher up. Mason mentally cursed. "Spearow, use agility, climb higher, get away from the flames," he yelled, hoping if Spearow got high enough the thin air would snuff out the flames. There was no way to dodge an attack like that, it covered such a large area. "DMN, I didn't see this coming. Gary's good," he thought to himself. Spearow, hearing the command, broke from its doubles and shot up into the sky as the flames grew closer, going higher as fast as it could as Mason watched in horror as even as Spearow tried to outrun the flames they kept going, only losing the smallest of power as Spearow reached its limit and the flames washed over him. "Spearow!" Mason yelled out, his eyes wide as the sky lit up in the explosion that followed. His eyes wide as Spearow's form fell through the smoke, free-falling from the great height that it had climbed in its efforts to try and escape the flames. Mason felt his stomach clench as he gripped Spearow's pokeball and was about to raise it to call Spearow back when the small bird righted itself, turning as it fell, its wings stretching out as it let out a cry of Spearow as it began to dive back down. "What the?" Gary said in shock, seeing Spearow still conscious. Mason swallowed as he looked at Spearow from afar. It was burnt badly from the attack, its feathers badly singed. He could tell that only the height had saved it from being taken out from that attack. He needed to end this quickly. "Spearow, end this now with a dive bomb aerial ace," Mason yelled, knowing Spearow was low on energy and that this would be a last-ditch move. Spearow cried as it beat its wings and shot straight down as it gathered its energy that began to swirl around it as it shot down like a meteor towards Growlithe. "Growlithe, quick, knock it out of the sky with another fire blast," Gary ordered hastily as Spearow got closer. Growlithe instantly began to gather flames in its mouth again as it got ready to fire off another devastating fire attack as Spearow shot downward, opening its mouth to fire just as Spearow came close and the two attacks collided. The explosion shook the very ground as energies hit one another, followed with a large cloud of smoke that filled the area, that both Mason and Gary had to turn away from, the smoke making their eyes water. "Spearow, Growlithe," both trainers yelled into the smoke as they tried to spot their Pokémon through the thick smoke. It took a long 30 seconds for the smoke to clear away enough for them to see the forms of both their downed Pokémon in the arena. Spearow laid out flat, across from a downed Growlithe, the result of the attacks clearly having been too much for both Pokémon to handle. Gary sighed. "DMN, he said as he raised his Pokeball, recalling Growlithe as Mason did the same. "That's one hell of a Spearow you've trained, to take a fire blast from my Growlithe and still be able to battle." Mason nodded as he looked at Spearow's Pokeball in his hand and smiled. "Take a good rest, Spearow. I'll get you to Nurse Joy as soon as this battle is over," he said, feeling no small amount of pride in how well Spearow had performed in his match as he returned Spearow's ball to his belt before he took the next one and tossed it out. "Poliwag, ready to battle," he called as Poliwag appeared on the field looking hyped and ready to fight. "Poliwag, Gary smirked. "Perfect," he said as he did the same as he called, "Graveler, let's go." Gary's ball burst open and the large boulder Pokémon took to the field with a large thud as its feet hit the ground, letting out a challenging cry as it balled its fists and glared at Poliwag, which Poliwag returned. "A Graveler?" Mason said in shock, arching an eyebrow at Gary's choice. "Against a water type," he said as he began to frown. "Either he's extremely confident in Graveler's strength or he's seriously underestimating Poliwag's," Mason thought to himself before speaking. "Interesting choice." Gary smirked. "I've been training Graveler to resist water-type moves. He's gotten so strong that he was what won it for me at this town's gym. Think you can keep up with that?" Gary said in a challenge. "We'll just have to see then, won't we?" Mason shot back. "Poliwag, use Bubble Beam," he ordered. Poliwag instantly complied as it began to let out a dense stream of bubbles towards the large rock Pokémon. Gary smirked, "Take the hit and then use Earthquake," he orders with a victorious tone to his voice as he did so. Mason's eyes widened when he heard that. He knew there would be no way for Poliwag to dodge an earthquake. It would shake the entire battlefield and could only watch in horror as the stream of bubbles hit Graveler and not even seem to phase its stone facade before it tilted to one side, and with a yell it slammed its foot back on the ground, making the entire field shake. Mason had to brace himself as the field shook to keep himself from falling over. Poliwag wasn't so lucky as the force of the shaking knocked the small tadpole over with a cry. "Poliwag!" Mason called, worried, for the small Pokémon. "Now hit it with Rock Throw." Gary called as Graveler let out a grunt of confirmation before digging its fists into the ground and pulling out large rocks as it began throwing them at Poliwag. "Poliwag, get up and move." Mason called, seeing the attacks incoming. Poliwag struggled to get to its feet just as the rocks were about to land, managing to dodge the first but got caught by the second and sent flying from the impact. "Don't give up, Poliwag, show them your water gun," Mason ordered, his fists clenched. Poliwag grunted as it got to its feet and took in a breath. Gary snorted, "What's a water gun going to do?" "You've already seen how well Graveler can take water attacks," he said confidently, only to have his confidence washed away when Poliwag let out a massive blast of water from its mouth. The powerful jet of water struck Graveler right in the face with speed and force, knocking the larger and heavier Pokémon right off its feet and straight out of the ring, sending it flying back before it crashed into the outer wall of the Pokémon Center, leaving a large crater with Graveler in its center, stuck but still conscious. "Wow!" Gary said, sounding impressed, "That was one hell of a water gun." Mason smirked, "All right, Poliwag, nice job," he said, praising the small tadpole Pokémon. Poliwhirl began to respond before its entire body began to glow and change. "Wow," Mason said, his eyes wide as a smile came to his face as he recognized what was happening, watching as Poliwag's form began to grow and change drastically. As the light began to fade in Poliwag's place now stood a powerful looking Poliwhirl that seemed confused as it looked at its hands. "Poliwhirl," it said with confusion. Mason grinned, "That's awesome, Poliwag, you evolved, now you look even more kick-butt." "Not bad," Gary said with a smirk, "still not enough to beat us though. Graveler, show him your newest move. Use Double Edge." "Gravel." Graveler roared as it pushed itself out of the wall and then threw itself into a roll as it shot towards Poliwhirl, energy swirling around it as it did so. "Poliwhirl, show them we're not one to be taken lightly. Hydro Pump." Mason ordered, inwardly hoping that the evolution would give Poliwhirl the strength now that it had been lacking as a Poliwag for this move. "Whirl." Poliwhirl said as it braced itself, taking a stance as Graveler came at it. With less than 3 meters between them, Poliwhirl pushed forward with effort and a large blast of water shot from the front of its body, the pressure of the force stalling Graveler right in its tracks before lifting it off the ground and launching it back and into the air. "Graveler," Gary said in complete shock as he watched his Pokémon go airborne before flying back and crashing into the ground only a few feet in front of him, knocked out from both attack and impact. "Poliwhirl." Poliwhirl cried in victory as Mason grinned. "Nicely done, Poliwhirl," he said, raising Poliwhirl's Pokeball. "Take a good rest, you've earned it," he praised as he returned his newly evolved Pokémon to its ball. "Not bad, that's one hell of a water Pokémon you got there," Gary said as he called back his Graveler, "but you're not the only one with a water type, you know," he said, taking the next ball from his belt. "Wartortle, let's go." Wartortle appeared on the battlefield in a flash, looking just as confident as its trainer as it looked expectantly towards Mason, waiting for him to call out his opponent. Mason smirked, "Your starter, how fitting," Mason said as he took his final Pokeball from his belt and tossed it out. "Dratini, ready for battle." Just like Wartortle, Dratini appeared out on the battlefield and let out a cry of challenge as it saw Wartortle. Wartortle just grinned and took a ready stance when it finally saw its opponent. "It may be rare but it can't beat us, Wartortle, use Water Gun," Gary ordered, looking serious as he commanded his Pokémon. Wartortle let out a high-pressured stream of water just as commanded right towards Dratini as Mason smirked. Dodge, get in close with Rap. Mason ordered as he kept his eyes on Wartortle, an uneasy feeling in his gut. Dratini moved fast, ducking under the stream of water before moving toward the larger turtle Pokémon and shot up when it was close enough and wrapped around its body and limbs with its body. Nice try, Wartortle, withdraw. Gary commanded as Wartortle obeyed and pulled all of its limbs inside its shell before ducking its head inside as well. Mason smirked, fine by me, Dratini used Thunder Wave. No. Gary yelled as his eyes went wide as Dratini let out a cry and released a burst of electricity out at close range that was impossible to escape at such a distance. Now release it and use Twister, toss that turtle. Mason ordered, wanting to get some distance between the two of them and wrap this up as that uneasy feeling in his gut got worse. Dratini released on command and with a cry called the Draconic Winds to its command and send the shelled Pokémon flying into the air. Gary clenched his fists, show them we're not to be messed with. Wartortle, use Ice Beam. Mason's eyes widened, Dratini move, he yelled instantly, hearing the command as he realized why he had been feeling uneasy. Wartortle's head and limbs came out of its shell as it was thrown, and hearing the command began to gather the ice energy in its mouth before shooting down at the small dragon. Dratini heard Mason and saw the attack at the same time, and only just barely got out of the way in time as the patch of ground that it had been standing on was frozen solid by the ice beam. No more messing around, Dratini, use Dragon Rage full power. Mason ordered, he knew he had to end this quickly, Wartortle knowing an ice-type move was worrying him. Don't let it. Use Ice Beam. Gary ordered as Wartortle landed and instantly obeyed, gathering ice energy in its mouth again. It let out another chilling beam. Dratini quickly gathered as much draconic energy into its maw as possible before unleashing it right into the path of the ice beam. The two attacks collide, but to both Dratini's and Mason's shock, the Arctic attack pushed through the draconic flames and dissipated them. Move! Mason yelled, but it was too late. The Arctic beam hit Dratini full center on its chest and threw it back as Dratini let out a pained cry from the super effective attack as small patches of ice began to gather across its body. Dratini! Mason yelled in worry for his partner, his fists clenched and by his side as he saw his partner writhing on the battlefield from the super effective attack. It's over. You didn't really think that I wouldn't be prepared for a dragon type, did you? Gary said from the other side of the field. I plan on taking on the Elite Four after I win all the badges and the championship. With Lance's dragons I need to start working on countermeasures early on. Glad to know they work. Mason scowled. Dratini, come on, I know you can do this, he called to his Pokémon, show him you're not weak. Dare! Dratini cried as it slowly began to get up, fighting through the pain of the ice over parts of its body, and with another cry began to move forward, a look of determination in its eye, and much to Mason's shock parts of his partner's body stayed behind as it moved. No, not parts of it, a layer of it. Of course, Mason said in a low voice as he watched Dratini shed its skin, leaving all the cold patches of ice behind as it moved forward to battle again. Shed skin, I completely blanked on that, he thought to himself, as he looked at Dratini and frowned. Shed skin may have gotten rid of the ice, but Dratini still looked like it had taken some major damage from that ice beam. He would have to end this soon. Gary smirked, so your dragon can shed its skin to get rid of status effects, that's handy, but it won't matter to us, right Wartortle? Gary said in bolstered confidence to his starter. Wartortle replied with a grin that matched. Mason looked over the battlefield as he tried to come up with a plan. A ranged offensive was going to be an option anymore, not with their opponents having an ice attack at their disposal, which was even strong enough to counter Dragon Rage. He'd have to come at this from another angle. Dratini, get in close, use agility then use Dragon Rage. Mason ordered as a plan started to form in his mind. Dratini let out a cry as it disappeared in a blur as it began moving to carry out its orders. Gary smirked, you think that'll work, Wartortle, use Ice Beam again as soon as you see it. The turtle Pokémon nodded as it began to take in ice energy as its eyes scanned the battlefield in front of it, looking for its opponent to turn into an ice cube. Unfortunately for it, Dratini chose to appear behind Wartortle with its speed now much higher, draconic energy already gathering in its maw as it made ready to attack. Wartortle behind you. Gary called to warn his Pokémon of the attack. Fire, hurry. Wartortle made to move around to fire, just seeing Dratini in its side vision as it got ready to fire, but before it did it stalled, sparks coating its body for a single split second. The Thunder Wave from earlier now taking effect and paralyzing the turtle Pokémon at the worst possible moment, or the best, depending on how you look at it. With its opponent stuck, Dratini wasted no time and unleashed the draconic ball of flames from its maw and caught Wartortle point blank in the face, the impact causing a large explosion as both the ice energy that it had been gathering and the draconic energy collided and reacted rather violently. Wartortle! Gary called, worried as the smoke from the explosion began to clear. His cheering squad was silent at the side of the arena as they all watched. Seconds later the form of Wartortle was seen through the smoke, now laid out on the battlefield unconscious from the attack. Mason let out a breath that he hadn't known that he'd been holding. They did it, they had won. Scene break. Mason and Gary stood inside the Pokémon Center shaking each other's hand in recognition of each other after having taken their Pokémon to Nurse Joy to have them treated. That was a great match. I'm glad I took my Gramps' advice not to come and battle you, Gary said with a grin. You're one heck of a trainer. Thanks, but I still have a lot to learn. You really had me on the ropes. This battle showed me that I really need to up my game, Mason replied with a smirk of his own. Yeah, don't be hard on yourself, not many can compete with the awesomeness that is Gary Oak, Gary boasted with a smirk. Mason smirked and shook his head as the two of them began to walk over to the waiting area to sit down and wait for their Pokémon to be treated. So Gary, care to fill me in on just how you managed to teach your Pokémon so many versatile moves? Flamethrower on Growlithe I can understand, but Fire Blast too, and then there's Graveler with Earthquake and Double Edge, and not to mention Wartortle's Ice Beam. What's your secret? Mason began to ask, clearly wondering how Gary had taught his Pokémon so many strong moves so early on. Gary snorted. TMs of course, you know, technical machines, Gary said as if it was obvious. That made Mason pause and stiffen. TMs, he repeated in confusion. Of course, he knew what they were. No one who had played the Pokémon games in his world didn't, but he had only ever heard about them in the game and never the anime. So it was understandable that to Gary his confusion sounded like he didn't know what he was talking about. Geez, you must be really behind in the times, aren't you? Gary smirked. They came out last year. It's all part of that inter-regional program that the leagues have been promoting over the past couple of years. It was the first joint venture between Slip Co here in Kanto and Devon's cooperation in Hoenn, he explained. They use powerful psychic Pokémon to transfer the memories of techniques from Pokémon and place them onto discs that you can use to teach your Pokémon the moves. Really handy, he began to elaborate as he reached into his bag and took out a disc case which looked to be full of various discs. Mason looked at it incredulously, blinking. It looked just like the disc holder from the third-generation games. He couldn't understand it. Why hadn't the anime ever touched on them or any of this inter-regional stuff? Gary smirked. You don't know, do you? He said, his smirk growing. Mason rubbed the back of his head sheepishly to keep up the appearance. Not really. I kind of blanked on most things that I didn't think were important when I was traveling before. Mind catching me up? Gary snorted. Sure, he said as he took out a disc and a small circular device. The discs can only be used once to teach one Pokémon a move. Of course, they have to be able to learn the move for it to work, so it's best to always check your Pokédex or do some research before you even buy the disc and then go and waste it on a Pokémon who can't use the move, he explained, though there have been rumors circulating about reusable discs that could be on the market by next year. As it is, the companies release about 10 new moves every couple of weeks, but only the most experienced trainers can even hope to afford them, with the prices usually being well out of the range of most average trainers, but really handy. Gary held up the small circular device and made a show of putting the disc on one end and an empty Pokeball on the other. You just push the button and this little thing transfers the memories over to the Pokemon in the Pokeball. Of course you have to have the Pokemon train with the move some after to really get the new move down, but that's simple. Mason nodded. That did make sense, and he was starting to put together why he'd never heard about it all in the anime. It all must have been because of the time difference. In the anime everything started when Ash was 10, but this was 5 years after that. It all must have happened in those years. So this is all part of the inter-regional thing you mentioned before? Mason asked, wanting to learn more. He'd definitely have to do some looking into this after. He hadn't heard anything about this back in Viridian or Pewter. Gary nodded as he put his TMs away. Yeah, it's been going on 2 years now, the technical machines were just the first part. My Gramps has been in talks with many other professors from the other regions. Right now it's only Kanto, Johto, Hoenn and Sinnoh who are part of it. They've only just been getting around to exchanging some data. The leagues have been rather protective of the data, knowledge is power after all, but the technical machines were the first big breakthrough that came out of it all. Gramps told me that there's even talks about some inter-regional exchanges of Pokémon species to happen in the next couple of months to help expand the trust. That sounds amazing, just think about the rare Pokémon, Mason said with a smirk. This was sounding even better by the minute. Gary smirked. Yeah, it's going to start with the safari zones. Trainers will be allowed to see the Pokémon but not catch them, at least for a while. The leagues don't want to limit the numbers and want the populations to grow some before they start to release them out into various areas. The rangers will monitor the numbers from there. Mason felt his heart skip a beat. Rangers, he thought to himself and swallowed as he realized he really needed to do a lot more looking into just how this world was different from the anime and games. He didn't know why it hadn't occurred to him to do so before now. It really shouldn't have surprised him that there was so much more to this world than just what the anime and games showed. True enough, he had heard of the Rangers in the anime and he had even played the games of them a time or two, but the mention of them made him realize that he really needed to take some time and do some research into things. He needed more information. Chapter 7. A Trip to the Library and Rocket Grunts. It was about an hour after his battle with Gary that Mason found himself walking toward the local library in Cerulean City. Gary had already left once more to continue his badge hunt, wishing Mason well. They had actually struck up a decent accord over the hour they had chatted after their battle. The battle, as well as the talk they had after, had really opened Mason's eyes to things that he had been blind to earlier. The first part of his journey from Pallet to Pewter had just the warm-up, and it was clear why. Mount Moon. While it wasn't a very big mountain in Mason's eyes, it did serve as one thing, a barrier. It was the only straight path through to the rest of the region and the major cities. One only had to look at the map to see that. And looking around now, Mason could see the difference. In comparison to Cerulean City, Pewter City was a quaint little backwater town. There was no real comparison when it came to size. Gary had explained it to him well. Mount Moon served as the gateway into the rest of the region and Cerulean City was the crossroads where most trainers passed through, as it had so many various connecting routes. It was where most trainers learned just what the rest of the world had to offer. And looking in the various shop windows, Mason could see that. He could see shops dedicated to various things he had only seen in the games, shops that specialized in TMs, Pokeballs, fishing rods, bikes, technology and various other things. As he walked down the street, he knew he would have to do some major battling to win some cash and go on a spending spree later to get more gear. Though as of yet he didn't know how he was going to carry it all. But right now he had his mind focused on a single task. His talk with Gary had given him many questions that he needed answers, and while Gary had told him several things, he needed more information, and the newspapers and records in the archives of the Cerulean Library were sure to be able to give him his answers. Time skip. It was 5 hours later that Mason was leaving the Cerulean City Library, his mind swimming with all the information that he had taken in from the many newspapers that he had read, as he made his way over to one of the benches outside to take a break and get some air. The records and newspaper articles had been very informing. Apparently, it had all started with the regional champions, Lance Wateroo and Stephen Stone, in an effort to better their regions. While each region had a governing body, the champions and Elite Four were the main part of that governing body, as well as the region's strongest trainers, MSTRS in their own rights. The champion and the Elite Four had a large group of trainers under them, called Ace Trainers, who were at elite level themselves, all with years of experience and had been high-ranked trainers in various tournaments and had even challenged the elite at various times. It's what most trainers settled to be after spending so long on their other dreams, and he could see why. They got paid huge amounts by the league and they answered only to the Elite Four and the champion of their region. They were given privileges and authority that matched most gym leaders, who were the first line of defense for their cities when a crisis happened. Other trainers went into law enforcement, the likes of the rangers who dealt in Pokémon-only crime where no humans were involved, or the police who handled the human side of things. Of course, there were other jobs that most trainers settled for if they weren't that skilled, but in the grand scheme of things they weren't really that notable. Breeders, shopkeepers, ranch handlers, researchers and other jobs of the like were common for most. The lucky few were even drafted to work for the two Titan companies, Sylph Co. and Devon's Corporation, to field test their technology and various other things. It had been the joint ventures between those two companies, at the prompting of Stephen Stone, at the time Hoenn Champion, that had begun it all when new technologies had started to make people's and trainers' lives easier. Things like the Poke Gear from Johto allowed for communication outside of Pokémon centers and landlines. The Poke Nav allowed for easier traveling and fewer trainers getting lost. It was very apparent that in the last 2 years that the Pokémon world, or at least these 4 regions, had begun advancing at a rapid pace that had been unprecedented in the years before. Mason rubbed the bridge of his eyes as he tried to think. It was great that the regions were advancing, but spending 5 hours staring at a screen as he read over all of those old records had left him with a bit of a headache. There was just so much to it all. Mason realized things were going to be a lot harder than he had originally thought. True, he knew that he was going to be fine in the long run, he wasn't going to slack off on his training. But with TMs being an actuality, it meant that weaker trainers would have access to powerful moves as long as they had the cash. It was going to prove to be much more of a challenge than Mason had thought it originally was going to be, but that only made him smirk. A challenge was what he wanted. Slowly Mason's headache began to ebb away and he got to his feet with a sigh. Well, I guess it's time to see what the shops have to offer me. The library can only tell me so much about the world now, I need to see things firsthand. And if anyone asks, I can just use Mount Moon as an excuse for my lack of knowledge on things, he thought to himself as he started off. It was still early evening, so he would have at least a couple of hours to take in the town and see about doing some pricing. Time skip. It was 2 hours later that Mason found himself sitting in the Pokémon Center once more. This time he was completely gobsmacked by everything he had seen in the past couple of hours. This town was a gold mine for everything a trainer could possibly need. There were so many shops and stalls that Mason was sure he had only just gotten through less than half of them to do some pricing and get some answers to some of the questions bobbing around his head. Within the first 15 minutes of looking, Mason had gotten his answer to a single burning question as to how trainers carried so much, and the answer had him floored. Specially designed compression backpacks, made by Devon's Corporation with their space technology, had been the answer. They made his backpack look like a plastic bag in comparison. Add on to that there were special compression pods that were similar to Pokeballs that could expand up to the size of a grown man for storage of food and other items, that could then shrink down to the size of 3 expanded Pokeballs. That had answered another question as to how trainers carried enough food and supplies on them for weeks on end. Of course, such technology was going to be expensive. The backpack alone cost around $25,000, and each of the compression pods cost $5,000. Mason knew he was going to have to work his butt off to get himself at least the backpack and then at least 3 of the pods. Both made everything inside it lightweight with the technology used in them, and he was getting a little tired with having to lug all his stuff around with him. He was fit, but even the trip from Pewter had made him realize that traveling with regular bags was impractical. But therein was the problem, he only had limited money, even after Gary had generously given him a nice little payout after their match. He had just shy of 7,000, enough for 1 pod, but he wasn't just about to settle for that, he needed cash and quick. If Ash stuck to the canon timeline and ditched his training, he'd be there the next day. He really didn't want to have to travel with the group so early and had been hoping to perhaps skip town before they caught up, but now it was looking like he would have no choice. It was then that the Pokémon Center doors opened and 2 trainers came rushing in, Pokeballs in hand, a boy and girl both looking like they had been through a rough time of it. Mason arched an eyebrow as he watched them run up to the counter and desperately plead for Nurse Joy to help their Pokémon. Getting to his feet, Mason began to walk over. Did something happen? He asked curiously, wondering what had left them in such a state. The boy turned to him as Nurse Joy walked off with their Pokeballs. You could say that. We got in way over our heads. The girl shook her head. I don't even know why I let you talk me into trying it, that bridge is no joke. I know, I just thought that between the two of us we could hack it, the boy tried to defend himself. Bridge? Mason asked curiously as he wondered if it was what he was thinking. Yeah, the Nugget Bridge, the boy replied, it's a challenge just north of the city, some group is sponsoring it, there's a huge cash prize at the end of it for any trainer who can beat all the trainers from one side of the bridge to the other, it's really intense. We only lasted 4 trainers before we got washed out, the girl sighed. Sound interesting, Mason replied as he thought to himself, if it was the same as in the video game then he suspected what group is behind it, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to draw their attention but then again he needed the cash. Trust me, stay clear of it, you'll only end up getting washed out, the boy warned before both of them walked off to the waiting area to wait for their Pokémon to be treated. Mason stood for a moment thinking to himself as he weighed the pros and cons in his mind, it would give his Pokémon training and mean a large payout of some kind, he wasn't sure how much exactly but he hoped it would be enough to get him what he needed. On the downside of things, it would in all likelihood put him on Team Rocket's radar, the real Team Rocket and not those 3 wannabes that followed Ash and Co. Sighing he rubbed the back of his head, I guess it couldn't hurt to at least go and check it out, too bad I can't abuse this like how I did back in the video game, he thought to himself as he remembered just how badly the bridge was easy to abuse in the games with how one could just beat all the trainers and then go back to swap for a weak Pokémon in the center. Usually the Magikarp that he bought before going into Mount Moon and then going back to the Team Rocket fight and losing on purpose. And getting a nugget each time regardless, it was easy money. Sadly life wasn't a video game and turning on his heels Mason began to walk towards the exit to go in search of the Nugget Bridge to see if it was anything like that he thought it would be. Time skip. It was nothing like Mason thought it would be. For starters the bridge looked much bigger in real life and there looked to be a ton more trainers on it than Mason had thought there would be, at least 3 times as many as the Poultry 5 that the games had, now he could see why the other guy was telling him to stay clear. Looking to the side of the bridge there was a sign posted that had golden writing on it that caught Mason's eye. Nugget Bridge Challenge, take on the 15 bridge trainers and fortune beyond your wildest dreams. Reading down the poster Mason could see that each trainer was guaranteed to pay out at least 1,000 Pokédollars if you beat them, and the grand prize was listed to be at least north of 25,000. That got Mason's attention bad. That guaranteed at least a minimum payout of 40,000 which would guarantee him enough to get the bag and pods that he would need to make traveling a hell of a lot easier and if it was more then he would be set for everything else that he had his eyes on. Reaching down he brushed his fingers against the 4 Pokeballs on his belt as he thought it over. He didn't want to attract the attention of Team Rocket if they were behind this, and after Poliwag had evolved he wanted to give it some time to adjust to its new body before putting it into more battles. But he supposed that battling in his new form would be just as good, he could always use his other Pokémon to battle and keep Poliwhirl out of the battles. Though 15 trainer battles in a row, that was going to be a hell of a strain if they were any kind of power. His battle with Gary had made him wary about battling. But I don't have time to do anything else, as it stands this is my only viable option, Mason thought to himself as he eyed the bridge his fists clenched by his sides before sighing, oh well. Go big or go home, time to see if all this training has been worth it, he said before plucking Dratini's Pokeball from his belt and stepping toward the bridge. As soon as his second foot stepped onto the raised platform a young man in a white vest shirt strode out into the open with a Pokeball in his hand and a smirk on his face. Well another challenger for the bridge, that makes 3 today, the young man said cockily, you ready to lose? Mason smirked, not going to happen, he said before tossing Dratini's Pokeball out onto the bridge as he started the challenge. Time skip, did you really think I was going to go over 15 battles in one chapter? It was a full hour later that Mason strode off the opposite end of the Nugget Bridge looking exhausted. 15 battles one right after the other was not something that he was planning to try any time again soon. The onslaught had been near endless after the first trainer. At first, he had thought it was going to be easier than he thought, the first 4 trainers only had 1 or 2 Pokémon, mostly the standard lot, and not overly powerful. It had been from the 5th trainer on that things had begun to get difficult with each trainer up until number 10 having 3 Pokémon each, and one of which had been an evolution above, Nidorino, Pidgeotto, Graveler, Raticate to name but a few. Those stronger evolutions had proved to be a little trickier, being well trained, but he had still prevailed. It was when he started in on the double-digit battles is when things had really gotten tougher with 4 Pokémon a trainer, 2 of which were evolutions and both clearing being backed with moves that could only have been taught by TMs. Nidorino with Takedown, Body Slam, Double Edge and even one with Thunderbolt. Raticate with Double Team, Dig, Swift and Hyper Beam, Pidgeotto with Razor Wind and Toxic had been particularly troublesome to deal with. The last trainer had even had a Graveler who had been taught a particularly troubling combo with Earthquake and Fire Blast that Poliwhirl had only just been quick enough to avoid. Needless to say, the Nugget Bridge had been nothing like how he had remembered it in the video games, and he was glad for that. He would have rage quit so many times if it had been and called bullshit. I am definitely getting my team some TMs as soon as possible to speed things along. Training is all well and good, but if trainers are going to be like that in the future, then I'm seriously going to get my butt handed to me unless I step things up and fast, he thought to himself. But despite everything, he was proud of how his team had pulled through and he was glad to have finished it. Just as that thought crossed his mind, however, he caught sight of 2 men walking towards him. Both looking particularly shady but pleased to see him. "Congratulations, young man," the first said gleefully. "You're the first to successfully defeat the Nugget Bridge challenge, and I must say that was a wonderful display of power." Mason nodded. "Thanks. I take it you're both representatives of the group that sponsored this challenge?" he asked, playing it carefully as he watched both men nod. "Indeed we are, young man, and for successfully completing the challenge we'd like to present you with these as a token of thanks for that wonderful display," the second man said, holding a wooden box in his hands which he opened, revealing 6 golden nuggets inside it that gleamed in the sunlight. Mason smirked seeing them. If the price on those nuggets were as high as they were in the video games, then that was easily 30,000 Pokédollars right there. He had already won plenty from the battles on the bridge. 5,000 from the first 5 trainers, 7,500 from the next 5 and a whopping 10,000 from the final 5 trainers. All in all, he now had 27,500 Pokédollars to his name, no small amount considering he was only at this stage in things. 30,000 more would see him set up well and proper. "Thank you," Mason said as he reached forward to take the box from the man, wanting to get his hands on them and leave quickly. Of course, things are never that simple. Just 1 second please," the other man said as he stepped into his way. "Before you accept your prize, we have an offer to make you. You see, our group is interested in strong trainers like yourself. We actually set this challenge up in an effort to find worthy trainers that had the potential that our boss is looking for in the organization. As part of our group, these nuggets would only be mere drops in the ocean of wealth you could amass with your strength as part of our organization. Someone of your strength would no doubt be able to climb the inner rankings and bring great glory to our organization," the man behind him said, still holding the box in his hands. "So why not join us?" the first man said, again grinning sinisterly. "It would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to use your strength and become famous throughout the world as a member of the Team Rocket Elite." Mason smirked, called it, he thought to himself internally before shaking his head. "I think you mean infamous," he corrected casually. "Thanks but no thanks, I have no interest in joining up with any groups, I'm strong enough on my own. Besides, I'm no one's lap dog." Almost instantly the 2 men's smiles turned into scowls as the man with the box slammed it shut. "Oh, so you think you're hot stuff, do you?" the first man sneered. "Just because you beat a few trainers, all that winning has gone to your head, kid. This is your last chance," the second man said as he took a Pokeball from his inner jacket. "You can either join us and we can forget about what you just said. Or we can make you wish you had never been born and take your Pokémon. Either way, we win, so what's it going to be, kid?" Mason's smirk never faltered. "I think it's you two who have the big heads," he said before casually moving his hands and pushing the buttons on 2 of his Pokeballs, having taken them from his belt as the 2 been giving their little sales pitch. And out of the ball appeared Dratini and Scyther by his sides. The 2 men growled. "So be it," the first man said as he tossed his Pokeball, followed by a second as both backpedaled to make room. The ball burst open and Mason watched as a Golbat and Raticate burst forth from their ball. He knew both Dratini and Scyther were ready to go. They had been the ones to take the least amount of damage in his battles on the bridge. he had their Pokeballs close at hand just in case things went as he suspected they would. Golbat used Bite, Raticate used Hyper Fang, the two men ordered and their Pokémon moved to carry out their MSTR's commands. Mason scowled, Dratini, blow them both back with Twister. Scyther ready for an offensive with Swords Dance, he ordered. His Pokémon moved instantly. Dratini instantly crying out as the draconic winds whipped around them and hit both Golbat and Raticate in their advance, knocking them back as Scyther crossed his bladed as a powerful aura began to coat its body as it gave a powerful cry. "We'll teach you to mess with us, kid," one of the men yelled, their shirts having been blown open by the wind revealing their black undershirts with the red R's emblazoned on them identifying them as rocket grunts. "Both of you, use Hyper Beam," the other grunt yelled in anger. Mason's eyes narrowed as he watched both Pokémon begin to gather energy in their mouths to launch devastating attacks. He had yet to see a Hyper Beam used in person and he wasn't looking forward to doing so in these conditions. "Scyther, Dratini use Agility to dodge, get behind them," he ordered, saying the last part softly so that only they could hear. Both Pokémon nodded and disappeared in a blur of high speed just as both Golbat and Raticate launched their attacks. Mason had to jump clear of the explosions that made the trainers on the bridge start running away. "Now!" Mason yelled as he started to get up from his rather hasty dodge. "Scyther, use X-Scissor on Raticate, Dratini use Dragon Rage on Golbat, then hit the lot of them with Twister." The attack was instantaneous. Both Scyther and Dratini reappeared behind their opponents, not staggered from the powerful attacks and wide open. Scyther crossed its arms as they glowed ominously and it shot forward at the large rat Pokémon, cutting the large X that flared green as it hit its mark as Raticate gave out a cry before falling faint. Dratini wasted no time as it launched the draconic ball of fire from its mouth that hit the large bag Pokémon from behind, sending it crashing to the ground out cold just like its partner, only for both of them to be caught by the powerful winds that Dratini summoned that picked both of them up along with the rocket grunts and began to swirl them around in the powerful cyclone that began to take shape. The rocket grunts were yelling as they were tossed about, but Mason could hardly hear them over the powerful winds that whipped his coat about him. "Now smash them into the ground," Mason ordered with a scowl, wanting to end this now. Dratini did just as ordered and with a cry, the cyclone bent to the small dragon's will and with plenty of power behind it smashed both rocket grunts and Pokémon into the ground hard before dissipating, leaving them in a heap. As the winds died down, Mason began to approach the downed rockets. Both of them were unconscious and weren't going to be any more trouble to him now. Using his boot he rolled one of them over and grinned as he took the box with his prize inside. Turning he began to leave only to pause as he stopped and looked back at the grunts and their Pokémon. He had no doubt that he would definitely be on Team Rocket's radar after this. "Oh well, in for a penny, in for a pound," he thought before making his way back over to them, and after a moment found what he was looking for. "If they are going to come after me anyway over this, might as well pour salt on the wound," he thought before he drove the heel of his boot down and crushed both of the grunt's Pokeballs before he took one of the empty ones from his belt and tossed it at the unconscious Golbat. There was no resistance at all as the next second the light on the front of the ball went out before he scooped it up and looked to his two Pokémon. "Looks like we've got ourselves a new team member," he said as he shrunk the Pokeball. Dratini gave a small cry of agreement and Scyther nodded its head solemnly content with the action. Before both of them disappeared into red energy as Mason recalled them both to their ball before looking to the unconscious Raticate and shook his head. He didn't really have need of it on his team. Golbat would be enough for him. Besides, it was free of its ball now. With any luck it would wake up before the two grunts realize it was free and take off. He was sure none of the Pokémon Team Rocket used actually wanted to do the things they were used for. With that thought Mason turned and started back down the Nugget Bridge to head back into the city. He had some nuggets to sell and an anonymous tip to leave to the local police about two shady characters at that end of the Nugget Bridge. Chapter 8. Sister Troubles and Shopping. It was the next morning that Mason was up bright and early. He knew he was seriously being pressed for time. With everything that had happened the day before, he had only enough time after leaving the bridge to get to a nearby shop to sell the nuggets that he had won. Thankfully enough the nuggets had sold for the price that he had been hoping for, and the box had went for another 500. So in all he had a solid 58,000. He would have more than enough to get the bag and pods. After returning from the shop to the center, Mason had turned his Pokémon over to Nurse Joy, giving her a warning about his newest Pokémon about how it might be hostile. But the gentle nurse had told him not to worry about it. He had left all his Pokémon in the overnight care of the center, and he was planning to get them back that morning before going for breakfast. As he went to shower, he couldn't help but think about the newest addition to his team. He didn't really know what had possessed him to do it. At the time it felt like a great idea. Team Rocket were crooks and thieves. It's not like they could go to the police and report their Pokémon stolen. Hell, they more than likely never even registered their Pokémon or themselves as trainers. That had been something Mason had learned yesterday. It was how the league kept track of Pokémon and trainers. Every time a trainer bought a Pokeball, it was assigned to that trainer's ID number, so when a trainer caught a Pokémon with it, the information of that Pokémon was then sent to a registry. It was just another thing that the inter-regional program had brought about, with Sylph Co. and Devon's Corporation leading the way. The registry prevented Pokémon thieves from using stolen Pokémon in official league-sanctioned events. Of course, there was also a simple way around it, like he had done the day before. Smashing the Pokeball releases the Pokémon, and all the Rockets would have to do would be to use another empty Pokeball to recatch the Pokémon and register it to them. It was why he had done just that. So it meant that even if the Rockets could try to take legal action against him, there would be no proof of the Pokémon ever belonging to them, if by some miracle they were registered, which he highly doubted. But Mason knew that this would likely cause him a headache. As much as Golbat wasn't a Rocket Pokémon anymore, they hadn't exactly crossed paths on the best terms, and he knew the relationship was likely going to get off to a rocky start. He knew that he already Spearow as a flying-type Pokémon, and that he didn't necessarily need Golbat on his team in that regard. It was the poison nature and Golbat's second evolution form that had Mason wanting it. Crobat's stats were all higher than a Fearo's, and it had a wider spread of moves for him to utilize in battle. Along with the fact that Golbat already knew Hyper Beam, and he was hoping that he would be able to use Golbat to teach that move to a few of his other Pokémon later on, to save him the cash he'd have to fork out for the technical machine, which was sure to be pricey. He sighed as he turned the water off and got out of the shower, wrapping a towel around his waist. It was going to be a long morning. Time skip. After getting dried and changed, Mason had retrieved his Pokeballs from the front desk and went out to the training area at the back of the Pokémon Center after grabbing some sandwiches from the cafeteria to eat for breakfast. His plan was a simple one: have his Pokémon out when he released Golbat and confront the Pokémon and explain things. If it accepted him as its trainer, everything would run smoothly. If not, then he'd have to battle it again to prove himself worthy of being its new trainer. He was hoping not to have to resort to such things, but if it was the only way, he would. One by one, Mason released his Pokémon from their ball until his first 4 Pokémon stood in front of him awaiting his orders. "Alright everyone, as of yesterday we got ourselves a new team member," Mason told them, holding up Golbat's Pokeball. Scyther and Dratini both already know this, but it wasn't exactly a regular catch. It was owned by a rather shady individual beforehand, and I decided to liberate it for our team. I'm not sure how it will react once I release it, or if it will accept me as its trainer, so I am going to need the 4 of you to help me out here, he told them. If it attacks, I'll need you to defend me, but if you have to do so, try not to hurt it too badly. We want to try to convince it to join us, okay? Receiving nods and small sounds of agreement from his team, Mason took a breath as he turned to the side and pushed the button on the Pokeball to open it. The very next second, Golbat appeared in the air several feet in front of them, flapping its wings as it began looking around in apparent confusion before doing a full turn in mid-air and coming face to face with Mason, blinking its small eyes as it let out a confused sound. Mason held up his hands to show that he wasn't being hostile. So far so good, it hasn't attacked me yet, he thought to himself. Easy there, Golbat, no one is going to hurt you. Mason began speaking to the large bat gently. You're safe here. You're no longer captured by Team Rocket. I took you from them yesterday after I beat your last trainer, do you remember? He spoke. Golbat seemed to look surprised for a moment before its eyes narrowed on Mason, making the Pokémon behind the trainer bristle, ready to move to their trainer's aid. Mason kept his hands in front of him. I'm nothing like them, Golbat. I may have taken you from them, but I don't plan on abusing your strength for my own gain like they did. I just didn't think it right that such a powerful Pokémon like you should be used by a bunch of criminals. Golbat's eyes were still narrowed, but it seemed to get a smug air to it at the compliment to its strength that Mason paid to it. It seemed to be watching Mason more closely now. Mason swallowed slightly. Things were going better than he had hoped. I'd like to offer you a deal, Golbat, a place on my team. I may have caught you, but I know that it wasn't exactly the normal way. That is why I am making you this offer like this. If you'd prefer to be free, I can take you to the nearest cave when I can and release you there. But if you want to become a member of my team, he said as he gestured to the Pokémon behind him, that can be arranged, but know that the training is tough. None of my Pokémon are weak, as you saw yesterday in your battle with Dratini and Scyther. We train at every available opportunity to grow stronger and prove we are the best. You are already strong, but I promise you if you become my Pokémon you can become even stronger, and your strength won't be abused like it was with your last trainer. Golbat kept flying in place as it listened to Mason's offer. The large bat was actually shocked at Mason's offer to release it if it didn't want to become a member of his team. That alone had caused the Pokémon to stop glaring at the trainer and actually listen to his offer. It was clear to Golbat that this trainer was nothing like its last. Perhaps it would give him a chance. If it meant that through his training that it would get stronger, it seemed like a win-win situation. With a beat of its wings, Golbat moved closer to Mason and landed on his shoulder and gave a nodding gesture with a sound of agreement. Mason blinked as he looked at the Pokémon not purchased on his shoulder. He hadn't expected that it would be that easy, but then he guessed that the choice between himself and being released with the chance of being recaptured by Team Rocket was a generally easy one. Alright then, welcome to the team, Mason said with a smirk. Time skip. After the little confrontation with his new Pokémon resulting in such a rapid conclusion, Mason had dished out his team's breakfast out in the fresh morning air. It was still early, so he knew he would have some time to spare. If Ash was sticking to the cannon, then chances were he'd be here around noon. That would give him some time to get the supplies that he needed and see what state the Cerulean Gym was in. Worst come to worst, he would have to wait for Misty so that he could actually battle for his badge. As he had finished his food ahead of his Pokémon, Mason had taken to looking over his Pokédex, something that he had found out about the day beforehand that wasn't actually as rare as the games made it out to be. It had been the invention that had put Professor Oak on the map as one of the first to invent such a device, and the League had taken great interest in it. It was actually commonplace for most new trainers to receive one at the start of their journeys. Most trainers when they reached of age would have been given one along with their starter Pokémon by a League official in the town they grew up in, usually by the gym leader or the local nurse Joy, who would register them as a trainer. It had been over the past couple of days that Mason had been looking it over more closely. He had noticed some features that he was sure wasn't in the anime version, and he suspected that they were upgrades that had come along because of the interregional cooperation scheme. The upgrades allowed him to check not only his Pokémon's known moves but also tell their genders and abilities, something that he was irritated that he hadn't noticed before now. So while his Pokémon were still eating, Mason began to point his Pokédex towards them to scan them one by one to see the extent of what he was working with, and the results didn't disappoint. Species, Dratini. Gender, male. Ability, Shed Skin. Moves. Wrap. Thunder Wave. Twister. Dragon Rage. Straight Face. Species, Poliwhirl. Gender, male. Ability, Swift Swim. Moves. Water Gun. Hydro Pump. Hypnosis. Bubble. Bubble Beam. Double Slap. Straight Face. Species, Spearow. Gender, female. Ability, Sniper. Moves. Peck. Fury Attack. New move, Aerial Ace, registered by Professor S. Oak. Agility. Double Team. Straight Face. Species, Scyther. Gender, male. Ability, Swarm. Moves. Vacuum Wave. Quick Attack. Agility. False Swipe. Wing Attack. Slash. Razor Wind. Double Team. New move, X Scissor, registered by Professor S. Oak. Straight face. Species, Golbat. Gender, female. Ability, Infiltrator. Moves. Bite. Supersonic. Wing attack. Toxic. Hyper beam. Mason had to smirk. It seemed that the professor had already added both Aerial Ace and X Scissor to the attack move database. He was feeling rather pleased with himself as he looked down the list of moves for each of his Pokémon. He could see that all the training had been paying off, especially for Scyther, but then again the Mantis Pokémon was completely obsessed when it came to training, always putting in much more effort and pushing himself harder every session to become stronger. It was no surprise that with his training and knowledge of moves, Scyther's move pool was as large as it was. Mason couldn't help but snort when he saw Spearo's gender. He wasn't really surprised. Only a woman could hold a grudge as long as it did in the anime, waiting all that time and still being angry. Wish Ash when he came back to pal it down after so long. Looking over each of his team's abilities, he nodded to himself. He could work with those. He knew what each of them did, having begun memorizing the ability list the night before. He was not going to be caught out again like what had happened in his battle with Gary. He smirked to himself, seeing Sniper and Infiltrator as two of the abilities. His mind was already swimming with how he would be able to customize both Spearo's and Golbat's future training to make the most out of those two gems, as well as making plans to teach Poliwhirl the move Rain Dance to make the most out of his Swift Swim ability. Time skip. It was half an hour later that Mason found himself standing outside the Cerulean City gym. Having decided to put off his shopping until later, he wanted to see firsthand if the gym and Misty's sisters were anything like the anime portrayed them to be. Walking through the doors as they opened for him, Mason walked into the reception area of the gym. He was in luck that the apparent show that the sisters were going to be putting on wasn't for a couple hours and the crowds had yet to start forming. Walking through another set of doors, Mason found himself in the main pool area with the pool raised above the ground in a glass box that allowed Mason to see inside. He could see that two of the sisters were inside the pool. He recognized them as Lily and Violet, with their blue and pink hair as they perform underwater acrobatics dressed in skimpy swimsuits that left nothing to the imagination. He could tell that they were a fair bit older than he was, maybe in their early 20s. Mason could see why they were called the Sensational Sisters. No doubt many came to their shows just to admire their beauty alone. "Hey you," a voice called to Mason, making him look over to see the third sister, Daisy, with blonde hair and wearing a red swimsuit, walking over to him. "The show doesn't start for another 2 hours, no sneak peeks," she said sternly. Mason frowned. "I'm not here for the show," he replied as he moved his coat back to reveal the pokeballs on his belt. "I'm a trainer. I came here to challenge the gym," he said as he took out and flashed his badge case, showing the single badge inside. Daisy seemed to blink. "Oh, I see. Well, that's easily sorted then," she said before whistling towards the pool, getting both her sisters' attention as they swam up to the top to breach before looking down at them. "What's up, Daisy?" Lily asked. "Yeah, we're still trying to get this routine down," Violet added. "We have a trainer here looking for a battle," Daisy responded, gesturing to Mason. For a brief moment Mason thought perhaps this was something different than in the anime and he was actually going to get his battle. But that hope was dashed as he saw Daisy pluck something from a small pouch on her ankle and toss it down to Daisy. Daisy caught what was clearly the Cascade badge in her hand before turning to Mason and holding her hand out. "Here you go," she said, holding the teardrop-shaped badge out towards him. Mason instantly scowled. "What the hell is this?" he said, his tone sharp as he looked at the older girl. Daisy frowned. "The badge you came for, of course. Do you want it or not?" she said back, her tone getting sharp as well. Mason's scowl deepened. "It was just like the anime. I came here to earn a badge, not to be given one." Daisy seemed to sigh. "Look kid, we're busy right now preparing for our show and we don't have time to battle. You. Besides," Lily spoke from up above, "even if we wanted to we couldn't. You're not the only one to come and challenge this gym." "Yeah," Violet spoke up from beside her sister, "we've had like 10 challenges in the past 2 days. Our Pokémon are still recovering." Mason frowned. "Not all of them surely. You're gym leaders, you're meant to be the major power in this city, surely you have more than just a couple of Pokémon." He had did some reading the night before and come to the realization that gym leaders never really used all of their Pokémon against challengers, and depending on how many badges the challenger had, the leader would use different combinations and strengths of Pokémon to test them. Mason pointed to the pool where inside there were a number of other water Pokémon swimming around. What about them? We do, but they are resting as well, Daisy said. It's not just new trainers like you, with only one badge, that come through to challenge us, you know, and those Pokémon aren't for gym battles, they are for our shows. Now do you want the badge or not? Not like this, Mason replied. Besides, isn't it against the league regulations to just give a trainer a badge without battling? He stated, not entirely sure on the matter. It is, but we won't tell if you don't, Lily said from above with a smile. Look, kid. Gym leaders can choose to give their badges to trainers if they want. We just don't have time to battle you, and all of our Pokémon are too weak right now to battle you. Daisy spoke to him as she tossed the badge to him. So just take the badge already, it's what you came for. Mason caught the badge and his scowl deepened. He did not want it like this. He was going to earn each and every one of his badges the right way. He wasn't going to take the easy route like Ash did in the anime, getting half his badges through luck. He tossed the badge back at her. Keep it, I came here to battle a gym leader, to earn my badge the right way. But clearly you three are more focused on your show than actually being gym leaders, he snapped. Daisy scowled right back. We are not, she argued. The show is important, it's what brings in most of the money to keep this gym running half the time, so of course we are going to focus on it when we need to. Don't bullshit me, Mason snapped back. The league puts out grants to gyms on a monthly basis to help leaders keep their doors open and pay the bills, he countered. He had read about those grants the day before in the library when he was getting caught up on things. Well, yeah, Daisy replied, but you have no idea how much paperwork is required to sign up for those grants. Besides, we enjoy doing out shows and it brings in way more money than those grants, she said as she brushed her hair back. I knew it, Mason scowled. You three are nothing more than just ditzy airheads, who care more about putting on makeup and doing your hair than actually running this gym. He spat in disgust. You're a disgrace, and the three of you have no place running a Pokémon gym, he said, turning on his heels and walking back the way he came. Hey, wait just a second, Daisy called after him, but Mason didn't stop as he continued his path out of the gym and continued on with a scowl on his face. Bloody airheads, I'm surprised they don't float away with how much hot air is in their heads in comparison to how small their brains are, Mason internally raged. Now he was going to have no choice whatsoever but to wait for Misty to get here so that he could have a proper battle. As he walked in the direction of the shops he'd seen the day before, he tried to calm himself down. It would do him no good to continue being angry. Time skip. It was half an hour later that Mason found himself walking out of one of the shops on the main street with a new navy blue backpack slung over his shoulder, his other gear stored inside one of the 3 pods that were inside it. He was more than pleased with his new purchase. The weight off his back was rather appealing. It may have eaten up 40,000 of his 58, but he knew that it would be worth the investment. Looking up and down the high street, Mason pondered on just where he should go next. He had plans to buy TMs for his team, but he wasn't sure totally on what to get just yet. He had plans, but he wanted to refine them some more before he was absolutely certain. From what he'd seen before, TMs were pricey just like in the video games, and he didn't have all that much money left to spend. As he pondered his next destination, a certain familiar figure caught his eye and he smirked. Well, guess destiny really was at work, he thought to himself before he started to jog over. Hey Brock, he called. The Pewter City gym leader turned when he heard his name called and smiled when he was who it was. Mason. Hey, Ash and Misty said you had gone on ahead. Mason smirked. Yeah, I take it that means they're here as well and you're traveling with them. Brock nodded. Yeah, Ash challenged me a day or so after you. I take it he's the friend you mentioned after our battle. Mason sighed and nodded. Yeah, I told him he needed to train more before he challenged you. I take it you mopped the gym floor with him. Brock smirked. Well, I wouldn't put it that harshly, but yeah, our first battle was pretty one-sided. The second time he came back the next morning it was a bit of a different story when his Pikachu's electricity set off the water sprinklers mid-battle. Mason sighed. I take it that won him the match then. Guessing that things had played out the same way as they did in the anime. Brock shook his head. It would have, except Ash didn't attack after that and forfeit the match, said that he didn't want to win on a fluke like that. Mason sighed again. And I bet you gave him the badge anyway, right? Brock looked surprised. How did you know? Mason shook his head. Just a guess. As much as I like Ash, giving him that badge might have been a bad move. I was trying to get him to train his Pokémon properly and take being a trainer more seriously. Had he lost again, I'm sure that he would have just challenged your gym again on the way back to Viridian for the tournament. At least then he would have won it from you properly. Brock frowned a little and nodded. Misty said you were trying to do something like that before you left, but I'm sure it won't make much of a difference in the long run. Gym leaders are allowed to choose who's worthy of receiving their badges, and Ash showed me he had good character when he ended the match like he did. Character has nothing to do about being a good trainer, but I hope you're right, Brock, Mason said, shaking his head. So Ash was off to the same start as in the anime. He didn't really know how he felt about that, but there wasn't much he could do about it now. So, what made you decide to travel with them? Don't you need someone to run your gym? Brock nodded. Well, yeah, but it turned out my dad had been back in town for a couple of weeks, long story, but he was able to take over running the gym so that I could go traveling. You see, I want to travel to learn more about Pokémon so that I can become a professional Pokémon breeder. It's always been my dream, but with my responsibility to my siblings and my family's gym, I just never got a chance to pursue it. Mason smiled. Well, I'm glad you're getting the chance to now, he told him honestly. Hey, if you're a breeder, mind if I ask you for some tips on preparing my Pokémon's food for the best nutritional value? I've only just been learning about it for about a month, and I want to make sure that I'm feeding my team right so that they get the most out of it. I'm pretty sure I'm doing okay. Professor Oak gave me the recipe for Dratini, but I'm not sure that it's right for my other Pokémon. Brock nodded. Sure thing. I was actually looking for a store in particular that sells the best ingredients for making Pokémon food to fill up while Ash went to challenge the gym. You can tag along and I can walk you through things. I take it you've already gotten your badge here? He asked. Mason smirked. Thanks, that would really help me out, he said before frowning. No, and Ash will be in for a rough time of it at that gym. Those leaders are a disgrace. They practically were offering me their gym's badge just to get me to go away. What? Brock said in shock. That's against league regulations. Did they even give a reason? Mason nodded. Yeah, some rubbish about all of their Pokémon being too tired to battle, but I could tell they could care less about battling. All they are concerned about are their shows and their looks. They are completely shallow and couldn't care less about their gym. That is disgraceful. After we're done getting the supplies, do you mind if we go by there? I want to see this for myself. If they are as bad as you say, I'll report them to the league and have them replaced. I can't condone such trainer running a gym, Brock stated. Mason nodded. Sure thing, come on, you can show me this shop you were talking about, he said as the two of them started down the street. Time skip. It didn't take the pair long to locate the store. It was a small, quaint little shop, with not much to it. On the outside, Mason thought that it looked like an old herbal remedy shop. The front store windows were lined with jars of various herbal items and different types of berries. Walking in through the front doors with Brock, the bell chimed and announced their entrance, and Mason's nose was assaulted by the various smells that he had no idea what to make of. It was rather overwhelming at first, but after a moment he seemed to adjust. Rather potent, isn't it? He muttered to Brock, getting a smirk from the older teen. Indeed it is, young man, came an old voice from the back of the store as an old woman with white hair, a hunched back, walked out through a fabric curtain that covered over the door into the back of the store. She raised her walking cane and gestured to the various jars that lined the shelves that lined every wall in the square room. The ingredients and herbs all need to be able to breathe, or they would start to liquidate and rot in the heat of their containers, she said before leaning on her cane once more. Now what can I do for you two today? She asked as she began to walk over to behind a counter. Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Brock and this is my friend Mason. We're both Pokémon trainers and I'm an aspiring Pokémon breeder, and we were hoping to gather up some supplies to make food for our Pokémon while on the road. I'm sure you'll agree that a nutritional diet is key for a Pokémon's well-being as well as its development, Brock states politely as Mason nodded behind him. A pleasure to meet you both, and I couldn't agree more. That's why I opened this store in the first place, so that trainers could learn how to feed and care for their Pokémon's dietary needs themselves. Sadly, most just prefer to buy the pre-made Pokémon food from the stores, so few want to take the time to make their Pokémon's food by hand anymore, she sighed wistfully. If you don't mind, Brock has already agreed to help me learn how to come up with better recipes for my Pokémon's food, but I could always use an expert second opinion. do you mind taking a look at my Pokémon and telling me what you think would be best? Mason asked. I would be delighted, young man. The old woman smiled warmly at Mason's request. Mason nodded as he took the Pokeballs off his belt. Come on out, you guys, he said as he tossed the Pokeballs out to the open floor, and they opened up and Mason's 5 Pokémon appeared in the small shop. Wow, Brock said as he looked over the 5, Misty told me on the road you had a Poliwag. I guess it must have evolved HM. Mason nodded, just the other morning actually, he confirmed. Brock nodded, though neither Ash nor Misty said anything about you having a Golbat on your team, a recent catch? He asked as the old lady made her way over to examine the Pokémon. Mason nodded, you could say that. I ran into a little trouble the other day. Some Team Rocket goons at the Nugget Bridge just north of the city. One of them had Golbat as their Pokémon. After I beat them I may have liberated her from their possession. It just didn't sit right with me leaving Pokémon to be used as tools for criminals, he explained as Golbat flew up to him and landed on his shoulder, taking the opportunity to muzzle against the side of his head affectionately, much to Spiro's annoyance as she took perch on his other shoulder and did the same to his other side of his head as Mason struggled to keep standing, being the perch for both Pokémon. Brock and the old lady chuckled at his expense. Well, Golbat certainly seems happy to have you as her trainer, and as much as I dislike stealing Pokémon I can't help but agree with your sentiment about Pokémon being used as tools. Indeed, the old woman vouched as she smiled, these Pokémon are in the peak of health and are obviously very well trained and looked after, their trainer obviously cares for them, and with the proper diet they will only flourish. I'd be more than happy to help you with that, she said with a smile, while the 5 Pokémon preened under her praise. Making her way back to the counter she took out a pad and pen as she began to write down some things. Alright, now come over here and I'll start running you both through the steps on these recipes. I know the perfect ones for your Pokémon to really bring out their potentials. Brock and Mason came over and eagerly began to listen as the old woman began to run them through the various recipes and their steps, as well as the theory behind each of them and their nutritional values. Time skip. It was half an hour later that Mason and Brock were leaving the store with their purchases stowed away in their bags along with the copied notes of everything that the old lady had told them. Mason had also made an additional purchase of a Pokeblock case and a portable Pokeblock mixer which the old lady had recommended he use as well for during their training sessions in order to give his Pokemon extra nutrients and keep their energies up. He had also bought a large stock of berries to go along with it to heed her advice and knew he'd be working it into the routine to help with his Pokemon's training. In all it had only cost him a 4,000, so he knew he'd still have plenty left to see about getting a technical machine or two before he left to start the next leg of his journey. I hope you were paying attention back there, that old lady really knew her stuff. Even I learned a couple of new things from her, Brock said as the pair of them began to head to the gym as planned. Mason nodded. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting to try out the Pokeblock machine I got, though I might need some help in some of those food recipes she told us about. Brock waved him off. Don't worry about it, tonight at the center I'll show you how to set everything up and we can go through each of the recipes. I'm going to have to learn that one for poison and flying types after all, with my new Zubat, I've never had to before. Mason chuckled. True. Hey Brock, I was wondering why did you only bring your Onix and Geodude along with you on this trip? Surely you have other Pokemon at the gym. Brock nodded. I do, Mason, but there are other Pokemon that can fill in for Geodude and Onix. If I had taken any of the others it would have left my dad in a bit of a pickle if a stronger trainer with more than 3 gym badges came by to challenge for the badge. I take it you know how the strength rankings work for the gyms. Mason nodded. Yeah, trainers with below the gym badges get handicaps, facing the leader's weaker Pokemon. After 3 badges the strength goes up, and after 5 badges the strength goes up again. It's to make it harder on them to prepare them for the league. Brock nodded. That's right, and in the past couple of years the regulations have changed yet again with trainers coming over from other regions to challenge our gyms. The leagues have been introduced a new ranking system for trainers and depending on what rank you are the gyms will get even tougher, he explained. Mason arched an eyebrow. How so? He asked, curious about this as he hadn't read that far into the records. Well, depending on your ranking the first gym in a region could battle you with the numbers or strength of what trainers would normally face the 5th gym. The more experienced your ranking says you are, the less likely the leaders are going to cut you any slack in your battle with them, Brock explained. Mason whistled. Sounds hard, but I can see why they do it like that. no sense in an experienced trainer pulling their first badge in a new region in a 2-on-2 battle versus weak Pokémon that a new trainer would struggle to beat. Brock nodded. I suspect that's what the leagues are thinking, and it's why I was confident in giving Ash my badge even without him winning it properly. He'll face tougher challenges before the league. He's sure to prove himself worthy of the badge before too long. Mason nodded while internally wondering if that would prove to be true, if Ash would rise to the challenge, or if he'd crumple and fail when things got too tough for him. This league was certainly sounding far tougher than what he'd seen in the anime. He was certain that before too long even he'd be running into difficulties, but he was confident that he'd be able to push through them. His team was coming along well and he was certain that they'd be able to combat any challenge. Ash, he'd have to wait and see. Soon enough the pair of them found themselves arriving at the Cerulean Gym just as the crowd was leaving after the show. They waited until the crowd had thinned before they began to make their way inside. As they made their way onto the main floor where Mason had spoken to the sisters before, they came across a rather heated argument in progress. I came here to battle for a badge, not be given one, they heard the voice before they had even entered the area. Ash was standing pointing at the three sisters, clearly upset as Daisy was once again holding out a badge in her hand. Oh come on, we've already tried explaining it to you, we can't battle you, Daisy said, rolling her eyes. All our Pokémon are in the Pokémon Center, so just quit being so stubborn and take the badge or get lost already. Mason had to blink for a second. This was rather different than what had happened in the anime. Ash had actually been ready to take the badge in the anime, but now he was refusing and wanted to earn it. Mason couldn't help but feel a little bit of respect for Ash because of that. Perhaps there's hope for you yet, Ash, he thought to himself. So it is true, Brock said from beside him, not looking too pleased as he started over to the scene, Mason keeping pace beside him. His words catching the eye of the three sisters and Ash. And just who are you? Daisy said, looking to Brock before recognizing Mason. Hey, you're that kid from before, what, rethink your decision? Well, that's just two. She began to say before Mason cut her off. Not a chance, Mason sneered, there's no way I would disgrace my Pokémon by just accepting a badge, not when my team has been training hard so that they could prove their strength and earn a badge properly, he stated firmly. That was when Brock stepped forward. You three are a disgrace, and you dare call yourselves gym leaders, he said, a hardness in his voice that surprised Mason. And just who are you? Daisy sneered back at Brock's hard glare. I'm Brock Harrison, the former leader of the Pokémon Gym in Pewter City, Brock said with a glare. Just what the hell are you three thinking, giving out Pokémon badges just because your Pokémon can't battle? You know that is against league policy. Whatever. The league's policy states that a gym leader can choose to give their badge to whoever they judge fit, so we're not technically breaking any rules, Daisy said dismissively, while both her sisters look a little worried about another gym leader catching them giving badges out. That is for when trainers prove themselves, and even then you have to notify the league when you do so, Brock stated, his tone unwavering. Just giving badges out throws the whole system off. The former leader of this gym would be disgusted by how you three are disgracing his gym. Both Lily and Violet looked like someone had just slapped them with that comment as Daisy glared hatefully back. And just what the hell would you know about it, Don't you dare speak about our father. You didn't know him. I didn't, but my father did, and he spoke highly of the man and his skill in battles, and his belief in the system that the gyms represented, and yet you three disgrace both him and his gym by you just giving away his gym's badges, Brock said, his tone no less hard. A look of pain crossed Daisy's face at Brock's statement, and she looked to be ready to retort before another voice interrupted her. What? All of them looked up to the sound of the voice to see Misty standing at the top of the seating area with a look of absolute rage on her face. What do you mean, give away badges? She yelled, sounding even angrier than the looked. Misty, both Lily and Violet spoke in shock seeing her, while Daisy just blinked before rolling her eyes. Oh, it's just you, she said, sounding unimpressed. Misty glowered at her sisters before she came storming down the steps and jumped the railing at the bottom and landed on the floor, her scowl still on her face. Answer me, Daisy, what is he talking about? Daisy rolled her eyes again. What do you care? Last I checked you took off on your own little journey. As far as I'm concerned you gave up any say about what we do here when you left. I left to train and become a better water Pokémon trainer, you know that, Misty snarled back. Daisy scoffed, "Oh please, you left because you could never step out of the three of our shadows, you were jealous and threw a temper tantrum and left when you couldn't get your way with no daddy to run crying to," she said harshly. Both Lily and Violet gasped, "Daisy, that's going too far. Oh, don't give me that." Daisy turned on them, "You know she was always his favorite of the four of us. Mom may have doted on us more but she was always Daddy's little girl. You know that's not true." Misty snapped, her voice starting to shake at the memories of her father. She knew it was. Her father always tended to her more when she was younger while her sisters were away with their mom. "Yes it is," Daisy snapped back. "Ever since that incident with Dad's Gyarados when you got scared, he always favored you more." "That's because he blamed himself and was worried about her," Lily argued, getting angry herself at how Daisy was speaking about their father. "He may have tended to her more but he was always there for the rest of us, Daisy, you know that," Violet argued right alongside her sister. "Oh please, if he blamed anyone it was me," Daisy snapped, "because I was the one meant to be watching Misty when it happened. He never treated me the same after that." "And so this is your way of getting back at him," Mason stated in realization from the side, having listened to everything that had been said and was starting to see that some things were different from the canon, by ruining his gym's reputation. "Shut your mouth." Daisy snapped at Mason angrily, "I would never do that, not on purpose. He may not have treated me the same but he was still my dad. I've already explained why we can't battle. It's going to take at least another 2 days before our Pokémon are fit for battling again after their last battles." "Then you should have posted a notice of that instead of just handing out badges," Brock stated firmly. "And miss out on 2 days worth of shows, forget it," Daisy said, rolling her eyes. Misty snorted, "You always did care more about shows than you did about the gym itself." "Well, what do you expect?" Daisy snapped, "While Dad was always happy for you to join him when he was training his Pokémon for the gym battles, we were with Mom practicing with her with both out Pokémon and joining her in her shows. This gym has always done both side by side to show both the beauty and strength of water Pokémon." Mason frowned. He was starting to see now just how this rift between the sisters had came about and rubbed the bridge of his nose as he felt a headache coming on. Family dramas can be so troublesome. "Then if you aren't going to battle I will," Misty snapped, the conversation having continued on while Mason was trying to soothe his headache. "I'm still registered as one of the gym leaders here, so if you three aren't going to step up I will." "Fine then," Daisy snapped, "then you can battle these two. If they are so set on battling for their badges might as well give them an easy win to get them out of our hair," she said dismissively. Both Violet and Lily exchanged looks and nodded to one another before they both stepped up to Daisy, both hooking an arm of hers before they began to drag her away. "We need to talk, Daisy," Lily said. "Like right now," Violet added. "Hey, what are you both doing?" Daisy yelled as she was pulled away. Misty sighed at the scene before she turned to both Mason and Ash. "So what will it be? Are you two ready to battle or not?" Mason nodded, "Yeah I am, but since Ash was the one making the challenge he can go against you first. Will you have enough Pokémon to battle us both?" he asked. Misty nodded, "Yeah I do, don't worry," she said, confirming as she began to walk over to the pool. Mason looked to Ash and gave him a smirk. "Good luck Ash, you're going to need it," he smirked before looking to Brock. "Come on, we can watch from the stands," he said, gesturing to the seats. Scene break. It took a little while for both Ash and Misty to get into position and to get the floating platforms out onto the water, so Mason and Brock had more than enough time to find the way up to the seating area. And just as the battle was about to begin they were joined by Lily, Violet and a rather subdued-looking Daisy. Mason arched an eyebrow. Guess her sisters must have really ripped into her about what she said. Hopefully they got through to her," he thought to himself before he focused more on the battle that was just starting. The battle played out for the most part just as Mason remembered it from the anime, with Ash's first choice being Pikachu, only for the small yellow Pokémon to refuse to battle a friend. Mason wanted to sigh. As much as he liked Pikachu, it was clear that Ash needed to learn to be a bit more firmer on his Pokémon. He knew it sounded harsh, but the fact of the matter was Ash let himself get trod on by his Pokémon, and that was what led to trouble down the road. He watched on as Ash sent out Butterfree as his first choice against Misty's Stereo, and Mason could tell that Misty was a lot more skilled here than she was in the anime, as she instantly ordered Stereo into the water as soon as Ash called for a tackle attack and countered with a rapid water gun. Mason watched as Butterfree dodged and weaved through the water gun attacks. He could see that there had been some results from its training with his Poliwag, but it was clear that Stereo was much better trained as the attacks got a lot faster quickly, and soon Butterfree hit the water and was struggling to stay afloat only to get slammed by a quick rapid spin from Stereo, putting it out of commission. Misty smirked, "You're going to have to do better than that if you want to win, Ash. I'm no pushover." Mason smirked, and he could hear Misty's sisters mutter between themselves. He could hear that they were impressed with Misty's battling and use of her environment to her advantage. The battle continued as Ash called out Pidgeotto and Misty swapped out Stereo for Starmie and instantly went for the same strategy again as she ordered Starmie into the water of the pool and then to begin to attack from its cover. Pidgeotto, however, was quicker and was able to dodge each attack that came its way from the purple star Pokémon as it spun out of the water to attack over and over. And on the final one, Ash ordered a counter with Gust, which caught Starmie as it came in for another attack and blew it back and out of the pool to slam against the wall hard. Misty was about to give another order when things started to shake, and with a loud crash, what Mason could only describe as a large tank with a long hose broke through the far side of the gym wall and into the main stadium. He could only just about make it out from where he was seated. "What's going on?" Daisy yelled as she and her sisters stood up from their seats in shock. Mason scowled as he stood up, his hand already going for his Pokeballs, picking out two of them. "Prepare for trouble, make it double." The two familiar voices began to sound as two figures began to rise out of the body of the tank on a raised platform. "Oh, will you give it a rest?" Mason yelled as he tossed his Pokeballs out. "Dratini, Dragon Rage, Golbat, Hyper Beam. Blast those idiots away," he ordered, not in the mood to deal with their antics. "Hey, that's rude," Jessie yelled. "Yeah, where are your manners?" James agreed as Mason's Pokémon burst from their ball, Dratini dropping into the water before coming up as it gathered its draconic energy to attack, with Golbat appearing in the air as it instantly gathered energy for its Hyper Beam. Team Rocket never stood a chance. The draconic ball of purple flame smacked into the machine behind them and blew it up, launching the trio off their contraption and onto the floor from the shock wave, before Golbat released its Hyper Beam from above, hitting the ground and blasting both Team Rocket and their machine, launching them out of the gym and sending the trio skyward. "Wow," was the general consensus going around in the wake of the double attack as all eyes went to Mason. "And you said you only had one badge," Daisy said, looking at Mason in a new light. "Where did that come from?" Mason shrugged. "I just have a very low tolerance when it comes to dealing with those idiots," he offered as explanation. "Plus this way Pikachu has no way to show off its OP electrical attack, and so the sisters have no reason to give Ash his badge anyway, meaning Ash will have to earn it the right way," he internally thought to himself. "Now that those idiots are done with, let's get back to the battle," he said as he recalled both Dratini and Golbat to their ball. "Oh yeah," Misty said, realizing she was still in a battle. "Starmie, back in the water," she ordered quickly. Starmie moved to obey but was weakened greatly by its crash, and the gust attack had blown away all the moisture on its body, giving it no water to draw energy from. "Don't let it, Pidgeotto, use wing attack, knock it back," Ash ordered as Starmie was nearing the edge of the pool ready to jump in, only to be met by Pidgeotto's wing hard across its gem, knocking it away from the pool once more, and this time its light went out. Misty frowned as she recalled Starmie. "All right then, it's down to this," she said as she called Stereo out once more, instantly having it jump into the water as the battle began anew. Mason sat back inside, not paying attention to the battle now. He didn't exactly care for the result, because he knew that at least now Ash would earn his victory either way. Misty knew of Pikachu's strength, and with Ash defeating at least one of her Pokémon, she would be able to concede he could have won both if Pikachu had battled. It wasn't a total win, but it was still a win, and at least the battle would actually have a proper victor this time. And it did. Much like the first battle, Misty ordered Stereo to attack at range from the water, but Pidgeotto was too fast for its ranged moves, and when Misty ordered Stereo to get closer to attack physically, it ended up the same as Starmie when it was caught in a gust from Pidgeotto and launched out of the air and crashing down hard on the water platform, only to get slammed with a wing attack when it tried to get back up, ending the second battle. And like that, Ash had actually earned his second badge the right way. Mason smirked, it would be his turn next and he was looking forward to it. Chapter 9. Battle of the Serpents. Mason soon found himself standing on the platform floating on the surface of the pool and was grateful that he knew how to swim, otherwise he would have been a little worried about falling in with how shaky the platform was. But he figured that was something that the gym used to offset the challenging trainers, as the gym leader would have been used to battling on this field. Looking across the water to the other platform, Mason smirked at Misty, looking forward to this battle. "I hope you're ready, Misty, because I don't intend on losing here." Mason called over as he plucked one of his pokeballs from his belt. Misty smirked back at him, "Oh, it's you who should be worrying about losing, Mason, because I'm in my element here." "You're about to find out just how powerful water Pokémon can be," she said as she tossed her own Pokeball out, and out of it Goldeen appeared and took into the water, swimming around with speed. Mason smirked. "This battle is going to be interesting then," he said before tossing his own Pokeball out. "Poliwhirl, ready for battle," he called as Poliwhirl appeared standing on the platform in a ready stance. "Oh!" Misty said in surprise, "I see Poliwag evolved, congratulations to you both. Poliwhirl is looking very strong now, you've clearly raised him well." Mason nodded, "Yeah, thanks. I'll fill you in on the details later," he said as he widened his stance to keep his balance. "Let's get this started, shall we, ladies first?" "Such a gentleman," Misty giggled. "All right, Goldeen, let's show him what a water Pokémon can do, go supersonic." Goldeen immediately rose up from the water and began letting out high-pitched waves of sound from her mouth towards Poliwhirl. Poliwhirl jumped into the water to dodge, Mason ordered, not wanting to risk his Pokémon getting confused. Poliwhirl obeyed and jumped quickly into the water to avoid the sonic attack. "Big mistake, go attack with horn attack," Misty called with a smirk. Goldeen obeyed as she shot towards Poliwhirl with incredible speed, her horn lowered, primed for an attack. Mason could see Misty had trained the fish Pokémon well. "Counter with double slap," Mason ordered quickly. Goldeen's attack continued as she shot towards Poliwhirl, who readied himself as the sharp horn came at him, and he moved out his open palm, as it connected with the fish Pokémon side and knocked her off course just in time, before he moved his other palm out, connecting to deal further damage. "Don't give up, circle around and use Fury attack," Misty ordered hastily. Goldeen heard and obeyed as she recovered from the slaps and sped around Poliwhirl in a circle and began to move her horn towards the larger Pokémon with speed, catching Poliwhirl in his side. Mason gritted his teeth. Goldeen was fast, and with Misty's fast command she wouldn't be easy to counter. He needed to slow her down. Poliwhirl, counter with double slap again and then follow up with hypnosis. As Goldeen went in for another move of her horn, Poliwhirl moved out of the way just in time and caught the fish with another move of his palm to the side of her body, followed by a second that sent her up and around, disorienting her. "Look out, Goldeen," Misty called in warning, but it was too late. As soon as Goldeen began to get her bearings, she came face to face with Poliwhirl, whose eyes began to glow as he launched hypnosis, and within half a second Goldeen was asleep in the water. "All right, now launch her out of the water with hydro pump, and follow it," Mason ordered, seeing his way to win. Poliwhirl obeyed as he pulled back both his arms and fired the condenses stream of water from his center, catching Goldeen and launching her out of the pool before shooting up after her. "Goldeen," Misty called in worry. "End it, double slap, both hands at the same time," Mason ordered. Misty could only watch as Poliwhirl drew back both his arms and move his palms forward, both catching Goldeen full on and launching her back down to crash into the floating platform, which sunk for a moment under the water before coming back up, revealing Goldeen laying on it unconscious. Mason grinned. "One down," he said to himself as Poliwhirl landed back on its own platform. Misty sighed as she recalled her Pokémon and uttered soft words to it before putting it back in her bag and looked to Mason. Well Mason, color me impressed. That was very impressive. You sure I can't talk you into becoming a water Pokémon trainer full time? With how well you've trained Poliwhirl, it's obvious you have a knack for it," she said, seeming to get over her first loss to him. Mason smirked and shook his head. "Sorry Misty, no can do. I'll leave that to you, you're the water specialist after all," he complimented her back. Misty giggled as she took out her next Pokeball. "Oh hush you, don't think sweet talking me is going to make me go easy on you in this next round." Mason smirked. "Wouldn't dream of it," he replied, internally wondering what her next Pokémon would be. If he remembered correctly, Misty only had 3 Pokémon at the start in the anime, and with both Staryu and Starmie out of commission after her battle with Ash, he didn't know who the 4th could be. Up in the stands, Daisy, Lily, and Violet sat together watching the battle unfold. Needless to say, the 3 of them were impressed by what they had seen in the last battle and in this one. "Misty sure has grown up, hasn't she?" Lily commented as they watched. "Yeah, for sure, she's definitely got as much skill as the 3 of us when it comes to battling," Violet countered. Daisy nodded with a sigh. "Yeah, she may have skills, but it's experience that wins in a battle." Her sisters nodded. "That Mason sure is something though," Lily commented. Violet nodded. "Yeah, that Poliwhirl of his is no slouch, he's clearly trained it well." Daisy sighed. "I feel a little bad about trying to just give him the badge now. With how he's battling, it's clear that he's worked hard on training his Pokémon. I can see why he refused me now." Lily nodded. "Yeah, but at least he's getting his battle now." Violet smirked, "And Misty seems to have really taken a liking to him. I don't think I've seen her act that way around a boy, ever," she said as she glanced at her sisters and they glanced back. "Tease her after this?" Daisy asked. "Oh, definitely," Lily nodded in agreement. "What kind of big sisters would we be if we didn't?" Violet smirked before the 3 of them burst into giggles. Back down at the pool, Misty smirked as she took out another ball from her back that Mason recognized as an Ultra Ball, making him arch an eyebrow at seeing it as Misty gave him a grin. "You may have beaten my last Pokémon, Mason, but you won't beat this one," Misty said as she held out the ball, "and I can guarantee if I had used this one in my match with Ash he wouldn't have won so easily either," she said confidently. Mason smirked at the challenge. "Well, let's see it then, I've been looking forward to a challenge." Misty smirked. "You'll be sorry you said that." Up in the stands, her 3 older sisters were exchanging worried looks between them. "Isn't that?" Violet asked. Daisy nodded. "Yep. She must really be taking this seriously," Lily said as they continued to watch. Mason braced himself for whatever water Pokémon Misty was going to use, but nothing could prepare him for what was about to come. Misty tossed the ball as they called out the words that made Mason's eyes widen. "Misty calls Gyarados." As the ball burst open and the massive sea serpent appeared with a massive roar before it dove into the waters of the pool. Mason had to steady himself as the waves almost caused his platform to capsize, his eyes still wide with shock from what he had heard and seen. A freaking Gyarados, how the hell does she have that? He internally panicked as the large beast rose from the water, towering over both him and Poliwhirl, his red eyes glaring down at them both. Mason swallowed hard. "Okay Mason, calm down, you asked for a challenge and you got one. Now man up and deal with it, even if that challenge is the biggest freaking beast you've ever seen in your life," he told himself as he looked up at the massive sea serpent that looked like he could swallow him and Poliwhirl in one bite. The thing was huge, at least 17 feet tall, and that was only the part that he could see out of the water, and he was sure there was probably more that he couldn't see. He could practically feel the strength radiating from it, and he wasn't sure if that was real or its intimidate ability, but he was beginning to doubt his ability to actually win, but quickly blinked and shook his head to snap out of it and looked back at the large sea serpent with a determined look. Misty seemed to smile. "Wow, I'm really impressed now. Not many would be able to snap out of Gyarados' ability like that, most would just wet themselves at the sight of him and give up, but you broke through it in record time," she commented. Mason smirked. "Thanks, I do make it a habit of breaking people's expectations. Shall we get back to the battle now?" Misty smirked. "Sure thing, I was just waiting on you," she said before getting a serious look in her eye. "Gyarados, let's win this, use Dragon Rage." Mason's eyes widened. "Dodge at Poliwhirl, and use Hydro Pump," he ordered, thinking fast. He had to deal as much damage as possible as well as keep Poliwhirl as far away from Gyarados as possible. Poliwhirl did just that, dodging just in time as Gyarados fired his draconic attack that impacted the small platform that he'd been standing on and jumped into the air and fired back with a powerful torrent of water which hit Gyarados right in his face, making the large sea serpent rear back from the impact. "Show then to do a real Hydro Pump," Misty ordered confidently. And almost immediately Gyarados came right back, his huge maw open as water swelled up. Mason didn't even have a chance to tell Poliwhirl to dodge before the powerful blast of water launched with pressure to spare. It was almost 5 times as powerful as the one that Poliwhirl had used and 4 times as large as it caught Poliwhirl just as he landed back on the platform and lifted him clean off his feet and shot him backwards. The attack cleared the pool and smacked Poliwhirl into the wall behind Mason, causing spiderweb cracks to form from the impact. When the torrent of water finally came to a halt, Poliwhirl was left embedded in the wall, his arms and legs spread eagle and his eyes glassy and unfocused as he let out pained mess. Mason could only stare in shock at what he had just seen before he clenched his fist and swallowed as he raised Poliwhirl's Pokeball and returned him to it. And looked back at Gyarados with a hard look in his eyes. Back up in the stands, Brock had a narrowed gaze as he looked down at the battle while Ash just gawked at that. I didn't know Misty had a Pokémon like that, Ash said, completely shocked as Pikachu huddled in just jacket to keep out of sight of the large sea serpent. Where did she get it? From our father, Daisy said, hearing his question. That's the same Gyarados that scared Misty all those years ago, Lily added as she watched the battle as well. Dad made sure to show Misty that Gyarados would never hurt her, and the two of them became friends over the years, so when Dad passed away he left him to her, Violet explained. Daisy nodded. Gyarados has always had a soft spot for Misty ever since he scared her, and he's undoubtedly one of the top 4 strongest Pokémon in this gym, right next to my Blastoise, Violet's Dugong, or Lily's Seadra, she explained, so it's no surprise that he's strong, and there's no denying that he's only gotten stronger since Misty became his trainer, and she was right, she added as she gave Ash a side glance. Had she used him in your match, there was no way you would have won. Your friend is in for a hell of a challenge if he's going to try to win this. Ash gulped, not even daring to argue, and looked back down at the pool, a little worried for Mason's chances of winning, but at the same time made a mental note to never PSS Misty off again, not if she could sick that beast on him. Mason meanwhile was mentally trying to come up with a strategy to use against this obviously overpowered and battle-hardened Gyarados. He knew that Spearow was as fast and as small as she was, Gyarados would pick her out of the air with a single shot, and that meant Golbat was out as well. Not only did he not have any battle experience with her, but he couldn't afford a wild card at the moment, and as handy as her Toxic and Hyper Beam would be, they were no guarantees for a win against an opponent this strong. Scyther was also out, with no solid ground to stand on or to use to evade. He would be a sitting duck out there and wouldn't be able to get enough speed boosts to avoid the powerful attack that would follow, and if he went to boost his attack right off, it would be the exact same. That left only one option. Dratini. Ready for battle. Mason called as he tossed his starts ball out onto the floating platform as he called out the small blue dragon, getting looks of shock from both Misty, her sisters, and Ash. What's Mason thinking sending Dratini out against Gyarados? What's it meant to do against that? Ash said in shock. The sisters looked equally as concerned. A last-ditch attempt maybe. He should have just forfeited as he knows he can't win. This is bad. Brock however watched the scene for a moment longer before shaking his head. I don't think so. Mason isn't the kind of guy to rush into things without a plan and get his Pokémon hurt like that. But come on Brock, what can Dratini possibly do? Ash asked, not seeing how Dratini could possibly win. Brock just shook his head. I'm not sure, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Misty was looking confused and concerned for a moment and thought that maybe she had misjudged Mason, but then she saw the hard look in his eyes and she flinched. He was said. Dratini, Mason said as he pointed his finger at Gyarados, this one hurt Poliwhirl, let's show him what happens when you hurt one of us. Dratini seemed to gain a hard look in his eyes at that statement as it glared at the much larger Pokémon. It was clear that the small dragon shared the same sentiment as his MSTR, and although he knew the battle would be tough, was ready to give it his all. Taking this kind of personally, aren't you? Misty said jokingly with a nervous chuckle at Mason's tone, before getting serious again, but if it's a grudge match you want then we'll give you a good one. Gyarados use Hydro Pump. Dodge by diving into the water. Mason immediately ordered, not wasting time as he knew what was coming. Dratini obeyed and threw himself into the water just as the torrent of water shot overhead. Trying to beat me underwater? Not going to work. After it Gyarados. Misty ordered as Gyarados submerged after the small dragon. Mason gave a small smirk as he did and Misty's eyes narrowed wondering why, she didn't have to wait long. Dratini, use Thunder Wave. Mason bellowed to be heard by all, and Misty's eyes widened with horror and realization. Under the water Dratini heard and paused in the water as the large sea serpent swam towards him before Dratini let out a powerful electric shock wave that ripples through the water and caught the surprised Pokémon in its wake. Gyarados. Misty called in worry seeing her strongest Pokémon begin to thrash in the water from the electrical current passing through the water. Now use Twister. Mason ordered as Misty looked worried. Almost instantly the waters of the pool began to thrash around as draconic winds seemed to pour out of Dratini as the waters began to swirl around and began to form a maelstrom in the water, the winds pushing the water forcefully around as Mason and Misty were both hard-pressed to keep their balance. Gyarados, Misty called, far from ready to throw in the towel, fight back with your own Twister. She called. And then things only proceeded to get tougher as the waters seemed to clash against each other as the two forces of draconic wind seemed to battle between one another as both Pokémon seems to rise up to the surface, the wind seemed to deflect the others as they did so. It was unclear who was winning this test of draconic strength as neither seemed to be giving ground. Up in the stands Ash, Brock and the sisters seemed to be having a rough time as the winds blew throughout the room as they tried to keep watching the match. Pikachu has taken to huddling deeper into Ash's jacket to shield himself from the winds. Mason's hard look hadn't left his face as he struggled to keep his platform from sinking in the rough currents. Dratini. Use Dragon Rage. Use Dragon Rage too. Misty ordered right back. Almost instantly the winds began to die down as both serpent Pokémon drew their heads back and gathered the draconic energies to their maws and launched the purple fireball at one another. They impacted midfield causing a large explosion from the combined attacks. The explosion almost caused both Mason's and Misty's platforms to overturn. Don't give him an inch, fire again, Mason ordered. You too Gyarados. Misty parroted. Dratini did as Mason ordered as it drew back its head to charge another attack, but when Gyarados went to do the same suddenly he began to writhe in pain as sparks of electricity sparked off his body. Misty's eyes widened. Gyarados. Up in the stands Brock nodded, so that was Mason's plan, he said in realization as the sisters and Ash looked to him. Mason knew that Gyarados was both strong and fast, there was no way he would be able to win without taking one of those two factors out of play, and banked on Misty's overconfidence in her element to play to his advantage. Now Dratini has the speed advantage with the possibility of Gyarados completely missing out on attacks at crucial moments. It's a well-thought-out strategy. Because of Gyarados' paralysis it wasn't able to attack or avoid the incoming attack and as a result the purple ball of draconic flames met its mark, hitting Gyarados right across his face and knocking the massive serpent back. Don't let up, fire again, Mason said pressing his advantage. He knew one shot wouldn't be enough to bring down that titan he needed to take every shot whenever he could. Counter with Fire Blast. Misty yelled making Mason's eyes widen again as this time Gyarados wasn't paralyzed and was able to gather crimson flames in its mouth before letting them loose towards Dratini. Dive into the water, Mason ordered in a hurry, but it was too little too late. The attacks collided and the inferno of crimson swallowed the violet fireball and continued on. Dratini wasn't able to move in time and got caught in the wall of flames letting out a pained cry as he was thrown back and into the water. Dratini. Mason yelled his eyes wide as Dratini went below the water. He felt his stomach knot as he stepped forward to dive in but came up short when Dratini emerged from the water looking battered and burned but still able to fight. Up in the stands Brock let out a sigh. That was a close one. Dratini only just managed to avoid the worst of the damages by falling into the water. Had he not been thrown back like that, that fire blast would have ended things. Mason needs to be careful. It's clear that Gyarados has a well-versed move set to counter most types that a trainer would normally bring to battle water types. Mason looked to his partner with concern. Dratini, can you still battle? He asked, getting a determined cry in response, making Mason nod before he looked at Gyarados again. His eyes narrowed as he began formulating another plan in his head, that Maelstrom from before having given him an idea. Alright, now use agility in the water, circle Gyarados, and use Twister while moving. Dratini nodded and with a cry took off at speed as it began to channel the draconic energy inside it as the winds began to WHP up and the water began to stir and thrash. Misty frowned as she narrowed her eyes as they tried to work out what Mason was up to, before the realization hit Gyarados, stop it with hydro pump. Gyarados moves to obey but when he went to fire the attack failed as once again sparks or electricity sparked over his body as the paralysis effect prevented him from attacking. Try again. Misty ordered in a frantic hurry, but it was too late. By this point Dratini had gained too much momentum and the draconic winds had grown too powerful. The water began to swirl around, throwing Gyarados off balance as the strong currents began to fully form into a large focused maelstrom with Gyarados at its epicenter, being battered by both the draconic winds and the harsh currents that followed them. Gyarados! Misty called in worry, her eyes closed as she tried to keep herself from being thrown off her platform by the waters. Only the cables connecting hers and Mason's platforms to the pool walls kept them from being pulled in by the strong currents. Keep it up, Dratini. Mason ordered as he did the same. He knew that he needed to keep the pressure on. If he let up Misty could counter. He'd been lucky with two paralysis so close to the other, he couldn't afford to waste that kind of luck. The waters kept churning and thrashing as Dratini kept circling but after a minute Mason could see from where he was that they were starting to slow and Dratini was getting tired from the constant bombardment. Gyarados was looking a lot worse for wear. Mason just hoped that it would be enough. It was now or never. Dratini, end this now, use Dragon Rage. Mason yelled. Misty was getting desperate, she needed to do something to end this now. And when she heard Mason call his attack she knew what she needed to do. Gyarados, Hyper Beam. As the waters began to lessen drastically as Dratini pulled away exhausted as he readied his attack, Gyarados managed to break free of the maelstrom and upon hearing Misty's command reared back his head as he pooled in his energy. The paralysis did not happen a third time and the beam fired true. While Dratini fired the strongest Dragon Rage he could. The resulting explosion when the two attacks met shook the room as water exploded from the pool from the shock wave of the attack's collision. Misty and Mason were violently thrown from their platforms as the water was sucked down into the void left by the water being displaced. Those in the stands had to put their hands and arms up to try to shield themselves as the water fell soaking the entire seating area. Mason and Misty both emerged from the water at the same time, both gasping for breath as they looked about the pool in shock. The water level in the pool had gone down by a good 7 feet, and there in the center of the pool were both the unconscious forms of Dratini and Gyarados. Both trainers swam over to check on their Pokémon, worries for their well-being after such a battle, but both were relieved to see that they were both just unconscious, and Mason was pleased to see that the burns on Dratini from before had vanished entirely. Shed skin for the win again. No wonder he was able to hold out so long, Mason thought to himself as he cradled Dratini in his arms as he kept himself afloat by kicking alone. Misty let out a sigh seeing that Gyarados was okay, just exhausted and a little banged up, nothing too serious. She looked over and smiled seeing Mason cradling Dratini like he was and couldn't help but feel her disappointment at her loss fade away and be replaced with a warm feeling in her chest. She didn't mind losing to such a great trainer like Mason who obviously cared for his Pokémon. Congratulations Mason, you won, Misty smiled. Mason chuckled. I don't know if you noticed Misty, but we both lost there. He mused but couldn't find a reason to be disappointed in that loss after all. Both his Pokémon has given it their all against a Pokémon much stronger than them both. Misty nodded. That may be so, but like my sister said before, gym leaders are allowed to make exceptions for trainers that they deem worthy, and you most certainly are. No one has ever pushed me as hard as you did just now, nor gone as far against Gyarados like you did. I'd say both those make this battle your win, she said as she floated over and held out her hand with the Cascade badge in it. Mason looked down at the badge and frowned. He had said that he didn't want a badge without properly earning it, but looking down at Dratini he couldn't help but feel that they had, maybe not outright, but he'd like to see anyone else do as well as his team did, having only been training as long as he had. Nodding softly, Mason reached out and took the badge. All right, thank you Misty. But I swear we will be training even harder after this to become stronger. We will be worthy of this badge, I swear. Misty smiled seeing the fire in his eyes and the dedication in his voice. He meant that he was determined to succeed and Misty knew he would follow through on his promise. Time skip. After recalling both of their Pokémon back to their Pokeballs, the two of them helped each other to climb out of the pool, seeing as how the water drop made it hard for either of them to get out on their own. As they touched down in the ground, they were met by the others coming down to greet them with towels. Mason gladly took his and began to dry his hair and face. He'd need to change his clothes too. Luckily he had some in his bag that he had left with Brock, so it was fine. "That was a brilliant match, Mason. I didn't know Dratini could even do that," Ash commented as Mason dried himself off. "Indeed, that was a terrific match. Both of you should be proud of your Pokémon," Brock complimented with a smile. "Great strategy using Dratini." Mason nodded as he rested the towel over his shoulders. "Yeah, well, Dratini was really the only choice left to me. Both Spearow and Golbat would have been plucked out of the air, and there was no room for Scyther to maneuver on the platforms even with its wings. Dratini was the only option left to me." "Well, it was the right call," Daisy commented with a smile before frowning. "Listen, I'm sorry about insulting you before by offering you the badge for free. Me and my sisters have talked, Dan," she said before sighing. "We've come to an agreement that we're going to split the gym responsibly between us and take it a week about for gym battles and performances." Lily smiles as she spoke up. "One of us will handle the gym battles, one of us will handle performances with the Pokémon, and the other will handle all the paperwork of both, and we'll work on rotation to keep everything even," Violet said cheerfully. "Daisy has even volunteered to handle the first week of paperwork duty," Lily chirped with glee, while a storm cloud seemed to appear over Daisy's head as she slumped. Something told Mason that she hadn't so much volunteered for the first week and was more press-ganged into it as punishment by her two other sisters for the things she had said earlier. "That's great, at least there will be no more repeats of handing out badges like you did before. With this system everything should run smoothly," Brock agreed. "About time if you ask me," Misty sniped. "You three should have been doing this from the start. And of course this also means that you'll be able to continue your traveling, Misty, and become a great water Pokémon trainer," Lily smiled. Misty's personally did a complete 180 at that, and she smiled. "Really," she said before clearing her throat. "Good, because the last thing I want is to be stuck here bailing you three out of your messes," she smirked. "Of course," Violet smiled, "we wouldn't want to keep you from your boyfriend after all. You and Mason do so make a cute couple," Lily giggled. "Maybe he'll finally be able to tame that wild streak of yours and make you into a proper lady," Daisy comments, not wanting to be left out of the teasing. The screams and denials of Misty that followed, left everyone's ears ringing until after the four of them had left the gym.